order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents workshop on policies, bylaws, and restructure. The time is now 9:02. So the press was notified of the meeting on March the 8th, 2021. The Honorable Pam Duncan, KCTCS General Counsel, will serve as parliamentarian. I would like to ask Pam Duncan to please review those members present on Teams and let us know if a quorum is established.
I'm muted. Can all the regents please make sure that their cameras are on so that we can review to determine whether there is a quorum present? I can see 9 members. Please turn on your camera if you haven't already. I have Regent Girdler, Regent Herdink, Chair Henson, Regent Foltz, Regent Thompson, Regent Simon, Regent Damaris, Regent Stevens, Regent Wells. Who else is present that I have not named?
Do you have Finan? Karen Finan?
I do not. Is she present?
Oh, no, I don't see her yet. Yeah, she's...
Regent Finan, if you're present, please indicate so.
I don't see her logged in, Pam.
Okay.
Okay. And Regent Fletcher?
Wendy is having...
Yeah, Wendy's having technical difficulties.
Okay. So I am showing that we only have 9 members present. Is that correct? If Amy and Hannah and Cindy could help me out here. Amy Jennings.
I think.
Now for KCTCS, the goals are a little bit different, and I bolded them here because the reason I want you to pay close attention to this, if you will, is that in everything that you do, in every policy that we write, in every strategic goal that you set, these are the 3 things that the legislature expects of you. So they expect that we would have in Kentucky a comprehensive community and technical college system, and that in conjunction with the other institutions of higher ed, we would provide a two-year courses of general studies designed for transfer. So that's the first thing. And then we would, as the second goal, provide training necessary to develop a workforce. So transfer, workforce, and then that last one, why I went over remedial education, is because we would also provide remedial education and continuing education. So lifelong learning or learning for people, provide continuing education for people who might be remediating their employability. So they've been in a job, that job is eliminated, they need a new profession, they come to us. Or they come out of high school deficient in skills, as we talked about. Or they need more education, continuing education, to remain viable in the position that they're in. So these are the goals that you should keep in mind. These 3 things, when we, over the course of this year, go through all of our policies and think about how the board is going to work. All right, so before we dive into the minutia, does anybody have any questions that I can answer? All right, we're still getting our caffeine going. yes, let's go on to the appointed board members. We'll go on past that. There we are. So as you all know, as appointed board members, not those who are elected as students or elected as faculty or staff, that your recommendations are supposed to come from a nominating committee. And I think this is very important to see that the legislature has determined that it is a goal to be achieved that boards are diverse. So they're diverse in political affiliation, they're diverse in gender, they're supposed to be diverse in racial composition according to the state population. And so that when you get on to a board, it is about kind of competing ideas and life experience. And so what the legislature is hoping is that you can bring together all of those competing ideas for the betterment of an institution. So you don't have one idea or one gender saying this is what we want, or one racial entity, or one political idea or life experience. It's about melding ideas to create a better institution. And so that's very important for the board to remember, is that, I always hear people talk about working in politics and saying at the end of the day, I can walk across the aisle and shake hands. And so that's where we are. That is what the legislature is hoping, that we will bring all these different life experiences to the board and make a better institution. So on to the next slide. All right, so there's a little bit of misconception about the Council on Post-Secondary Education. For private institutions, they are very much a regulatory entity. They set specific requirements for certain for-profit institutions. But for public institutions, they are more of an oversight than a regulatory agency. Because as an accredited institution, and all of our colleges are independently accredited, we have to have independence. But all of the things that the CPE does, there are certain statutory duties and authorities that they have. So for instance, we cannot determine our tuition rate without the approval of CPE. They set certain qualifications that we must follow for admission, for residency. They look at capital construction projects. They also look at the biennial budgets for all of the institutions of higher ed and submit them for approval in the legislature. They also have the right to approve or deny a program based on whether we're meeting certain diversity or opportunity requirements in each of our institutions. So it is very important that we strive for diversity in all aspects: gender, race, ethnicity, all of the protected classes that the CPE talks about. And so you'll see all of these things that they do set forth, and that we as an institution and you as a board must pay attention to. But to call them a regulatory agency for us is a little bit of a misnomer. All right, so I see Terry is moving on, and we are good. So the statutory designations of public institutions of higher education. We've sort of gone through the idea of a title and a chapter, and 164 has various areas. So it starts out with the legislative goals and the definitions, and it moves to CPE, and then various, like the comprehensive universities and KCTCS, they all have their own section within Chapter 164. So we will have board areas that fall in one area of 164, and then we will have KCTCS specific areas. So we're ready to move on. Obligations and requirements that are common to all Kentucky higher ed institutions. So you'll see these. We are supposed to do background checks. We have the authority to do background checks. There are certain sex offender sections that we are not permitted to hire people from. If they have committed certain sex offenses, then we would not hire them. But for the most part, we are not prohibited from hiring certain people. We simply have the right to deny, as long as it's constitutional. So for instance, KRS in another area has an anti-discrimination section for people who have committed misdemeanors, and so we would probably not deny anyone on a misdemeanor or even felony convictions, dependent on whether there's a nexus to their employment. Hepatitis B information, we're supposed to provide that if we have student ID badges, which not all of our colleges do, is my understanding. Then we are on the back of those badges, we are supposed to provide all of this information on domestic violence, sexual assault, and suicide prevention hotlines, so that they have it right there. If a student is considering harming him or herself, then they could call immediately. Kentucky has what I call a mini FERPA, and so that's specific to state institutions, but remember we also have a federal FERPA. Then there are a whole slew of tuition waivers. Anyone 65 and older, if there's space in the class, is supposed to get a free class. Law enforcement and first responder survivors, in-state tuition for military spouses, etc., and on and on. So those are only a few of them, but there are a lot of tuition waivers. Now, if we were a residential campus, if we had any residential campuses, we would have to provide meningitis information on how to be vaccinated, but we don't have that responsibility because we are not residential. We must provide motor vehicle liability insurance, which we do for our fleet cars. And here's an important issue that we'll talk about later on, liability insurance for governing boards. So all of you have liability insurance, officers and directors insurance. KCTCS maintains that. We maintain it for our faculty and our staff, but it's important to know that it does not waive our sovereign immunity. KCTCS does have sovereign immunity, and generally that is the very first thing that we try to claim when we go to court, so that we might be able to get it dismissed. Remember, sovereign immunity doesn't mean that you have to, you can just ignore answering something. You still have to answer it. It's whether it moves forward from there. All right. Also, you are permitted as a board, as an institution, to accept and use federal aid. All right, we're ready to move on. So these are just basically different areas of obligations and requirements for state colleges and universities. There are operational requirements for the 6 comprehensives, various sections that are relevant to curriculum and program approval. Also a provision that says our faculty must be proficient in English. That doesn't mean that we can, by federal law, ask people if they speak English before they come on. We are not permitted to necessarily ask that, but we are required to ask it to ask it of them once they are in the classroom. Also, there are core academic standards that are set. And then the purposes of the state universities and colleges is set forward there. And again, remember, we have our own purpose, and always keep in mind those three ideas of transfer, workforce, and remediation. All right, next slide. So here we are, Board of Regents. I see Regent Damaris has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Pam. Before we go into the Board of Regents portion, and since we've talked about contextually how KCTCS was established, one of the questions I've sort of always had was, how does the inclusion of the Fire Commission within the KCTCS umbrella affect or not affect us? It always seems to me that when we go over financial statements as part of our duties, there's, you know, a section related to that entity, although it does not exist specifically at any of the colleges. Do you have any thoughts on how that works? Or I never quite understood the relationship.
Right. So, and if, I don't know if Wendell Followell is on, so I will begin, and if Wendell Followell is on, he can jump in, or Dr. Zarapata. But when I began here, actually, my primary duties, although I had plenty of others, was to work with the Fire Commission and the Kentucky Board of EMS. And so they are really agencies, especially the Kentucky Board of EMS is a state agency that is definitely regulatory in nature. The Kentucky Fire Commission and also includes the State Fire and Rescue Training. And so they are kind of a twofold institution or agency. So they've got all of the requirements for becoming a professional firefighter, a volunteer firefighter, and all of these other entities. But basically, they came over, and I wasn't here, so I'm once I finish, I will defer to Wendell Followell. But they came over to essentially bring the paramedic and other training, fire science training programs with them so that they could all funnel through us. But by statute, KCTCS is not permitted to alter their funding or their budget as they said. They are still part of us, but they have their own separate budgets, out of which, for instance, we, through our contract attorneys, we provide legal representation for them through one of our firms, and they pay for that out of their own budget, not out of KCTCS's budget. So they are separate and yet part of us, and it's a very odd relationship to explain to outside individuals, but it is still, they are still part of KCTCS. They have their own statutory sections, their own statutory obligations and responsibilities, and their own statutes that tell us basically that we cannot tell them where their money is going. However, everyone who works for them is a KCTCS employee and subject to KCTCS employee policies and procedures. And I see Wendell is on, so I'm gonna
before we go to Wendell, so just so I'm clear, as Regents, we have over time approved programs that support this commission, meaning paramedic training and firefighter training and all of that. So we are still the educational arm of that entity, even though they have statutory requirements relative to separate budget and other governance items. Is that correct?
That is correct. Oh, I'm sorry, Wendell. That is correct. Because the statute for the Fire Commission in particular says that all educational programs will flow through KCTCS. Now, it is not the same with K-beams. They have independent teaching and educational institutions that they regulate, and those are out and about in the state. So we, KCTCS, and you, Regents, have no authority over those, but you have authority over the agency itself, and the educational programs for the Fire Commission must flow through KCTCS. So Wendell, correct me if I'm wrong on that.
No, you're exactly right. Administratively, they're attached to us by statute. For example, I sit on the Fire Commission's board as a non-voting member ex officio. So, and both the executive director of the Fire Commission, Fire Rescue Training, if you will, as well as Kentucky Board of Emergency Medical Services report to me. So I do have some, while I don't have a vote, as I've said to the board, I do have a say. So they do go through us. You all have approved their projects. They have their own separate funding for K-beams, for example. They are the regulator, the enforcer to make sure that any hearings and things of that nature, any violations with EMS personnel, EMT personnel, regulated along that line. So they have their own charges for that. They do receive some state appropriation. It is line item. It's a mandatory program. Same with Kentucky Fire Commission, Fire Rescue Training. Fire Commission doesn't have any state appropriation. The Fire Rescue Training does. Both of them are about $1 million plus, just short of $2 million for the Fire Commission or for the Fire Rescue Training. The Fire Commission, on the other hand, if you own any property, have a house, if you look when you get your insurance bill once a year, you'll see a surcharge in there. That surcharge goes for public services, of which the Fire Commission gets roughly 22% of that surcharge. The police get the difference, and it supports what EKU has with regard to the police, school, and actions there. So they do have, in the Fire Commission's case, they really work with all the local fire departments, both paid, such as maybe in Louisville, Lexington, Owensboro, places like that have paid firefighters, and then other volunteers, but they are administratively attached to us. I do give them counsel and advice. We don't charge them directly for anything and everything, but we do charge them to get reimbursement for services that we provide them.
Thank you. That helps a lot. Thank you both, Pam and Wendell.
And I would just add there are 3 statutes under which fire agencies are created. So there are volunteer statutes, there are professional statutes, and then there are just regular old 501c3 statute nonprofit fire agencies. And all of those, while they go out and do training with those entities, again, are not necessarily under the Board of Regents' control or responsibility.
One thing I should add that Chancellor Williams and I are working through updating a memorandum of agreement of their responsibilities to the colleges and vice versa in working with them in providing fire science courses. So we have an MOA with them, and we periodically review that. So it's up for review right now. We're kind of making it, if you will, a little bit more detailed on some things that we've noticed that maybe are not as tight as we'd like them. So we're working through that with them now.
Okay, any other questions right now before we continue? All right, so this particular statutory section is important because it sets forward basic statutory requirements for the boards of regents. It tells how they are to be organized, how many members will be appointed members, how many members will be elected, what votes they will have, the fact that you must go ahead and set up a regular calendar of meetings, that there are rules for establishing meetings, special meetings, quorums, authority to have bylaws, and also rules about who can be employed. So whether if you're a member of the Kentucky General Assembly, you can be employed by a higher education institution, but you cannot sit on the board of a higher education institution. And, you know, just current events in the past, there have been some issues with that with other institutions. So there are specific statutes. And then we, as a board and as administrative policies, there will be policies that you will need to have about political activity, in particular these statutory sections that certain people cannot sit on the board, so on and so forth. All right, next slide. Now, here 164.350 sets forth discretionary actions, which are the mays, and mandatory actions, which are the musts. So each board may, in its discretion, receive grants of money and expend the same for the use of the university or college. They can require reports. So you all can set whatever reports you want from whichever entity of the college that you want. So you could, like you have Dr. Zarapata give his president's report. You have Vice President Followell give the financial report, etc. You could decide at some point that you want some other types of reports, and this statutory section provides that authority to do so, and you simply deem it necessary to get that information, to receive that report, and to you also set the time frame that you want it. When do I want it? It may be something that you don't get on a regular basis, but all of a sudden you say, hey, I think that it would be really important with a new workforce director coming in to have a workforce report. And so this statutory section gives you the authority to ask for that. And the Workforce Solutions Director would not be able to say, no, I'm not really feeling like doing that right now, because you have the authority to ask. Now, this is important too. When it says determine the number of divisions, departments, bureaus, offices, and agencies needed for the successful conduct of the affairs of the university and college, you know, you don't necessarily get down into the weeds to say, I think we need a particular department over here in this college. But what you do is to delegate the authority to the administration to determine what's necessary. And so if actually in the statute, you have the authority to determine that there are new colleges needed. So you could say, let us create a new college. So that is something that you are authorized to do as well. And then you may grant diplomas and confer degrees upon the recommendation of the president and faculty. Regent Damaris.
So I have a question related to this section, and I think the word may is important because it doesn't mean that we are required to do any of these things. Several regents who've been on this board for a while, I think, have experienced perhaps swimming in the gray area is what I'll call it, relative to items B and C. There have been questions that people have had relative to reporting or relative to pieces of documentation that may or may not support something we have to vote on. I particularly remember Regent Fletcher a couple of years ago asking for some more background information prior to a vote of a parking lot, I think it was, in Louisville for JCTC. And I think that there have been different interpretations, perhaps, by maybe some board members as to the validity of that type of a request. You know, if we're asked to vote on something, and this is just my opinion, so I want you to check my opinion and tell me if I'm right or wrong. If we're asked to vote on something and we ask for a deeper level of detail relative to an item we're going to vote on, I would think that would be appropriate. Is that correct?
It is correct, but I would like to give one caveat on that. So if you recall, we talked about sovereign immunity, and there is something called the ministerial duties. So for faculty and staff, when you conduct a ministerial duty, which is your job to do, then you are covered by sovereign immunity, because that's what sovereign immunity is for you doing your job. So when the regents move over from setting the big picture into smaller details, they do need to be careful in how they do it, because you do not have the ministerial duty sovereign immunity that faculty and administration and staff have. And so you would not want to go so far that you were looking at the very specific details of the contract and saying, well, I think you should negotiate it this way, I think you should do that. But to say, hey, I do not believe that I have sufficient information to make a decision on this. Can you come back with some bullet points about these questions that I have? And they would come back with more information. So it's a difference between providing information and actually getting into the details of negotiating the contract or altering the contract or revising the contract. And it all has to do with sovereign immunity.
Thank you. I think that clears it up a lot for me and possibly others, so that and obviously I think going forward, if we were to ask for additional detail on something, we could ask you to clarify, you know, the gray for us in terms of where the line falls with how deep we can get into it. I think all of us understand it's not our duty to get down into the weeds and negotiate contracts on behalf of the institution, but I do feel, as Regent Fletcher did, that if we're asked to vote on something, we need to be informed on whatever that item is, to whatever level is appropriate from a legal standpoint in terms of information. So thank you.
All right. Any other questions on that particular issue? I see a hand, but I'm not sure who it belongs to.
Hi, this is James Lee. I agree with Lisa, and maybe if we had not a policy or procedure, if you had any questions or concerns, that we could refer those to you, or you could speak up when we had a board meeting or so, and to give us some advice. And I think too many times board members have been told by other people, not legal counsel, you're getting in the weeds, you don't need to do that, this and that. I think we need to hear from you. As Lisa says, if we're getting close to out of bounds, then you remind us where we need to be, but that needs to come from you and not from other members, is what I'm saying. Thank you, ma'am.
Certainly. All right. If there are no other questions, we will go forward. And I will say, anytime you need clarification on anything, I am more than happy to clarify or to find the person who can clarify for you. So here we are again on what you may and must do, and now we're into the musts. So you must adopt and enforce, not just adopt them and pretend they don't exist over here, but you must adopt and enforce your bylaws, your rules and regulations, and we don't typically call the policies regulations, we call them policies and procedures, but certainly that's something we will discuss when we're doing the policy revision, whether you would like different nomenclature for it. In my opinion, as long as it is grounded in statutory authority and in sound case law and attorney general opinions, then this policy revision process is like building your pearl. So it is an oyster out there waiting to have the pearl built. This is very important. You are to periodically evaluate the institution's progress in implementing its mission, goals, and objectives. So if you believe that the institution is off course somehow in the goals that you and the institution together have developed, or the goals that are set forth in the statute, and remember that is transfer, workforce, I know I keep saying it, and remediation and continuing education, if we're not working toward workforce, if we're not working toward transfer, if we're not helping remediate and continue education, then it is your duty as regents to say, hey, wait, institution, tell us what you're doing on this, and we need to kind of correct the ship here. Also, again, back to this, determine the number of divisions, departments, bureaus, offices, and agencies needed for the successful conduct of the affairs. So that was a may in the other one. This is a must in this one. So ultimately, you do have authority over all of this. And when we do downsizing, when we do upsizing, when we change anything about the organization, ultimately that comes to you. You may not be in the actual nuts and bolts of the doing of it, but the overarching, hey, does this organization, the way we're set up, the number of colleges we have, the number of campuses we have, how we are organized, does that lend itself to meeting the mission, the goals, and the objectives? So the other things that you must do is to adopt guidelines for the colleges to submit the biennial budget request. And again, I'll defer to Wendell Followell here, because there should be a whole process and procedure for doing that. So he may want to jump in right here and talk about whether and how that is working.
Very quickly, we start now, if you can hear me, we start now on the capital request. We've been working with the colleges since last fall. Normally we would visit with them individually and talk with the presidents and their cabinets. We, and Fire Commission, KB, same way, their projects are included with our list. Theirs are particularly agency funds. They're funding them themselves, but we work with them to develop a list. In fact, we're going to be taken to the PLT later this month to have some discussion on the top projects for 22-24 biennium, because that's what we're working towards now, not the budget that the General Assembly has just approved, because that's for 21-22, and those projects have already been approved. But we are working with them, and at the same time, we will be working with the colleges through this spring and through the summer with the CPE to develop an operating request, making our needs known to the CPE and then as well as you all. But the CPE kind of guides that. They kind of put some parameters and rails on it for all of higher education, because in the end, they're responsible for making the guidelines and parameters that all of higher education, public higher education, has to follow. So we'll be working through that to the summer and bringing back to you in September what we've been able to garner and glean from the colleges in cooperation, working with CPE. The capital request kind of runs on a separate track, We will finalize it later this month. As far as what we planned, we will ask the Capital Planning Advisory Board, which is made up of General Assembly members as well as administration officials in the cabinet, like Finance Administration Cabinet and others across the state that is responsible for developing a 6-year plan. We will have projects that go out for 6 years, but the focus will be on the 22-24 biennium. So that is underway. You all will see that and be asked to opine and approve on that later this year. Questions?
Great. Thanks, Wendell. So the budget, if you think of it as pulling in the biennial budget requests from all of the colleges, those biennial budget requests go into the KCTCS biennial budget report or request and go up to the legislature. The same is true of the annual budgets and the recommendations. I know in dealing with one of the college boards, someone on the board said, well, we get to set all of these things and you have to give us this amount of money. That is not necessarily the way it works. It comes in and then the Board of Regents with the administration determines what the budgets are appropriately. So typically, and again, Wendell could jump in, typically I do think that the budgets are carefully considered and the requests that the colleges make are carefully considered and usually granted. But ultimately, based on this statute, you all have the authority over that. Question?
Pam, Lisa's got her hand up.
And Pam, tell me if you're going to cover this later, but relative to the boards at the individual colleges, I think there, at least I know in my community, talking with people in my local community, there's a significant amount of confusion between what the Board of Regents requirements are in the may and the must, as you're telling us, and what authority exists at those individual college boards levels. The way I tend to explain it is those boards are more advisory in nature. They may work with the local college president and others in his or her administration to develop the budget requests and then help, bring those forward through the PLT meetings back up to Wendell and the rest of you guys. But at the end of the day, they do not set that budget. They also do not have authority over the president. They may participate in the president's evaluation. Again, that information is compiled and their thoughts and input are pulled together and then ultimately sent up to the system president, but they have no statutory authority to literally manage that local college president. And I think that sometimes people who serve on those boards get that confused. They think they have more authority than they do. And I think that local communities get that confused. So first I want to check my logic and make sure I've been giving the right information to folks that I talk to. But I don't know, how we ever sort of get over that confusion going forward. I think us understanding our powers and duties helps us. And I don't know if you'll be covering those boards later on in your presentation, but, to the extent that this Board of Regents can understand those differences, I think it helps us to answer those questions.
Yes, and that is a good point because, some of the boards don't like the idea, and again, my fellow cabinet members jump in here. They do not like the idea of thinking of themselves as advisory only, but they are. And in 164, and I may cite this incorrectly, 164.600, there is a delineation of the powers of the local college boards of directors, and it is 5 very limited statutory duties. And one, as you said, is to evaluate the college president, but it's very specific that the college president is the fiscal agent and is the CEO of that college. And that college president's supervisor is Dr. Zarapata currently. The president of KCTCS employs the presidents of the colleges. The statute dealing with the college boards of directors indicates that the board will send forward at least 3 recommendations for a president that the KCTCS president shall hire. So they don't even have the authority to say, this is the one specific person that we want. They might do that, but they're supposed to send forward 3 people. Sometimes they do say they have a preference, but the statute is clear, at least 3 recommendations for a president. Now they also do have very specific requirement to engage in the strategic planning for the college. And that is because they are appointed to those boards because they usually have connections within the community. They know what the community needs. They have business connections or educational connections or other types of connections that they are able to say, hey, this is strategically what this community needs, and we want the college to move toward that. Paul has his hand up, so I'm going to let him jump in there.
I just wanted to jump in there. I think one of the most important things is, especially with the local boards, is the orientation process. A lot of them come on with those same thoughts that Lisa has mentioned. And just most recently with Maysville, they've got an interim president in place, and we put that on hold for now. But as we were going through the process, it is very confusing to the board of what their responsibilities are. That said, the annual review process to me is the most important thing that they pull together, because that is the voice of their community, and it really does inform the system president, because the system president isn't there every day. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Mm-hmm. So the other statutory duties that they have would be, as you said, to assist and help to adopt a biennial budget request, and then the other one is an annual budget. But again, they are not the ones who set the budget. They work with the colleges, and it always goes back to their one real big authority, and that is to set the statutory or the strategic plan for that college. So that budget, they should be looking at the strategic plan. All of the programs, et cetera, that flow from that will then play into that budget. And I think Hannah's got her hand up.
Yes, back to Lisa's point and Paul's as well about orientation being a key part. I just want to point out that we actually do an orientation with all 16 of the college boards. We usually try to do that every 2 years, and we bring all the boards to one place, usually the system office, and provide a system-wide orientation for them about their duties. Of course, we didn't get to do that this year as planned because of COVID, but we do try to not only emphasize their role at the college level, but also get them together in the same room and emphasize it system-wide about what their duties are. I will say that I think there's confusion from the very beginning because they are appointed by the governor. And there's actually a committee that gets together and recommends who should be on the advisory boards. It's very layered. And sometimes even when they are appointed, their duties aren't explained to them well as to what they're signing up for the board. And unfortunately, we don't have very much control over that, but we do try to strongly emphasize what their role is once they are appointed.
Wendell?
Yeah, I was just gonna say on their budgets, both in the biennial budget request as well as their operating budget, they do get their local board's input, they give them feedback. It's a recommended budget. You, as the Board of Regents, approve the budget, but we use what they give us and working with them, working with their local boards. We do ask them to have their local board sign off on the recommendation because we take all 16 colleges plus fire commission K-beams, pull all that together under, the auspice of developing an operating budget and a capital budget request and capital and biennial budget request and work with them within those parameters. But you're correct. They are a recommended budget. They are not the final approval. The KCTCS Board of Regents is that approval. We do ask them, though, to have documentation because previous KCTCS Board of Regents always asked the chair, for example, when Richard Bean was chair, always wanted to make sure that the local college had its board had its input and had reviewed those biennial budget documents as well as the operating budget. So
Thank you. I think this is very, very helpful for us because, many of us have been on the board for a number of years, and these same questions come up about the authority of like one community college's board, and so it's all in the book. It's just the orientation and being reminded. So this is a very helpful discussion. I think we might want to take a 5-minute break. Okay.
That sounds good.
All right. who's here. Okay, thank you. Karen, I can't see the way that my display is. Okay, all right. Looks like we're good. So we're just missing, we're missing. Okay, all right. Go ahead, Pam, thank you.
Okay, so let's begin with the next slide, unless there are questions about this one.
Okay, go
All
ahead.
right, on to the next slide. All right, so these are responsibilities that appear in KRS 348 all the way through 475. And they are general requirements for almost all of the higher ed institutions and responsibilities for the Board of Regents. So it is up to the Board of Regents to ensure that their administration is providing HIV transmission information to students, that we provide military recruiter access to campuses and student information, which I can assure you that we do, because I've got a big Army cup from one of the recruiters who showed up for open records request. Appointment and removal of president, faculty, and employees. And remember, there are only certain statutory ways that a president, KCTCS president, or a college president, faculty, or other employees can be removed, but specific to statute, presidents must and faculty must have refused or neglected to do their duties, or have somehow been incompetent or engaged in, and this is not the term in ours, it's more of a K through 12 term, but some sort of moral turpitude. So there is a process that is set forth for both presidents and faculty and our employees, but it happens to be a little different for staff than for presidents and faculty. Also, you have exclusive control of employment, tenure, and official relations to employees. Now, does that mean that you need to get, again, as Regent Damaris was talking about, really getting down into the weeds of things for employment? No, again, you don't want to necessarily do that with employees who are not your employees. So if there is staff and there is an issue that the staff have ultimately needed to be disciplined or terminated, while you may ultimately get some information on that, it is best for those details to remain with administration, or that action to remain. It would be more of a question about what happened and a discussion about what happened. But you don't want to necessarily be the ones taking the action, except where statutorily you must, and that is tenured faculty who are removed have the right to come for final appeal to you, and also presidents that may be removed, including the KCTCS president. That is your duty, particularly for the KCTCS president, to remove that president. Conflict of interest regulations, you are to remain free of conflicts of interest. That doesn't mean that everything that you are engaged in that might come before the board is a conflict of interest. The big thing is making sure that my office knows, so that we can determine whether you need to recuse yourself from something, or whether you do not have the type of conflict of interest that would keep you from voting on something. Suspension or expulsion of students, whether it's an immediate temporary suspension or an ultimate expulsion, or a suspension for a period of time that is not immediate, those all are appealable to you through a process that is set out in the student code of conduct. But you have the ultimate say over the suspension and expulsion. You also have to have a hazing statement, and I believe, and Dr. McCall may be on here, that there is a hazing statement that appears in the student code of conduct. You have the right of purchasing and selling property, or to know what's going on in the purchase and sale of property. You have financial duties, fiduciary obligation to the institution to go over the budget, etc. It also sets out the secretary duties, what the secretary must do and not do, and provides for an assistant secretary on staff. President's reports, and Dr. Zarapata gives those, and previous presidents provided president's reports as well. But again, you have the right to say, hey, you're not giving me enough information on this realm. I would like to have this area better explored in your presidential report. Please do so. And then the president's duty to distribute open records, open meetings information from the Attorney General. You all get that. My duty under the law, and those forms that you need to fill out to say that you did receive it and that we did talk to you about it. And you will get those. I believe that's annually, and so that will need to be filled out each time you come onto the board or the board year begins. And Hannah and Amy may correct me on that, or even Terry, because I know that she has dealt with that as well.
I had a
Gail, did you have a question?
I attended that webinar on campus free speech, and I think that's in this, somewhere in this too, that we have to have a policy on free speech.
Right.
And that's especially important now with some of the issues that are going on, to know that we have a statement.
Right, and we can go on to the next slide unless there are questions on this. About 2 years ago, there was a new statute, or revisions to a statute in 164 that actually provides for penalties, so fees that the institution would have to pay if the institution violates the free speech rights of students, and it could be up to $100,000. And also, in addition to, not included in the up to $100,000, is the requirement for the institution to pay the attorney's fees and costs. So you can imagine, while statutorily KCTCS is limited to providing $125 per hour to our contracted attorneys, other attorneys out there are not limited to that. So if you're looking at $300, $400, $500 an hour for an attorney doing a free speech case, then those costs and attorney's fees are really going to rack up. So having a policy on free speech, and we do have one, and we're working with all the colleges to get those in place. But essentially, the statute provides for the broadest possible debate and ability to challenge. And so we have spent a lot of time going out talking to the colleges about, particularly faculty, about how to negotiate that free speech right without, your classroom becoming a free-for-all. And I see Dr. McCall has her hand up. So
yeah, Pam, you've got 3 people's hands up. Regent Damaris, Regent Fletcher, and Dr. McCall.
Okay. Dr. McCall, let's start with you so that we can make sure that we're not repeating something.
Sure. Well, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to let you know that the conversation around students' rights to speech, free speech, is a part of the student code of conduct that we have currently in place. And this particular section of the code states that student press shall include academic and literary publications and journal. They have the right to participate in student organizations with the primary goal of written or oral speech shall not be arbitrary, abridged by the colleges, but all student organizations shall recognize the relationship between the rights of speech and responsibilities of speech. The last sentence says, students shall exercise responsible speech, including ethical, journalistic guidelines, as well as any editorial or regulatory guidelines that carry the weight of law or policy. But the student's right to free speech shall include these particular elements.
Thank you.
We also have Regent Foltz, his hand up. So
I just wanted to comment on the high quality of the presentations that Pam has been giving to the local colleges on free speech. Not only were they very helpful, but I feel like they were extremely professional and well done. So thank you, Pam.
Thank you. Regent Damaris and Regent Fletcher.
Go ahead, Wendy. My question is not related to free speech, so I didn't know if your comment was. Okay.
Yeah, mine either.
All right. Then,
my question actually goes back to the previous slide and the comment that you made about our right to know about purchase of property. Can you go back to that comment?
Right. So the purchase of property is a little bit different in that it is in a different statutory section, and it gives you the right to know about various sales and purchases, but not necessarily the right to ultimately be engaged in the discussion of whether it should be purchased or not purchased. So, and I'm going to let Wendell, since facilities falls under his area, and he will know more about the practicalities of it. But I do believe that there was a time when there was a list of properties that were provided to the Board of Regents, and then for some reason that fell out in favor of a different section. And after a certain period of time, Wendell's area went back to putting in the list of purchased properties. So there's not necessarily a right of the Board of Regents to be involved in the mechanics of the purchase and the sale, but there is a right to know about it and be informed about it. So I see Wendell has turned on his camera, so I'm going to give over.
Okay, so in follow-up to my previous question then, and while I would like to clarify, I have no interest in negotiating contracts for property. My question is, as a regent, being asked to vote on a budget that would include the sale or purchase of property, do I have a right as a regent to know what that contract entailed or who that contract or purchase was made with before or after a vote has been taken?
So I will say it depends on where the purchase is. So for instance, in the open records exceptions, all roads lead to opening of meetings, but there are very specific areas where there are exceptions set forth. So if the purchase were in a precarious situation right now where they were just contemplating it and it didn't need to come out, then we would want to advise the board to go into closed session to discuss, because the open meeting statute contemplates that if one entity knows another entity is interested in property, that the price might go way up. And so those discussions are limited. But once it's all done, said and done, or once it's in the budget and it's clear that the sale is going to proceed, then you should know that it is going to proceed. You could ask questions such as, what is the purpose of this? What will the college be doing with it? Why do they feel it's necessary? And that sort of thing. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure, because I wasn't involved when that particular issue came up. And again, Wendell is on here. He may have more information to share.
So if someone did an open records request for a particular contract, would that be granted or no?
Yes, our contracts are open records as long as they're final.
Okay. And in the situation, and just because it is a good scenario since it actually happened, so instead of being told as a Board of Regents member that is outside of our lane, we would be able to ask about the details of that, even if it was in a closed session or whatever. We would have the right to have that information.
Yes. I mean, certainly if something is open records, there is no real point in keeping information that is open records from the Board of Regents. You could file an open records request and get it. So it doesn't make logical sense to keep from the Board of Regents information that the public is entitled to see.
I think logistically, those questions, and from my perspective with a time-based meeting, when people do their homework ahead of time and have questions, those questions I think are best sent to the appropriate staff person prior to the meeting, so they can do the homework that they need to do prior to the meeting. So that's to me, when there's questions like that, that comes in our own preparation, at least in my experience. Okay, Lisa, you're next.
Actually, my question is for Wendell. It is related to the purchase and sale of property, but more so to some changes that I think were discussed, but I don't know if they have been passed, and I'm not even sure if they have to pass through legislature. But it was the practice at the time that when KCTCS were to sell property, that the proceeds from that property did not actually come back to KCTCS. It sort of went back to some other big state pot, I think.
General fund.
Yeah, and so I was wondering if Wendell could provide an update as to whether or not the suggested changes, which would mean the money would come back to the institution itself, have passed or not.
Yes, that was in part of the bill that, and it's only good for a couple of years, which is the bad thing, or in this case, for 21-22. We've been trying to get it written out of the budget bill, which is good for 2 years typically, into formal legislation. The current legislation that has passed both houses does have the property conveyance that allows property comes back with whatever funds that were proportionally wherever it was funded from. So let's say that we have a facility like, I don't know, BillSmart, for example. If we were to sell one of those facilities, the state, in this case, I would argue us, since we paid for it, but and got fees with it. But if there was a state building, they would get the money back that they provided sole funding for. If we provided either through agency funds such as fund balance or private dollars, we would get that proportion back. We would, the argument has been previously there wasn't that language in there, and by de facto, if we sold a property, those funds had to go back to the finance administration cabinet. I mean, that was part of the discussion we had for some of the properties that with the city of Covington and otherwise, that we purchased those directly out of Bill Smart fund balance, some other things, and some monies that the Gateway had borrowed from the system office to make those purchases the year before. So that is in for the 21-22 budget that has been gone to the governor. We have been arguing and lobbying strongly for to get that out of the budget and have to be approved every 2 years to make it on a permanent basis. I know Senator McDaniel did some things with regard to Northern Kentucky along that line. We would love to have that same opportunity for not only us, but all of higher education. Does that answer your question? And I want to give Regent Fletcher a guideline.
And Karen,
Thank you, Wendell. Yes, it does answer my question. So what I'm hearing is that the proceeds will go back to KCTCS, but just for the current budget year, and it has not been statutorized.
Yeah, it's within the budget bill, but not. We want to get it separated out to be just like many of the other things that General Counsel Duncan has spoken to you this morning about. Get it codified in that way so it doesn't have to go before the General Assembly every 2 years to be real.
Yeah, so I guess that's great. So to the extent that Regents can advocate for such a change, that would be a positive thing for KCTCS as well as the other institutions, I imagine.
Yeah, and the senators and the representatives I had spoken with leading up to the session and during the session, I think there's a really good chance of getting this into statute the next round.
okay, just for time, we have Karen hasn't gotten to speak yet. Karen, do you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henson. Pam, I guess just a quick question going back to the open records and the pursuit of information related to specific projects for KCTCS. You know, as Regents prepare for board meetings and maybe they ask questions one-off to you or someone on the staff, is there a way that information can be shared with the rest of the board? Because I think oftentimes that information is valuable as background as we make decisions and just gives a broader scope. So I don't know what the approach is for that, but just because we're not asking the question doesn't mean we don't need the information. And I just wonder if there's a way to incorporate that into the board information.
Sure, I think so. I think the cabinet can put this on its agenda and come up with a process whereby each of the cabinet members is aware of what questions are being asked, so that if one component lives in one cabinet area and another in another area, then we can all weigh in to be able to answer the questions as they come in.
And I think sharing that with the board at large is very helpful. You know, instead of just one board member asking, receiving the information, and then that's it. But I just think that makes for a well-rounded effort. So
I agree.
Thank you.
Wendy, did you have a follow-up?
I just wanted to say, Karen, that is a fantastic idea, because what generally happens is exactly what you're saying. Those of us who do work hard and prepare ahead and ask questions ahead are sometimes told to stay in our lane and not given those answers, and then other board members aren't aware that you have done your due diligence and you have asked these questions before the meeting. And sometimes you feel the need to ask a question during the meeting to be sure that other people know that you have asked and done your due diligence, instead of assuming you did not prepare ahead of time. So I appreciate that comment. That's a fantastic idea. I love it. Thank you.
Pam, I think you can go on to the next slide.
Okay. All right, next slide. This is just letting you know that many of the sections that are specific to KCTCS harken back to our beginning. And some of them are really not applicable any longer, but they're still on the books, and I wouldn't necessarily want to go in and open up a can of worms to get them off the books. But basically, it was just a mechanism for making sure that everything was transferred from technical and community colleges, and giving the administrative obligations for the KCTCS president. So remember something when we get to our policies that's very important is for the administrative actions to be able to be handled, you all delegate your authority to the KCTCS president, who then delegates down. So there has to be that kind of avalanche of delegation in order for the institution to operate properly. And then Regent Damaris, KRS 164-600, that is exactly what you were talking about before, that prescribes the duties of the college boards of directors. And I know, dealing with a board in your area, you know, we try to hammer home those 5 limited duties, but people do chafe at being called an advisory board at sometimes. All right, next slide. So on our policies and procedures and our bylaws, the reason this was twofold. Regent Fletcher specifically and other regents requested that we go over statutory authority and what the Board of Regents is allowed to do, required to do, obligated to do. But also, in looking at everything, and I think if you will remember the last board meeting, I went over kind of the analysis that we would go through on the policies. But as I began to do that, it occurred to me that we really need to be going back to these statutes and those 3 ideas: transfer, workforce, and remediation continuing education, and continue to get all of those incorporated into our policies, and if we're going to have any procedures, also into our bylaws. And also the bylaws, remember, those are going to be operational in nature, but we still need to make sure that they are compliant with open meetings, with open records, etc. When the statute doesn't speak, we can put it in policy and we can put it in bylaws, but ultimately Robert's rules will control. And because Robert's rules is often a mishmash of corporate boards as well as volunteer boards, and it's not specific to higher ed, sometimes it is not that great at telling us what we need to do. And so we need to make sure that if there is something we need operationally for the board, it needs to be in the bylaw language. And then we'll get to our restructuring. We can't really put the committee part of the bylaws in until you all decide what the restructuring will look like. Okay, so we're on to the next slide. And I found 2 very good kind of succinct ways of looking at governance versus management, and it's this slide and the next slide. And I do want you to think about yourselves as the big picture people. You are the ones who are envisioning what this institution should look like in order to meet the citizens of Kentucky, the residents of Kentucky's needs. And then you're the ones who authorize the KCTCS president, and then the KCTCS president authorizes his or her employees, all of the college presidents, and they authorize their presidents. So big picture is you. And then management is the implementation of your big picture. So think of the staff and the faculty as the paintbrushes. We're going to go out there and paint everything, or the painters who are using the paintbrushes. But always you have got these 3 legal duties. You have a duty of care, a duty of loyalty, and a duty of obedience. And that last one seems kind of strange, but remember, when we go back to when you come to the table and you make a decision, even if you don't like that decision personally, if the board as a whole has passed something, then you you go forward, you march forward with that decision. And if ultimately down the road you feel like it needs to be changed, then you bring it up in the appropriate manner. So duty of care, you need to make sure that you're listening to all of the cabinet members, the college presidents, et cetera, and that you are doing your due diligence, you're loyal to the institution, and you are carrying out the decisions that the Board of Regents make. But again, it is not necessarily the little operational parts. You're the big picture. So next slide will kind of give you in bullet points those things. So governance, you're going to determine the mission, the strategy, and that's really important. Where will we be in 5 years? Where will we be in 10 years, 20 years, whatever? Appointing and overseeing management. So this acting as the committee of the whole to find a new president is one of your biggest, most important duties. Managing governance processes. You all have been picked because you have certain experiences. You need to bring those to bear in making your decisions, etc. Strategic thinking is what the board is doing. And then management is all that delegation of implementing that strategy for moving the institution forward. So always come back to those when we're looking at the policies. All right, we're on to our next slide. Now, what we've decided is that this is a huge undertaking to get new policies. So Matt Varney works in TS and he helps with teams all the time. So he met with us and patiently answered all our questions, which as I went through them, I realized I had asked them a million times before. So he was patient in answering them. But he has set us up a team site for the Board of Regents. We're on Teams right now, and you'll see it's not, it's pretty intuitive. It's not going to be a really difficult thing to do, but we're calling it our virtual workspace for policy revision, drafting, whatever. And basically, I've got a time frame that we'll go over that we will be able to, I will post, and you all can go in at your leisure, at your convenience. But we have a time frame, so I would need you to do that within the given time frame. If you don't, then I won't be able to incorporate your comments, recommendations, suggestions, etc. I will also post a few little videos. For instance, I think the first one I've mentioned is about policy construction. You know, there are do's and don'ts on policy construction. What can you do? What should you do? You can't really create a policy that says, or anything else we want to do. I mean, you wouldn't use that language, but certainly the board, you cannot create such a broad language that it becomes arbitrary and capricious. You've got to have vague enough language, but specific enough language that it is not void for vagueness, but it doesn't tie your hands too much. So we'll be talking about that. And then if all goes well on our team site, then we should be done by the end of December. But this is our timeline here. Hannah's pulling it up. We'll start March 26th. I'll post a short video on policy construction. And then I will also post a short video on policies. I think I gave you an example of that before. I'll give you a draft of that, and so on and so forth. So each time I will give you a time frame to collect comments and recommendations. Then I'll post the final policy. Then we'll move on and so forth until we get to December, and it will be ready to go. So if we can scroll on down, you'll see it's all laid out, and then that's for policy revision, and then the board restructuring is below that. And there's a timeline for that as well, and it kind of overlaps.
Pam,
And then board
Regent
meeting, we
Damaris
should be
has,
able. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Regent Damaris has her hand up.
Actually, I can wait till Pam's finished. That'd be fine. When let me know when you're done.
Okay, so I did want to say that I believe, our practice of having first and second readings can be set aside on this, because if we're doing this joint drafting, then you will have participated with your public comment prior to the final reading. So we should be able to move forward a little bit faster as far as that goes. But that's where we are and the time frame. And when we've taken all the questions, Terry is going to pull up our team site so you can have a look at it and talk to you about how it will work. Regent Damaris.
Just one question, actually a comment, and then I guess Terry's going to show us the technology. First, super huge thank you for all of this work. We knew it was a yeoman's task to begin with, and you are the A+ yeoman to make it happen. So thank you. Also, a thanks to the technology services folks, being able to do all of this iteratively and using technology will certainly give us the opportunity to read things at our own pace and not require us to have to gather together in rooms and talk about policies all day long, which feels like death. I really appreciate the ingenuity you guys have put together to come up with a way that's really going to work for everybody. I guess the one comment that I do have is that it really struck me during your presentation today, Pam, that those three very important duties we have to the 2-year course of general studies for transfer, the training necessary to develop a workforce, and remedial and continuing education. And I have expressed this in the past. I think a lot of our reporting and a lot of our updates really focus on the first one. I know that there's an awful lot of statistical information that is presented by folks from Dr. McCall's office that is absolutely fantastic. However, I've always felt that there hasn't been as much data on workforce as I would like to see. And I think I've asked a couple of times in the past for some of those reports to reflect more information on workforce. And having had this session today and having seeing workforce at a same level of importance as the 2-year course of general studies as well as remedial, I guess I would just say that as a regent, I feel it's my duty to advise Dr. Zarapata and his staff that I will be asking for more reporting on workforce. It is a clear, important task. It has been reiterated by legislators across the state as one of the most important things Kentucky can do for its citizens, and I think we need to focus a bit more on it. And so, through the reporting, we'll gather more information and hopefully have good discussions. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Now, I'll jump in on that. I think that with hiring we have a new workforce solutions person that's coming on board. And I think this is a good time to focus, especially as we emerge from the pandemic. KCTCS is the partner with the Chamber of Commerce to emerge from the pandemic. And so we have that wonderful partnership with Ashley Watts and the Chamber on Workforce. And we need to hear more, I think it's Regents from Lee Lingo, about how we partner with manufacturers on these partnerships in all of our counties, and just the urgency of getting people into these programs. So maybe that would be an opportunity at either the June or the September meeting to hear from.
Oh, absolutely. I think we can certainly pull something together for the June meeting. And Dr. Williams, I don't know if you want to talk about your 2 new recent hires.
Thank you. I'd be happy to do that. We have hired 2 new folks in the workforce area. We've hired Haley McCoy in a brand new position, Executive Director of Economic Development, because we have not had that link to the economic development agencies in the past. And then Jesse Shook as the new Executive Director of Workforce Solutions. Jessie came out of GLI in Louisville and has just really hit the ground running. Both are fabulous hires and are creating all sorts of new partnerships for us already. I think where we do report Workforce Solutions data, but often it is part of a really large report in the President's report. And so I think making a separate section or pulling that out in some way, Regent Damaris, would pull that more together, because to me, what you're asking for is not just our workforce solutions, which tends to be primarily our direct support of companies and economic development in the state, but you're also speaking to those technical programs in my understanding, where students go directly to work with their certificates, diplomas, and degrees, and we can tie wages back to those. So again, I think some of that gets lost in the larger reporting. I would be happy to make a subsection on that for the future.
Absolutely. You nailed it. That is exactly what I'm looking for. As I see this workforce called out in the top 3, I don't see it as any lesser importance than the 2-year course of general studies and the remedial and continuing education. And I don't think it was intentional in any way, but I do think that it has gotten buried in terms of reporting to the Regents. And I really would like to see it elevated to a higher level and called out separately. I feel like I could be more educated and talk with my constituents here in Northern Kentucky and across the state a little bit more intelligently if I had a more compartmentalized set of reporting with definitely a deeper level of detail around certificate programs and how they impact folks getting employed.
Be happy to do that. And if I may add one more thing, we are about to advertise for an Associate Vice President for Workforce Development. Before, that position was called Vice Chancellor of Workforce and Academics. Shannon Gilkey, who you may have met through the board meetings, was in that role. He has since left us to become the equivalent of Aaron Thompson for Rhode Island. So he was a great hire, brought a lot of strengths, and has moved on to a new opportunity. But seeing the importance of workforce solutions, Dr. Zarapata and the cabinet have said, let's focus that position just on workforce development and economic development. So we're using the equivalent title to Vice Chancellor of Associate Vice President because we feel like that's better understood in the business and economic development community than the Chancellor title, and we'll be posting that position soon. If any of the board members are aware of somebody who would be a great hire for KCTCS in that position, would really appreciate you sharing that. And I'll ask Dr. Zarapata to share that posting with you as it's moved forward.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to see the virtual workspace. At Bellarmine, we call it a sandbox, but I think that you calling it workspace is better than a sandbox.
Hi everyone. So this is what the Teams site will look like when you go into it. This first page is like the chat area. So there'll be, you can @ people here and it will send them an email and start a conversation. And then we've made different channels for each section. And so there will be a chat area for that. And then there, if you click on posts, that's the chat area. Files we'll have the folders in here set up and the documents themselves, and you'll be able to download them. You could do like a track changes version and upload it back in there for us to review and that sort of thing. So each section of the policies will have their own channel. And then here at the team site in general, there's also a link that will take you straight to the policies website. So if you wanted to look at it in a different format, or if you're looking at one policy and you need to refer to another one, you can get to it very quickly on this other tab.
That's great. Great. Wendy, did you have a question?
Yes, as we work through this, I love this, by the way, and I can't thank y'all enough. This is exactly when I asked for kind of a mutual space. This is exactly what I had in mind. So if someone goes in and does a recommendation or makes a comment, will the rest of us be made aware of that? Like, will there be a running thread or a running notification? So if Lisa makes a comment and puts it back in there, that I would be notified so I could take a look at her suggestion at that same time, or how does that part of it work?
I can jump in on that one. I think what we're going to probably need in June, and since we're planning on doing a technology swap, is we could probably have a training session on some of the nuances of Teams, and you can set up alerts basically so that anytime a new comment gets made, you can get an email notification or even a text message, or you can get like a daily summary of these sorts of things. So you can kind of set it up however you want it. And like I said, I think we probably need to have not a very long workshop, but a workshop just to kind of go over just some of the ins and outs of Teams.
Okay, that'll be great. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Was there another hand? I can't see. Great, thank you. This is the platform we switched to at Bellarmine, so this is how we set up our classes. And there's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's, you know, it is one repository. Thank you all. Thank you, Terry, wherever you are. And this is wonderful.
So one final note on that, what will happen is we will take all of your KCTCS Board of Regents emails, and Terry will be sending out invitations and adding you to the team. So you'll get a notification at your KCTCS Board of Regents email that will say you've been added to this team, and you should be able to click on the link and access the team that way. If for some reason that doesn't happen, you need to let us know, because we're trying to do it within these 2 days so that we can get comments from you if you are not able to access it, etc. So do let us know if by the end of the meeting tomorrow you have not received your notification, then we'll need to figure out what we're doing.
Thank you. Are there any final comments before we close out this meeting? This is Pam and Terry. This is just a wonderful, open, I think a lot of good clarification. So Wendy, did you have your hand up? Maybe not. Okay.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I know we have another meeting to go to, so I would like to call for the motion to adjourn. Somebody?
So moved. Regent Fletcher.
Fletcher, okay, and second?
Regent Fold, second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand or your team's hand. If I can remember where mine is. Okay. All right. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. The meeting adjourned at 11:06.
Great job, Pam.
That's great.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Pam. Great work.
Thank you.
God, wow. All right, so do you want to take a gets confusing. All
That
right.
was my problem this morning. I couldn't get into the correct one because somehow in the 6 I had, I was missing the 1 for the 9 o'clock meeting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's time for grace. Okay, I'd like to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents Executive Committee meeting. The time is now 11:19. The press was notified of the meeting on March the 8th, 2021. The Honorable Pam Duncan, KCTCS General Counsel, will serve as parliamentarian. I'd like to ask Pam to please review those members present on Teams to let us know if a quorum has been established.
If everyone could turn on their cameras, all the regents, I see Regent Fletcher, Regent Stevens, Regent Damaris. Is Regent Allen, Damon Allen here?
I don't believe he's going to make this meeting. I'm not positive.
Okay. And Regent Gardner?
You can see me.
Okay, yes. Okay, so everyone is here except for Regent Allen, which means that we have 5 members present, and that is a quorum.
Thank you. So the minutes were distributed to all people. Were there any corrections or additions? Thank you. If no corrections, the minutes are approved. And are there any changes or additions to the agenda? There being none, we will proceed with the agenda as presented. So pursuant to the statute and the board bylaws, we are proposing the following 2022 regular meeting dates. You can see them here, the March 17 and 18, June 9 and 10, September 15 and 16, and December 1 and 2. So regents are asked to review their calendars and let staff know by April 26 whether their schedules permit attendance on the board at these dates. We will adopt the 2022 regular meeting calendar at the June 10 through 11 meeting. Locations for the 2022 meetings will be determined once the new president is on board. Are there any questions or further discussion? Okay, so we have a recommendation. This is action item. It's from page 10. The recommendation is that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve a revised mission statement for Hazard Community and Technical College as presented in the agenda materials. I'd like to ask for Dr. Zarapata to introduce this item. Before I do this, please know that it's the policy of KCTCS that each SACS accredited college under the jurisdiction of our Board of Regents have a statement of purpose approved by the governing board and the KCTCS Board of Regents that we periodically review and approve mission statements of each accredited college. It's also the policy of KCTCS, the college mission statement be reviewed annually. The mission statement shall be submitted to the KCTCS Board of Regents for approval at least once every 3 years. Dr. Zarapata.
Thank you very much, Chair Henson. I'm proud to introduce Dr. Jennifer Linden from Hazard Community and Technical College to provide background information on the mission statement.
Thank you, Dr. Zarapata. And it is so good to see our regents virtually. And I haven't seen some of you in person or virtually in probably close to a year. So it's good to see your faces out there, and I look forward to when we can see each other in person again. But yes, we have been going through the process of revising our mission statement. So we sent our old mission statement, if you will, out to all college faculty and staff. And we actually had a suggestion. We didn't have many suggestions, but we did have a suggestion from one of our long-time nursing faculty. And she thought that we should really include a word that represented fairness and inclusiveness. So she threw out the words equity and inclusiveness. So we really looked at that. We took that back to the PLT and we looked at adding that word into our mission statement. So we revised the mission statement, and then we just happened to be having a board of directors meeting. So I ran it through the board of directors and let them know where we were at with everything with our revising our mission statement. And they were on board and in agreement, but we didn't do any type of official vote then because I still had not ran it through all of our college processes, but I just kind of gave them an update. So then we had our college advisory council, and they discussed it, and they really thought that the term equitable was where we wanted to go because we wanted to show that we were fair. You know, equitable means fair, and they wanted to show that we provided a fair opportunity and fair access, the same opportunity and the same access to all students who entered our doors. So the College Advisory Council is actually made up at HCTC of leadership from our faculty and our staff. So we have academics, we have student services represented, we have business office represented, and so all of the various departments, IT. And so they looked at the addition of the word and where we were adding it, and they approved it. So then we sent the revised mission statement back out to all the faculty and staff. Everyone was in agreement. We sent it back to our president's leadership team at HCTC, and we were in agreement. And so it finally went back to our board of directors, and they did approve adding the word equitable on February 11th. And I think we have the old statement and the new statement, and you've probably looked at that in your notebook or your packet. So the old statement is, Hazard Community and Technical College empowers students by providing educational opportunities. And then the new one is, Hazard Community and Technical College empowers students by providing equitable educational opportunities that lead to student success, rewarding careers, and community enhancement. And then we also have Hazard Community and Technical College is a member of the Kentucky Community and Technical College system serving the needs of Southeastern Kentucky.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Linden. That all that collaboration really creates a good product here, good statement. Are there any questions or discussions? Thank you for your work there.
Thank you, Carrie Hinson.
Thank you. I have a motion that the executive, I'd like to call for a motion in a second, that the executive committee recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the revision of the mission statement for Hazard Community and Technical College, HCTC, as presented in the agenda materials. Do I have a motion?
This is Regent Damaris. I'd like to make that motion.
Second, Regent Stevens.
All right, thank you. All those in favor, Pam Duncan will be conducting the roll call vote, so you'll need to turn on your camera for the vote. Pam, will you proceed?
Yes. Chair Gail Henson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lisa Damaris.
Yes.
Secretary Regent Wendy Fletcher.
Wendy Fletcher, yes.
Damon Allen is not present. Regent Chris Girdler.
Yes.
And Regent James Lee Stevens.
Yes.
That is a total of 5 votes, and the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa will present this tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Linden, so much. Okay, the next item is a legislative update. Dr. Zarapata, will you please introduce this agenda item?
Absolutely. I want to give a shout out to Representative Tipton and Senator Givens for really carrying the water on the performance-based funding and getting that added into the budget. That originally wasn't in the plans, but it did go through. And that means, Wendell will cover it during the Finance Committee meeting, but it's about $3.5 million that will go towards KCTCS colleges. And right now I'd like to introduce Brian Perry, who has had a challenging time given the remote nature of the legislative session, but he's done a great job keeping us up to date.
Good morning. So as Dr. Sarapata noted, the budget finally came out last Friday. So just a quick recap, the governor presented his budget proposal in January. Both chambers then pretty quickly passed what they called continuation budgets, It was a little unusual that normally is not the process, but they wanted to do it quickly so that when they went into recess in January, they could work on hammering out the details of the budget. We thought that it would go pretty quickly when they came back in early February, but it didn't. And so we finally saw the budget post late Friday night. And it includes some of the things that the governor recommended. So they did put a 2% increase to post-secondary education in the budget. All of that will go into the performance funding pool. So for us, that means about $3.3 million will get divided up among the 9 institutions that are below equilibrium. They also included about $850,000 to help us pay for our KERS contribution increase that's related to House Bill 8 that I'll mention in a minute. They also maintain the dual credit tuition language at 40% of the KCTCS rate. So that was something that we got done last budget session. So we were glad to see that continue. Because it's in the budget, that language is only good until the end of June 2022. So we will be addressing that again next year. They also included some property conveyance language that will help the colleges sell surplus property. I'll mention that a little more at the end of my update. The governor had proposed expanding the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship to more of a promise style scholarship that would include all credential levels in all fields. Right now, it's limited to the top 5 sectors. That did not get included in the final budget. That's not a surprise, but it was interesting to hear that conversation kind of pick up some steam here in the state. It's obviously something that's been talked about a lot nationally. Tennessee has a promise style scholarship as well. I expect that conversation will continue over the next year. The governor had included $50 million in bond funds for asset preservation for higher ed with a 50% match for a total of $75 million. None of that made it into the final budget, however. So there's no money in the budget for asset preservation, unfortunately. So obviously Wendell will go over this in much more detail with you all, but that's a quick rundown of what the budget's looking like. There's several other bills that I wanted to mention. So Senate Bill 135, this was the performance funding bill. This came out of the working group that had been working on this for about a year. It included Senator Givens and Representative Tipton, along with all of the university presidents and the KCTCS president. So they kind of hammered out what they wanted and presented that to the members, and amazingly enough, that's pretty much what got passed. The big change here is that there will be there'll be a funding floor implemented. So all of the institutions will now have a base level funding that they should not fall below. This is a little different. It'll also change the stop loss contribution that the colleges were having to put into the performance funding pool, which then got divvied out. They now are going to only put new money above and beyond that floor amount into the performance funding pool. So, yeah, so that's a good win for us. We have 6 colleges that were really kind of needing the stop loss to continue, but the floor does the same thing and is actually probably a little better for them. House Bill 8 was this round of pension reform. So this changes the way that the unfunded liability is assigned to institutions. So it locks us into a 30-year payment. That's probably good for us in the short term, not so good for us in the long term, because we don't think we'll have anybody in KERS in about 15 years. We're hoping that there'll be a look back that'll change our payment somewhere down the line. The good news is that they did include that $850,000 for us in the next budget to help us pay for the cost increase. That subsidy will decline by about 10% a year in theory and level off at about 60% of the increase. The one caveat here is that nothing is binding future General Assemblies to this agreement. So I think that in the next few budget cycles, when most of these members are still around, that subsidy will be there. After that, I think it will be much more of an issue. So that's something to watch. There were a number of vaccine-related bills filed this session, not surprisingly. The one that ended up moving was Senate Bill 8, filed by Senator Mike Wilson. out of the Elizabethtown area, or out of the, Bowling Green area. The good news is this one probably has the least impact on post-secondary education. It was really aimed more at elementary and secondary education. It is awaiting action by the governor, so he can either sign it, let it become law without signing, or veto it. If he vetoes it, they need a simple majority vote in each chamber. So 51 votes in the House, 19 in the Senate to override. And they should easily override almost any of his vetoes. So the last 3 years or three sessions, we've had a number of concealed carry bills that would impact post-secondary education. These were normally carried by Tim Moore from the Elizabethtown area. He retired, and Representative Savannah Maddox up near the Dry Ridge area has really become the person that is carrying that mantle on. So she filed House Bill 337. This was a kind of a tricky bill in that it made a very small change that would have a very big impact. So it would have limited post-secondary institutions' ability to prohibit concealed carry on campus. This is something that all of the universities and KCTCS have opposed in the past, including all of the university campus police chiefs. So we'll be obviously watching this issue as we move forward. That bill did not move at all this year, so I'm hopeful that for now, that's not going to be something we have to worry about. House Bill 145 was a student discipline bill that got a lot of conversation this year. This is a repeat bill. It was filed last session. It came back this session with a different sponsor. It's really being driven by one student who's done a very good job of advocating for what he believes in, but it would really complicate the disciplinary process at all the post-secondary institutions. Fortunately, it got out of the House by a wide margin, but fortunately, we were able to talk to some senators. The PLT did a great job of reaching out to their members in the Senate that were on the Education Committee where it got assigned. And I think that the conversation may continue over the next year, and we're likely to see this bill come back, but I think that it's got a ways to go before it gets out of the Senate. So I'm not too concerned at this point. There are a few other bills of interest that were out there. House Bill 25 was a Keys bill filed by one of the newer members, but it's really Representative Tipton that's driving this one. It would allow incarcerated individuals to utilize Keys money. This is a priority for him. He really wants to see more incarcerated and recently incarcerated folks getting into the education pipeline, both to help our workforce participation rate and also to reduce recidivism. So this is one of the few bipartisan bills out there this year. It had a lot of co-sponsors and had a number of Democratic co-sponsors, especially from the Jefferson County, Louisville area. I expect that Representative Tipton will be pushing this bill in the interim, and we'll probably see something similar filed again next year because it got out of the House but didn't make it to the Senate. Chair Huff, who's the chair of the Education Committee in the House, filed House Bill 253. This again is a repeat bill. She's trying to add a FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid requirement to high school graduation. Got a lot of conversation last year, got out of the House. So she brought it back this year. It didn't make nearly as much progress this year. I mentioned that because we really helped push that last year. We didn't do much with it this year, but it's related to something we'll be talking about in the interim that I'll talk about in a second. So as I mentioned, the governor wanted to expand the Work Ready Kentucky Scholarship to be more of a promise style scholarship that would apply to all credentials in all fields at the associate level and below. This was really interesting because it was filed by a Republican. So it was a Republican carrying the governor's kind of proposal. So it was really an interesting concept. It didn't make a lot of movement. It got out of the House Education Committee, but that was about it. But I expect that that conversation will continue as we go forward. The one area of concern for us relating to this expansion is that they were going to include a 9-hour requirement per semester to qualify for the scholarship. That's a big change for this scholarship because when we looked at the numbers, 40% or so of the Work Ready recipients that we've had pursuing a healthcare credential have taken less than 9 hours, at least in one semester. So That's something we'll be talking to folks about during the interim. So if they do talk about, if this idea gains some momentum and they do decide to go with it, they understand what the implication would be for that 9-hour requirement. Finally, House Bill 338 is another bipartisan bill. It's got quite a bit of support this year. It got out of the House. It would allow proprietary institutions to accept KEYS money. So it really is another school choice bill. I know you've probably been hearing a lot about the school choice stuff in the news. This one would just allow high school students that have earned KEYS money to use it at any proprietary institution in the state. Again, this is kind of an interesting one because it had a lot of bipartisan co-sponsors. Again, several Democrats from Louisville area. So looking ahead to 2022, which I know that this session is technically not ended yet, but we will immediately start thinking about the 2022 budget session as soon as we're done. So there's already two things kind of on the radar. One is to get the property conveyance language finally set in statute. It's been in the budget for a number of years now. Wendell did a really good job this fall of getting all of the CBOs on the same page and agreeing to some language. And I think there's finally enough movement that we can make a real push next year to get a bill passed that will put that in statute and put it to rest. I think a lot of folks are tired of asking for it and hearing about it every year. The other big thing that we're started talking with the Kentucky Chamber about is adding a FAFSA requirement to the 12 state mandated tuition waivers. So there are 12 tuition waivers that are out there for various populations, and they cost us quite a bit in waived tuition every year, up in the millions of dollars. So the Kentucky Chamber really liked this idea, so we've talked about it since the fall, and I think we'll continue that conversation during the interim. There's one population of students, the foster and adopted tuition waiver, that I think we will have to talk more about, but otherwise the other 11, I think it'll be a pretty easy sell to add a FAFSA requirement to them. So that's a pretty quick update of a kind of wild session with the one-year budget being drafted in a short session. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you very much, Brian.
Okay, let's see, I see Lisa.
Just a point of clarification, because I was reading the notes as you were talking, but I think you said something different than the notes. On HB 25 KEYS, can we go back up to that one? Yeah, it says there it passed out of the House and is now awaiting action on the floor of the Senate. Did you say that it did not pass out of the Senate?
You're muted, Brian.
Myself. Sorry. No, it's not passed the Senate. It just passed out of the House.
Okay, so it's dead in terms of this year then, right? For now?
Yes. Technically, they can still pass a bill. Yesterday or Tuesday was the deadline to pass bills that are veto proof. So those bills got sent to the governor in time for them to preserve veto power. Any bill passed from here on out could still get sent to the governor. It just would not, they would not be able to override it in the event of a veto.
Okay, all right.
I'd like to comment on this. When I first started teaching at U of L, a lot of people were teaching at JCTC's program out at the prison. And, you know, that education is so important, whether it's GED completion or teaching, you know, some of our programs in jails and prisons. And so it sounds like this would be one that we'd really want to advocate for, you know, that we hope that this would pass. The other question I had is about HB 338 on KEYS money.
All the proprietaries?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I would really be interested to hear what Aaron Thompson would say about that. You know, when you look at some of the programs at some of the fly-by-night proprietaries, and I can think of some of the CNAs that work in the nursing homes where I do my hospice work. And I say, where are you going to, are you doing JCTC's program? No, and they'll mention some, you know, very expensive proprietary school.
Yeah.
You know, many times the cost of a JCTC. It's surprising that this is being considered.
So I think that from our perspective, the difficulty here is that this gets framed as school choice or as student choice, right? So it really is, the sponsor did a nice job of coming up with a good analogy. He called it, you know, instead of giving a student a Walmart gift card where they can only use it one store, this changes it to be a Visa type of card where then they can choose what store to use it at. So from our standpoint, that's the difficulty in arguing against a bill like this, is that it comes across as anti-choice. So there wasn't a lot of participation on this bill from higher ed, I think in large part because of that.
Okay. Are there any other questions from members of this committee? Okay. All right. Thank you, Brian. Sounds like you got to work out in this really short session. I know I've never contacted so many people that, you know, through the LRC calling line as I have this year. So I don't know if it made any difference. All right. So I guess our next meeting for the executive committee will be June the 10th. We hope it will be in Versailles, but it might be on Teams. And I'd like to thank Lisa and Wendy for being so available. We've had a lot of good dialogue and discussion past couple months, and it's been very helpful as we go forward on these and other issues. I'd like to call for a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved. Regent Fletcher.
Thank you. A second.
Second, Regent Stevens.
All right, thank you. All those in favor of adjourning, please raise your hand. One way or the other. All right. Did you see us, Pam?
I do. Everyone is in favor of adjourning.
All right.
We are adjourned.
All right, the motion passes. The meeting is adjourning at 11:46. So our next meeting will be at 1 o'clock, and James Lee will be leading the Efficiency, Effectiveness, and Accountability Committee. So with that, we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He is efforting to get to a computer.
Okay. Kara McFadden is not. So it appears that we have all but 3 members present. So we do have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call the Kentucky Community and Technical College EEA meeting in, and it is Eastern Time 1:02. The press was notified of the meeting on March the 8th, 2021. Pam will be who's general counsel, be the parliamentarian. Pam, I'll turn it over to you right now.
Okay, well, I mean, at this point, we do have a quorum, so we are prepared to go forward with our business. The first agenda item is ready to go forward.
Thank you. Is there being a quorum? The business will commence. Is one of the items first item we need to discuss is the minutes of the last meeting were distributed and there were no meetings. And that was indicated because that Chair Henson and former President Box made the consideration for a virtual meeting. And since it would be postponed until March of 2021, since we did not have a new permanent president, and that's how we stand now. Moving the meeting from March to June schedule, and we are doing better alignment with the evaluation process. So that's the reason Lisa, I appreciate your comment about that. That's the reason we actually do not have any minutes of the last meeting is because those will, there is. Are there any?
Chair Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Hannah. We actually do have minutes to approve. They are just from March of last year of 2020. We did not have a meeting in September of 2020, but we still do need to approve the last EEA meeting minutes, which again was in March.
All right. You able to review those or any corrections of the minutes?
This is Karen Finan, so moved.
All right, a second. All those. All right, Pam, so back to you again.
All right, if there are no objections to the minutes, and everyone will please just raise your hand, then we can move forward with the approval of the minutes.
Excuse me, Pam?
Yes.
Yeah, just before the final vote, I just wanted to qualify something that Regent Stevens said. My question was that the minutes said the next meeting would be in September, and I recall that it didn't happen in September. So I have no problem with the minutes themselves. I believe that they are probably accurate as they stand. I was absent from the March meeting, so I don't know exactly if they are accurate, but I just was questioning, did I miss something in September? But apparently I did not. That was a conscious decision that was made at the time by Dr. Box and Chair Henson. So that's just to clarify, what the question that I asked and for the rest of the board. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, correct. Just to make it clear, so the EEA committee met last March of 2020. In those minutes, if you'll see at the bottom, it indicates that the committee would be meeting again in September of 2020. I have it pulled up on the screen right here. We did not meet in September of 2020 because at that time, Chair Henson and President Box had determined it would be better to push the meeting to March of 2021. At that time, we thought we would have a new president. And so we held off on having a meeting as scheduled in the minutes in September. That's why there are no September minutes to approve.
Thank you, Hannah and Lisa, for that clarification. Any other discussions or questions?
Joe Heerdink and Mark Wells both have their hands up.
All right.
Sorry, that was a leftover. I was just voting.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought it was. I'm sorry, Mark. I thought that we were trying to, yes, I'm sorry. My fault. So Pam, for the call of the vote now, is that correct?
Right. So please, let's do this again. And this is good that we have on the record that the September meeting did not happen. These are, just to make sure everyone is clear, these are the March meeting minutes that are being approved. So the motion has been made and seconded. Will everyone please raise their hands again so that I can take the vote? All right, we have a unanimous vote of members present, so we are ready to pass this motion forward.
Thank you, Madam. The next item on the agenda, for those of you that are new to the board, that I'll give a brief history of our procedures. Is in 2018, the Southern Association of Colleges and Universities required governmental bodies to issue an annual evaluation order to members of the board to determine how they're carrying out their duties and responsibility. This is our third year of doing this survey. I sent each one of you, the board, by email several weeks ago asked for your suggestions, any changes and comments. Since last year, we did make two changes to this survey. One was adding the category needs to improve, and the second one is changing the evaluation period from June to June for that. This year, I received a suggestion from Lisa regarding the survey, and I'd like to forward this discussion. It is no objection. I'd like to have these two questions important to the survey, and I'll let Lisa give those questions and the reason for that. Lisa?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. Hannah, do you have the questions listed so that people can see them on the screen?
I do not have them listed. If Mr. Stevens would mind to read them, they should be in his annotated.
Sure. Yes, ma'am, I will. The first question is to be added, the board members are well informed of financial responsibility. And the second one is board members work together to ensure KCTCS long-term success. And Lisa asked those, and I guess, Lisa, you can explain why that you feel like, and I concur, that those two need to be added to our survey.
Right. Thank you, Chair Stevens. So the first one is an evaluation of ourselves that board members feel like they are well aware of their fiduciary responsibilities. And honestly, I'm asking that to be added as a result of all the work that Pam Duncan has done with her team and all of the efforts that you saw in the meeting this morning. That says, you know, these are our fiduciary responsibilities in terms of members of the Board of Regents. And so for us to be able to annually check ourselves and to be sure that we are clear that we understand what our fiduciary responsibilities are, and that we are always aware of them and we know what our requirements are per statute, I thought it would be a good idea to add that question. So it's really a question related to an annual review of the materials that we spent considerable time on this morning and making sure we feel comfortable with them. The second question was related to the dedication of the Board of Regents to always be thinking about the future success of the institution. And the reason why I asked that one to be added is because we as board members and those of us who are appointed for 6-year term, and we have other folks that are elected for different term lengths, and our students come with us for 1 year. You know, we tend to deal with the day-to-day, and that's what everybody does. You come in and you work on the problems, issues, challenges, and opportunities of the day. But I think as a Board of Regents for this institution, we always have to be thinking about what decisions are we making today that are contributing toward the future success of KCTCS. Many times we will make decisions that we don't necessarily realize the results of them in the first year or 2 years of making the decision. It could be a longer term decision. So I think we need to continuously ask ourselves through the survey, are we doing everything that's good for KCTCS today? And are we focused on doing the right things for KCTCS in the future? And so that's why I asked for that question to be added.
Does any other discussion on those two questions? If not, I will recommend to you that we add those two questions on there as part of our evaluation. After this meeting, you will get a survey from on board that with these questions, and it should come out sometime the latter part of April or the 1st of May for your evaluation. And we would like to have those back, and there'll be a timeline in there. We'd like to have those back before Memorial Day. And you do those on board and the replies. And in June, I will give you the results of that. Also, that we will be sending out the evaluations with that for the last 2 years. So you can kind of go back and look at where we were in 18 or 19 and 20 this years is what I'm saying. So that's our timeline. If you have any questions, you can contact Hannah or Amy, either one is. But we really need everyone. And I know that we're going to have a lot of information because Pam talked about this morning but this is very important. So I would encourage you when you get that just as soon as you can to fill that out and return it. Are there any other questions in reference to this part of the agenda? Angela, I see your hand up. Are you wanting to ask a question or you forgot to take your hand down?
I forgot to take my hand down. I'm sorry.
Okay, here is we did add the needs to improve, and there is Hannah, if you just scroll through that very briefly and the comments, and then she will add the two that Lisa has. And as I said before, we'll send you the last 2 year results and so you can compare. Thank you. Any other questions in reference to that? Just let us know. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda is the policies of KCTCS and the update of the strategic plan. And I'll turn that over to Dr. Williams to give you a thumbnail sketch of our strategic plan, where we stand, and the procedures that we need to work toward those prior to the June meeting. Dr. Williams.
Thank you so much, Chair Stevens. Really appreciate it. I'd like to introduce two staff members who will play key roles in the strategic plan development. Ask them to turn on their video so they can take questions and collect your comments. First is Alicia Crouch. Many of you have already met Alicia. She's our Vice Chancellor for the Office for Research and Policy Analysis, which we call ORPA. And the second is Alan Lawson. He's the Director of Data Analytics and Visualization for ORPA. And they will lead this process and help us keep on track as we develop our new strategic plan. KCTCS completes its current strategic plan for 2016-2022 on June 30th of 2022. And as per Board of Regents Policy 4.9 and KCTCS Administrative Policy 4.9.1, a new plan will be developed for implementation by July 1st. Through this process, we'll be reviewing the system's mission, values, and vision, and determine the process and strategic goals and metrics. And as Hannah is sharing with you, there's a more full document in your board materials. We'll also determine the length of the new plan. The current plan is 6 years with 3 2-year embedded action plans with strategies and tactics to meet strategic plan goals. ORPA, the Office for Research and Policy Analysis, will take that lead, and they'll be disseminating surveys and other means of gathering information and helping us to determine appropriate metrics for reporting. The Delivery and Programs Action Team, which is one of 4 action teams of the President's leadership team, will lead the strategic planning development representing the colleges. That's led by Dr. Phil Neal of Sky CTC and includes Dr. Kofi Akapo of BCTC, Dr. Larry Ferguson of ACTC, and Dr. Scott Williams of OCTC. The planning process will ensure Board of Regents participation. As you heard in Pam's presentation this morning, our strategic plan is an important part of the board's oversight, and board final approval of the strategic plan will also be important. Your participation could include board input through workshops or retreats. However the board determines, the board will be asked to provide direction. The process will include surveys and/or focus groups of stakeholders, including the KCTCS President's Leadership Team, faculty, students, and staff, obviously the Board of Regents, our KCTCS Foundation Board members, College Board of Directors, and many external stakeholders. The Council on Post-Secondary Education is completing its new strategic agenda. That's a foundational document for where we're going to go. And they're looking at completing that strategic agenda through 2030. They'll have it completed by November 2021. Again, we'll use that as a foundation. Colleges will develop their strategic plans with input and approval from their boards of directors during and following this process. So there is a proposed timeline in your materials that through July 2021, we would finalize the process, the timeline, the length of the plan, and provide input into the CPE agenda. Next fall, August through December, we would survey students, faculty, staff, industries, community, state organizations, and stakeholders. Then January through April, we would complete our final tactics and strategies and metrics, along with any associated action plans. The PLT would approve a plan to recommend to you as the board, and then you all would approve it at your March or June meetings, with the goal of then rolling everything out in June or before. So we really appreciate your interest, leadership, and support in this process, and I welcome any questions or comments now. Thank you, Chair Stevens.
Any comments for Dr. Williams?
I would just add, when we developed the 2016 to 2022 plan, the board actually had roughly an entire, or maybe it was half a day, I think, dedicated with the KCTCS president and his cabinet to basically go through it was a facilitated process to really bring this together. And I would suggest that maybe even more than a half day with the board to really help these things gel.
Thank you, Paul. Chairman Henson.
Thank you. I just have a question. Having just finished some other plans, to what extent does our plan need to mirror the goals of the CPE?
So CPE will continue its strategic goal of 60% of the adults in the Commonwealth holding a credential by the year 2030. And they'll have other embedded strategies. We don't know what those will be yet, but clearly we'll all be focused on their 60 by 30 goal. And that will again lay the foundation for what we're doing. And then as their plan is moved forward and finalized, then the Board of Regents and all of our colleges will be using that as a foundational document. But there is no requirement that it be this exact same. There will be strategies in there that are pertinent to our colleges, strategies towards the universities. You know, they may include adult education, GED strategies in there. So it'll be interesting to see where they take that.
Absolutely. I'm working with the comprehensive plan in Louisville and another plan, but we're required to follow their 5 principles and take them home to a micro level. So that's why I asked. I wish that we were in Versailles, and we could go to that room where they have the box of Tide and the magic chart on the wall, because that chart visualizes the CPE strategic plan and then where every single college fits. And I think that connectedness is a challenge for everybody, you know, from the 16 community colleges to fit into our plan and our plan to fit in with all the other plans. You know, there's a coherence to it. But I think, you know, when we get back to Versailles, if we can, as we think about the strategic plan, just see how we're all pieces of a puzzle and there are overriding goals. But that visual helps, and this visual helps too.
You make a great point, though, Dr. Henson, because that alignment plan shows the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board strategic plan. It shows CPE's, it shows KCTCS's plan, and then also our action strategies over that 2-year time period. So we do have an updated document. Be happy to ask Hannah to share it back out to the board after this meeting, just so that you have that. The KWIB's plan will end a couple of years after ours. So it'll be, you know, I think they all play against each other and kind of create a tension. So our plan will probably inform the KWIB's plan as it goes forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Williams or Paul? All right, hearing none is, I'll report both of these items to the regular board meeting tomorrow, agenda items. The next meeting of the EEA committee will be June the 10th, 2021 at the systems office in Versailles. And I know they put on my note or virtually, I'm saying it's going to be at the systems office in Versailles. So with that is, we'll turn it back to Ms. Duncan is for motion to adjourn and second. Pam?
I need a motion.
I move.
This is Regent Foltz, I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Will everyone please raise their hands if they are prepared to adjourn? Looks like everyone is ready to leave. So of the members present, it's unanimous and we are adjourned.
Yes, at 12:24 now, I have a question for Paul or someone. Is the next meeting, I think, is not supposed to, is it going to start early, Paul, or is it going to start at the designated time?
That is a good question.
I told you my meetings would be short.
This is Hannah. The next scheduled meeting is supposed to start at 2 o'clock. It's the Finance, HR, and Technology Committee meeting. However, I would recommend that we do wait until 2 o'clock because Damon is the chair of that committee and he hopes to be able to join us right at 2 o'clock, but he would not be available before.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
You're
we'll see
welcome.
everyone in about 35 to 40 minutes. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
I would like to call to order the Kentucky Community and Technical College System Board of Regents Finance, Technology, and Human Resources Committee meeting. The time is 2 p.m. The press was notified of this meeting on March 8th, 2021, and Ms. Pamela Duncan, KCTCS General Counsel, will serve as parliamentarian. And at this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Duncan to please review those members present on the Teams gallery view and let us know if a quorum has been established.
Yes, if everyone will turn on their cameras. It does appear from both the participants and the camera view that all members are present, including Chair Henson, who's ex officio member of this committee. So we do have a quorum and we are ready to proceed.
Perfect, thank you. So there being a quorum present, we'll start with the first order of business, which is approval of the minutes from our December 3rd meeting. There is one technical correction to attachment A of the minutes, and it's so minor, it's just removal of an extra 2 as in TO. Are there any other corrections? Okay, hearing none. The minutes are approved. So the next item of business for us is ratification of the personnel actions that are included in your agenda materials, and I'd like to call on President Zarapata to present this item.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Allen. I would like to call on Vice President Wendell Followell, who you're going to hear a whole lot of today.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. Committee, I'd like to recommend that the Board of Regents ratify the personnel actions. Since the personnel actions regularly occur throughout the year, those actions are then allowed to take place and then come back on the quarter at the next board meeting, and then the committee review those and recommend approval for those to be ratified through the consent agenda. This format has been in place for a number of years. It includes individual personnel actions, summary personnel actions, non-renewals, and it was last done on February the 1st. I want to make a couple of highlights. If you will look at the attachment, if you will, of the personnel actions, if you want to think, if you'll scroll down. There we go. Just real quickly, I'll go through this. As of February 1st, and I've got one update, we have administrative appointments. We have Ms. Pamela Duncan as the general counsel as of 1/1/21. We have nothing on the administrative retirements. The administrative resignations, we have Shannon Gilkey, who was vice chancellor for workforce. We also have Donna Davis, that's not listed in the report, but would be a part of the update, that she was the executive director for Workforce Solutions, that also she retired on 2/28/21. No administrative promotions or no promotions to report, no leaves of absence greater than 90 days. Unfortunately, we do have a report of one death at Bluegrass Community and Technical College. We have summary personnel actions. There's 24 of those in various academic appointments in various colleges. No administrative appointments. If you continue to scroll down, no reappointments, terminal reappointments, leaves of absence. Under non-administrative retirements, we have 21 faculty, 16 staff, a total of 37. Resignations, we have 25 faculty, 8 staff, for a total of 33. Non-renewal appointments, we have 2 regular full-time positions as of 2/1/21 when this report was created. UK 98 faculty, 25 staff, 18A and 151B. We have 11 faculty, 13 staff. KCTCS faculty 1450 and staff 2387 for a total of 1,559 faculty, 2,450 staff, 4,009 of all full-time positions. Now, with our retirement plans, we have, and this is as of February 1, actually these numbers have come down a little bit more in our KERS and KTRS plans. In KERS, I believe that number is down to about 375. So we've had a couple more 3 retirements there, 3 of those being part-time. Likewise, in KTRS, I think it's dropped down 1 or 2. And then you see we have 26 or 3260 in 403B, for a total of 4,009. Regular positions vacant as of full-time positions as of February the 1st, 38 faculty and 70 staff. Mr. Chair, that would be my report. I'll be glad to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments? Further discussion? Okay. So hearing none, I'd like to get a motion that this committee recommend to the full board the ratification of the personnel actions that Mr. Followell just covered. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved, Karen Finan.
Thank you, Karen. And a second?
Second.
And I'm sorry, who was that?
Gail.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Henson. I can't see everybody on the bottom of my screen. So then I'd like to ask Ms. Duncan as parliamentarian to conduct a roll call vote, please.
All right, if you will have your camera on when I call your name and vote yes, no, or abstain. Committee Chair Damon Allen.
Damon Allen, I vote yes.
Committee Vice Chair Karen Finan.
Karen Finan, I vote yes.
Regent Herdink.
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent Kara McFadden.
Kara McFadden, yes.
Regent James Lee Stevens.
James Lee Stevens, yes.
Regent Mark Wells.
Mark Wells, yes.
And Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
The motion is yes unanimously and therefore carries.
Perfect, thank you. So the next order of business is receipt of our 2019-2020 annual audit. So you have that in your material starting on page 15. And then again, I would like to call on President Zarapata to present this item.
Yes, and before I call on Wendell, I just want to congratulate everyone from Wendell, Gloria's, and Technology Solutions staff that participated in the audit this year. This is probably the best one I can recall, and I'll turn it over to Wendell.
Yeah, I want to introduce the Brad Shelley from Crow. He's the managing director who is in charge of our audit. I'll ask him to present the audit and to point out a couple of things. I think agree with wholeheartedly with Interim President Zarapata. This is the best audit we've had. We have no management findings, but I'll let Mr. Shelley tell you about that.
All right, thanks, Wendell. Way to spoil my good news right off the bat there, but thanks for allowing me a few minutes to introduce myself today and go through the audit report with you all. Just wanted to go through a few highlights here, and I think you all have it, so I'll refer to some page numbers as I go through. Those page numbers will be the PDF page number if you have the electronic version.
Brad, you might, which one of the documents are you looking at so they make sure they're looking at the same thing?
For the long form financial statement?
The document with uniform guidance so that everybody's at the front title.
Yeah, the front of it should say report on audit of institutions of higher education in accordance with uniform guidance.
Pretty thick.
It's a 86-page document in PDF. So I'll give you a second to get everything pulled up. And again, while we're pulling this up, just at a high level, as Wendell mentioned, I think the audit process went relatively smoothly given the circumstances this year with in the middle of a pandemic and trying to do things remotely. The team from KCTCS was very helpful, very prepared, and made that process a much smoother process than what it maybe could have been. And again, I think that shows in the results of the audit, and we'll go through those now. So there's actually 3 different independent auditors reports included in this financial statements. The first one is on page 3 and 4 of the PDF. So if you scroll down a couple pages there. little too far. Go up a couple pages there. I think one more page up, maybe. One more page, yeah. So this is the second page of the independent auditor's report, and this is really where the key wording is, especially at the top of the page. This is where we provide our opinion. So on the first page of it, we go through what our responsibilities are, what management's responsibilities are, which is for the financial statements themselves. Our responsibility is to provide an opinion on those financial statements based on our audit procedures. So we do provide an opinion at the top, an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance we can provide, also known as a clean audit opinion. So that's what you're striving for, and that's what you received this year. Now, as you go down one page, we start what's referred to as the management's discussion and analysis. And this goes on for about 10 or 11 pages. And really, oftentimes, I'll point boards or finance committees to this section. This gives probably the best overview from a high level of what has happened during the past year, because this is where management can provide some context to the numbers. If you scroll down to the next page, this is page 6 in the PDF. Sorry, one more page to page 7 of the PDF. This gives you a high level overview of, sorry, go back one. There we go. This gives you a 3-year snapshot, really, of your statements and net position, which shows you your total assets and deferred outflows, your total liabilities and deferred inflows, and then your net position. As you can see, for the fiscal year into June 30, 2020, your total assets and deferred outflows were about 1.3 million. So you continue to see that number increase over the 3-year period. On the flip side there, as you go down the middle of the page, total liabilities and deferred inflows, that has continued to decrease. A significant factor in that is the change in the net pension liability and net OPEB liability, which are mostly out of your control. I know you have control into whether you participate in those plans, but the balances themselves, once you're decided you are participating in those plans, all the assumptions and everything that go into that are really made at the plan level and not at any level that KCTCS has any control over. But nonetheless, you do see that some of those liabilities are decreasing, which has a positive financial impact on KCTCS. That leaves you with your net position. As you can see, that continues to increase as well, again, as a function of those liabilities decreasing. If you go down 2 pages to page 9 of the PDF, sorry, page 7 on the actual document. Sorry. Page 9 is if you have just a standalone PDF, just to clarify. This gives you a 3-year window of your revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. So the upper section is your operating revenues, which is your tuition, fees, grants, things of that nature. Your operating expenditures are in the next section, which brings you to your operating loss. And then your non-operating revenues, which are state appropriations, federal and state grants, those are all included in there to help offset that operating loss. That takes you down to some additional information, ins and outs, and then really the number you're looking at there is the third from the bottom row, total increase or decrease in net position. As you can see, this year was a positive increase of $101 million. And that is, again, in large part due to a number of things. As you read through here, you did have obviously some additional federal grants this year related to the CARES Act. You had some cuts and some expenditures. You also had the impact of the changes in the net pension and OPEB liabilities and how that flowed through. But nonetheless, positive to see that increase of $101 million. So if you go down to, I believe it's page 16 of the PDF, or at page 18 at the bottom of the page, that begins the basic financial statements. Sorry, maybe a little bit too far. So the page that we're on here, page 18, this is the beginning of the notes to the financial statements. This is really the majority of the rest of the financial information. There's a lot of footnote disclosure information in here that I will not go through. But if you go down a few pages to the end of note 1, you'll see there is a new footnote disclosure, and I just wanted to point this out because it is new. Go one more page. At the top of the page here, you see coronavirus pandemic disclosure, and this is new, obviously, this year. Wanted to point out that this is a standard disclosure for the most part. Standard meaning all of the audit reports that we're issuing, there is some disclosure similar to this in the footnotes of the financial statements, just to make readers of the financials aware of how it's impacted your organization and the uncertainty that continues to be out there. So it is tailored for KCTCS and some of the things that you have implemented, but this is a standard, and it's included in every audit report that we're issuing. If you scroll down to page 68 of the PDF, so you're going to go quite a ways. These footnote disclosures go on for quite a while. A significant number of them are related to the pension and OPEB plans. Those are required disclosures. But once you get to page 68, you'll get to the beginning of the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. Go up a couple pages, so page 66 on here, I think, maybe. A couple more. Yep, right there. So this is the beginning of the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. This provides a listing of all federal grants and the expenditures from those federal grants that the system had during the fiscal year. So you'll see this is a pretty long schedule, and when we get to the end of it, there's about $274 million of federal grant expenditures during the year. The one thing that I wanted to point out here that's in the middle of this page is you'll see specifically the COVID-19 CARES funding that came through. Now, obviously, this isn't all of the funding that you were awarded during the year. This is just the funding that you actually spent during the year. If you go to page 80 of the PDF, which is page 77. This is the second independent auditors report that I mentioned earlier on. There's 3 of. This one is in relation to government auditing standards. This one is required because of the federal expenditures and the testing there. This is specifically looking at your financial statements and the financial reporting process. And so the key thing to take away here, again, no internal control deficiencies or comments, and no compliance findings on the next page. So if you go ahead and flip 2 more pages, this takes you to the 3rd report, the independent auditor's report on compliance over each major federal program. And this is in accordance with uniform guidance. And this is looking specifically at the major programs that we tested this year. So the schedule of federal expenditures, there are several different federal awards that you receive. We tested the sample of those. There were 4 major awards that we tested this year. And again, no compliance findings and no internal control issues to report. Scroll 2 more pages. This gives you a nice summary of all of that. The easiest way to look at this is really on that upper half. You want to have everything in that far right column where it says no or none reported, which you do, so that's good. And then when you go to the bottom, you want to have that as a yes, as a low risk auditee. So everything in good order here, and again, no reported findings or management comments. So that really covers all of the audited financial statements. In addition to the audit report, we do also test a sample of president's expenses and the office of the president expenses. No issues were identified during that testing. We also do some testing around P-card expenditures, transactions, and no issues were identified there either. So clean all the way through. And again, just appreciate all the effort from Wendell and the rest of the finance and accounting team as they helped us through the process and getting this information in a challenging year for everyone. With that, anyone, I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
Okay, well, hearing none, Brad, thank you for the report. And one thing I would like to note, normally we would have received this in December, but as the Regents are aware, we had a personnel issue we were investigating that delayed the close of the audit. And since that's been resolved satisfactorily, that's part of the reason why we have an unmodified opinion. So at this point, hearing no discussion, I'd like to call for a motion that the committee recommend that the full board formally receive and accept the financial audit as presented by Crow for the fiscal year. And if you guys could mute, I'm getting a little feedback, please. For the fiscal year 2019 through 2020. So do I have a motion, please?
So moved. This is Karen.
Thank you, Karen. Second.
Second.
I think that was Mark with a second. Okay. And Ms. Duncan, if you would go ahead and call for the vote, please.
And this will be a roll call vote as well. Committee Chair Damon Allen.
Damon Allen, I vote yes.
Committee Vice Chair Karen Finan.
Karen Finan, yes.
Regent Joe Herdink.
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent Kara McFadden.
Kara McFadden, yes.
Regent James Lee Stevens.
James Lee Stevens, yes.
Regent Mark Wells.
Mark Wells, yes.
And Board Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Perfect, thank you. So the next item on our agenda is an informational item, which is the KCTCS budget development scenarios. So again, I'll call on Dr. Zarapata to cover this topic, and I think it starts on page 33 of the materials. Oh, it's on the screen. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And before I call Wendell back up, I want everyone to remember that this is only information at this point, and that you're not going to be taking action until June. You know, Wendell's job is to show all the options and iterations for you so you can make the most informed decision. I did want to provide a comment or two before we start. And even though Wendell's going to show you some tuition scenarios, I do believe the board would send a powerful message if you hold tuition steady. I think it's just the right thing to do. Second, after closely reviewing our financial position with Wendell, I do think that a one-time compensation action this year is very feasible if the board chooses to do so. I think our faculty and staff have just been amazing during this pandemic, and the ability to pivot on a dime last March was just awe-inspiring. I'm also concerned about employee retention and morale, and not to mention the cost of living is up almost 2%. I think it's 1.7. Without knowing what enrollment's going to look like in fall of 21 and spring of 22, it would be difficult to recommend a recurring increase. I appreciate Wendell and his staff for all the painstaking work he's done on this, and I'd like to turn it over to Wendell to go over these scenarios.
Thank you. We do need your feedback and guidance on these particular items. I'll kind of review some things with regard to revenue sources, expenses, and some things what we think about. Be glad to entertain any questions as we go along. I'll move through this fairly quickly, but I don't want to be too quick. One of the things on state appropriation, and Hannah or Cindy, if you could bring up the spreadsheet that's kind of, I'll give you a recap, kind of where, if not, there you go. You should have this in your own board packet. just to kind of highlight some things, kind of where we believe at this point, the House Appropriation Bill from the Free Conference Committee, House Bill 192 has gone to the governor. Now, the governor, as of, to my knowledge, as of today, hasn't signed it. But this spreadsheet kind of gives you a highlight of where things are. You see where KCTCS's request was, what the CPE then requested, what the governor requested underneath the executive budget, what the House came out with, what the Senate came out with, and then the Free Conference Committee, which is we are today. The enacted budget basically is that Free Conference Committee budget. They have got a few other things they've done in a separate bill and some stuff, but for this speaking purposes, this highlights some things. Call your attention to the farmost right column. Basically, you see the 21-22. It's right at the very second line there, 165 million, 761. That is basically the KCTCS's state appropriation, base appropriation, when you back off the mandated programs. The mandated programs are listed down below, such as the Adult Ag, Fire Commission, Fire Rescue, the Kentucky Board of Emergency Medical Services, and trains. So when you add those up, you actually get with $174,581,000. But what actually flows through the performance funding model and what affects the colleges and the system office is that second number of 165 million. In addition to that, and this was mentioned this morning, if you'll scroll down just a little bit with what Brian reported out to the executive committee, one of the things under House Bill 8, and you may recall House Bill 8 basically comes to a level dollar amount that institutions, quasi-institutions, those that participate in KERS would pay going forward. It's amortized over 30 years. It helps us certainly in the short run. Of that, what's included in the Free Conference Committee is $854,500 that would help us to offset the cost of KERS. One of the things that under this level dollar, it takes away all the issues and discussions we've had in the past and the board approved in December of the 43.43 that we're currently paying and jumping up to 93.1%. Long story short, we would hope that if this is signed into law, we believe it will be, that in the long run, that this would get reviewed every 4 to 5 years or so. Doing so will help KCTCS significantly, as I just mentioned, with regard to the personnel report under KERS and KTRS. Our numbers of personnel in those systems continue to drop. So as those people move off of us and onto those pension systems, as well as other people that may pass away and those things as it gets reviewed under a actuarial review, our liability should continue to decrease. And we believe in the better part of 15 years, we will, as far as paying into KERS, we should be done. Scroll on down just a little bit, if you will. You should see also there's some actually performance funding enacted. That number has since changed a little bit. We've got, should be a 3.826,400. I think that's the last copy. You may have heard Brian this morning, 2% gets added to the overall performance funding pool off the base of the institutions. With that increase, that being at KCTCS will get roughly 22.1% of that. That's about $3.8 million. That will flow through the model, through KCTCS's model directly to the colleges. Now, roughly 10 of those colleges will be affected by it. You may recall with performance funding, we've talked about in the past, we do have 6 colleges that are currently above equilibrium, but this will significantly help bring all of the colleges closer to equilibrium. That total all combined is $179,262,300. In total, that's about $4.7 million increase over the current year 2021 appropriation. So that's a great thing because that's the first time in a long time that we have had any new monies added to the budget. So that is kind of just looking back at our revenue projections that's talked about in state appropriation. Anderson, if you could go back to our agenda item. Lester's question, let me ask, are there any questions? We also list capital down through there. I won't go through a lot of that. If you have questions, I'll be glad to do so, but. Hearing none, go. Okay, there you are. All right, back to the state appropriation. That pretty much covers the state appropriation of where we believe we will end up being once the governor signs it. Now, obviously, the governor can veto parts of the bill or otherwise, but as Brian mentioned this morning, the General Assembly left time in by getting it to the governor that they could override a veto. We believe that would be possible. We think these are where we'll end up with the state appropriation for 21-22. Scroll down just a bit more. Please stop me if there's any questions as we go along. Under revenue projections, I think Dr. Zarapata just mentioned key highlights there. With regard to that, one of the things that's in the budget bill that would continue to be approved that we benefited from this fiscal year 2021 is the dual credit rate drop from, or actually went from 2/3 down to 60% from, if you will, 2/3 waiver to 2/5, which is significant. That's about $4.2 million for our budget this year and next year in 21-22, assuming that enrollment's flat. If you'll scroll down just a little bit more. Number of things in here as well, just mentioned about what a tuition increase, not saying that we do, just giving you the information. Last year, you may recall that the board approved CPE, also allowed us to have the flexibility to do so. And they also approved what was basically CPE staff's recommendation, which was $5. For each dollar increase that we get in tuition, that yields about $1.1 million in new net revenue. That's after all scholarships, waivers, all those types of things. So for each dollar that we would, if there were an approval, it would be $1.1 million given current enrollments and revenues. All right, scroll down just a little bit more. All right, here's where I know I've been asked by Regent Damaris and others about CARES funding and CRESA funding, and now what's the American Rescue Plan. KCTCS has gotten significant federal monies with regard to stimulus packages, and we're basically awaiting a third package. For example, in CARES money initially, we got almost $17.9 million in student support, another 17.9 federal money in institutional. We got some Title III money of almost $1.8 million. We got GEARS monies, which was passed on through the federal government to the governor, which was the governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund of another $2.5 million. CPE allocated us a $120,000 under student success. And then we got $8 million through the CPE or through the governor's Corona Relief Fund, of which they swapped out $4 million in our state appropriation. So they took $4 million back of state appropriation, gave us that $4 million, and then gave us $4 million to go on top of it. That amount that they swapped out for this fiscal year has been replaced and put back in fiscal 21-22. So it's back in the budget. So there was no loss of dollars. They just switched dollars to help the state out a bit in some ways. That's, I guess, what now may be in the rainy day fund. So that was about $48.4 million. And then under the CRESA funds, which is the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act that was approved in December and signed into law by I want to say President Trump. I was going to say President Biden, but that he didn't sign it at that point. But that gave us another $17.9 million in student support, another $67.7 million in institutional support. We also receive Entitled III, which is strengthening for historical institutions that have served underserved populations, about $3.5 million. And then we received from GEARS and CPE another $175,000 for student-related health services. So in total, about $89.3 million in CRESA funds. The last dollars that we're looking at is roughly 175% of those dollars under the $1.9 trillion that President Biden signed into law about 10 days ago or so, in about $74.9 million in student support and another $74.9 million in institutional support. The student support has to go directly to the student. So we can't do anything or take anything off that. They can use those funds to pay off any balances they have, anything related to living expenses, anything of that nature.
Wendell, this is Paul. In total, it's roughly 225 million, isn't it?
No, 287 in total.
280. Okay.
All forms, including pass-through funds from the governor's office as well as CPE. You're right with regard to
the federal,
just straight stimulus. I see Regent Finan has her hand up.
Yes, Wendell, just quickly, of those new funds, or of all these funds, do they all backfill a specific need? Or is there flexibility with the spend? I guess I need to understand how much of these are new dollars coming into KCTCS.
They are in many ways, as you say, to use towards the combating of the coronavirus, to help our students, help our faculty, help the transition from face-to-face to online. Largely, these expenses can and have been used to replace what we would have had to spend tuition and or state appropriation dollars for. Part of these bills also point out that the state governments across the nation cannot reduce higher education's budgets for those. So we largely have been able to use these funds to basically supplement or replace what we may have had to expend. Now, we've obviously spent the dollars, and then we would turn around and journal those charges off of our regular budget lines, if you would, and accounting lines, and move them to the grant. We are still seeking some guidance on lost revenues. One of the things that under the ERISA Act, you can claim lost revenues as to dollars that we would have taken in had coronavirus not been there. Let's say that our enrollment was the same year over year, this current year versus last year. We would be able to document and claim against those that we would have gotten these dollars had the coronavirus not been into effect. We're still waiting for the Department of Education to opine more clearly on that. There's lots of interpretations and definitions, but we believe that could be a significant amount of money into the tens of millions of dollars if we're able to claw back on those dollars from spring of 2024. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, are we made whole? Are we ahead of the game? Or are we showing a loss?
At this point, we are a bit of ahead of the game, I do believe. We'll find ways to expend all of this in the end because there are so many things we can do with it, whether it be transitioning, helping address largely. Many times with social distancing, we've had to buy additional equipment of all types, whether it be technology related to computer equipment, lab equipment, everything from CDL related items and so on and so forth, because you can only do so many people, particularly with social distancing, to be able to do that. We've had to expand our equipments and things of that nature, which has been significant. Welding booths, whatever it happens to be, whether it be microscopes, whether it be other things, computers, all types of equipment all across KCTCS in order to continue operation, particularly for the career and technical education programs.
Thank you.
And Wendell, let me say this back to you to make sure I fully understand this. So in the absence of these funds, we would have incurred all these expenses related to cleaning, PPE, et cetera. These funds help offset those costs. And we think that they may more than help offset the costs, i.e. there may be some surplus, but we're awaiting clarity.
I wouldn't say it's surplus. I would say is we can exchange our tuition and state appropriation dollars that we have spent and use the grant. We would make the expense first and then basically bill the federal government for it, freeing up our tuition and state appropriation dollars.
Okay, so we'll get reimbursed. Okay. And then you mentioned one other thing you said you were waiting for clarification on. Was that the lost revenue piece?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So that could be significant resources because at this point, what we have been able to do is journal those charges we've already spent, whether it be from HVACs, air filtration, PPE, all types of things with the smaller classes, instructional equipment, all of those types of things, including where we have had faculty and staff directly involved in transitioning from face-to-face to on remote, we can charge salaries and have been able to charge salaries for some of those where we can show a direct relationship to preventing the coronavirus. All right, any other questions regarding deadline? All right, I'm going to transition this down a little bit. If you'll scroll just a bit to the expense side of the house. You've heard me already.
Somehow we lost the picture of you. I can't see anymore.
You can't see me?
I can on my, it might just be on my end.
I don't see him either.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. There he is. I see him.
All right, let me come back. Now see me again. I clicked off.
I see you. I see you. Yeah.
All right, so we'll switch over a bit to the expense side of the house. You heard me mention earlier a little bit with regard to KERS. You know, one of the things that we're doing also, they have our liability at 156.4 million. I sent correspondence to the executive director and to the associate director yesterday. We were able to ask for, Dr. Zarapata brought up that other couple of the universities were able to get their data. They hadn't previously, now they hadn't been very cooperative, but fired off an email a couple weeks ago. They were able to share their data, and we're actually going through that data. We found what we believe to be some errors in that data. So we're hoping to have some discussion with the KERS folks with regard to what our total liability is, because there's some things that maybe just got a few Social Security numbers off on some things, but there's also some people we can't identify, as many as 84 people that they have attributed to KCTCS that we don't believe they may or may not belong to us in the long term. So that could also affect some things going forward.
So Wendell, is somebody auditing this?
Yours truly and my staff.
Okay.
Yours truly and my staff. Previous to now, without getting to a long discussion, they have not really shared the data with us, nor anybody of the universities. It was always kind of behind the door. This is your number. I think there's been some change in that direction. I know, I don't know if Dr. Zarapata wants to comment about that or not, but I mean, we were able to get some information.
Well, for a good while, they were telling us to go fly a kite whenever we asked to get this information. It ended up that EKU and I think it was Murray State were able to work with some legislators and finally get them to actually come back. And what they found is when they audited it, there was some significant errors. So I expect us to find some as well.
That was my suspicion. Thank you.
We're certainly working on it. Like I say, we've found as many as 84 that we cannot identify that they belong to us. Not to say they don't belong to somebody, but we don't think they're ours.
Okay, that's concerning. So
if you'll scroll down just a bit there, talk about fixed costs just for a moment. A number of things, obviously, employee benefits could be affected in that sense. Certainly KRS is going to go up, but we've got a bit of an offset with the $854,000. But one of the big things that we do expect to have an increase in the bill will be with, and it's listed down below there, and I kind of listed it out, is unemployment insurance, but we'll also expect to have some they just typically do with our casualty insurances. You may have, depending on where you live in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, but KU and LGE have taken to ask for, I want to say, a double-digit increase to the Public Service Commission. That's being fought by large companies such as Kroger and Walmart because it would be pretty profound on their part. But we do have several colleges within the KU, LG&E service area, and that could affect those colleges to utilities quite a bit. And just we are continuing to pursue our energy performance contracts. We have a couple of those that were approved by the General Assembly in this year's budget for the biennium, and we'll be taking those on and trying to also do some things with some of these resources, hopefully that we're able to reserve or that would fall to fund balance to either pay off some of these energy management contracts if possible, and or to also do some things on our facilities. One of the things that was not included in the approved budget at this point from the House and the Senate was anything on asset preservation. So we do have a large number of needs with our facilities and roofs and HVACs. So we're hopeful to be able to use some of the dollars that we were able to save to address some of that as well. I know some of you in the past, some of the regions have been concerned that we were continuing to try to maintain our fiscal plans. The answer is yes, we will be looking to do that. Scrolling down just a little bit more on the unemployment insurance. I don't think I have to say a whole lot. I know there's been a lot of news over the past year with regard to unemployment claims and it not working and working incorrectly. I think there's been some personnel changes at the top and a lot of different things. So we do expect that there will be some increase with regard to unemployment insurance. That could change with federal stimulus money that comes to state government. But at this point, we were developing this. We're trying to look at all things along that line. It could be a couple $100,000 or more. We don't know that for sure, but that was just our best guesstimate, if you will, at that point in time. Scrolling on down and kind of bring us to a couple things. This did not get included in the last package. I think it was not included in the $1.9 billion, trillion dollars, I should say, not billions, trillions at this point. The $15 minimum wage requirement, if that had gone through, we do have a large number of personnel that are in their lower bands, if you will. We also have temporary personnel, clerical, a lot of our maintenance people that are in the low skill jobs that would have affected, that may not make the $15. That would have amounted roughly to about $6.2 million along that line. We also have people in the fire commission and things that would also affect them. We wouldn't be a part of that cost from them or KBs, but overall, that would have been about $6.2 million additional cost that $6.5 million, I think I have the final number, affecting KCTCS. All right, scrolling down just a little bit more, the topic everyone has interest in, employee compensation. I kind of give you a recap here if you're able to have time to look at your documents. We looked this time last year, we had hoped if the coronavirus hadn't turned into what it's turned into, we would have hopefully had some additional state appropriation, and tuition would have been the $5 increase. We would have hopefully had enrollment that would have helped support this. We look back at what the board we took to you all last March with regard to market rate compensation, a flat option, and also a percentage option, and kind of go through that. Long story short, I think for each 1% in increase for all full-time faculty and staff, that's about $2.7 million, including benefits. I think Regent Allen, you asked what would it be if we did an inflationary rate of 1.7%. Went back and did some calculation with staff. That's $4,544,000. So you're pretty close on your guesstimate. You're pretty right on. I also sent, and I don't know, do they have this in the packet? I think Dr. Zarapata, did you send the
spreadsheet?
Yeah, I was going to say basically.
Yeah, I think I sent it either Sunday or Monday.
Okay, so let me bring that up a little bit here on some things.
I can resend it to the board if we need to.
I calculated, or had calculated, if you will, my team, and I have an outstanding team, let me tell you, that not only on this, but the audit and several other things as well. But I gave Dr. Zarapata, and if you all need to get it back, you can. I can send it or he can send it. But just kind of give you all some guidelines and thoughts as to what it would cost for various types of compensation. Not saying this would be recurring, as Dr. Zarapata mentioned, but anywhere from a 0.5% increase to 2.5% increase, from $500 up to $2,500, and then taking a combination of those things from anywhere from a 0.5% to $500, whichever was greater for the employee, so that maybe those in the lower bands would have the greatest effect. And taking that from $500 to 0.5% up to 2.5% to $2,500. Those amounts range from anywhere like a 0.5% to $1.3 million to 2.5% to somewhere like $6.7 million. If you did $500 an employee, somewhere around $2.8 million up to $2,500 would be almost 14 million, 13.9 million. Using the combination of those to give the board some food for thought at the 0.5% or $500, as I say, is roughly $2.8 million. And then going all the way up, if 2.5% to 2,500 is at $13.9 million, right at $14 million. So that can be shared, just giving you some thoughts on that. And then the last item, and then I would like to get your all's comments on some things. Just if you scroll down to the asset preservation, that did not get included. I'll just mention it, that we asked CPE supported, and it was in the recommended budget of the governor, of which we would have got about $9.9 million, of which we'd have had a 50% match on that. And we would have had to put up some dollars with regard to that. That didn't end up coming about, but the governor's capital dollars, those didn't come forward. They have approved some things with regard to the capital budget, but at this point, those things are pretty much status quo. What would be approved in there would only be restricted agency funds, or funds that KCTCS through our fund balance, or other types of federal dollars that would be approved. And the last thing down on the page, if you scroll down, just for the board and this committee's information, is then what types of salary increases that have and haven't been done. So Dr. Zarapata and I welcome your thoughts about any of these topics, and just looking for some guidance as we go forward and trying to build the 21-22 budget that we will bring you in June.
I think Regent Finan may have a comment.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my hand there, so.
It's up, I see it.
Curious what other community colleges are doing in terms of recurring increases, especially this year, across the country or within, similar organizations. Curious what, within Kentucky, what the four-year institutions are doing in terms of raises, both recurring and on the bonus side. Do we have that information?
We have queried it, but we have not got anything. I was on a call. I had Jackie Cecil on a Chief Human Resource Officer meeting last week to ask that specific question. At this time, no one has made any decisions. They were pretty much waiting until the General Assembly, particularly last week, knowing what the state appropriation may or may not be. This afternoon, at this very time, there is also a CBO meeting of the four-year institutions and myself. I have a couple of staff members that are attending that on my behalf. But so there should be some discussion about all the state appropriation, how those things fall out, any appetite among the Council of Post-Secondary Education Board for any tuition increases, what we might find out if other institutions are contemplating regarding any type of compensation, recurring or non-recurring. But at this time, we have asked, we just haven't been able to ascertain. In Kentucky, as far as across the country, I haven't been able to get that information either.
I can probably provide a little bit of information there. The topic has come up. Most of the state systems are kind of in the same spot we are right now, which is just initial discussions. They're typically on the same cadence as us as well, where in June, they would be making the decision on whether or not they're going to do anything. I can certainly start gathering that information and get it to the board off cycle.
So we would not be making a decision on the budget inclusive of any type of recurring salary increase or bonus-based increase until June.
That's correct.
Okay. And by that time, we should have all the information at that point and really know what we're working
with. We should have more information, and on top of that, early registration for fall has started. So okay. We'll have a little bit better picture about what fall is looking like as well.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other comments or thoughts?
And Wendell, I will clarify. So when I emailed you on Sunday, so my 1.7, that's the rate of inflation as of February. So I wasn't advocating either way. I was just asking more or less to get an idea of how much it would cost. So my main concern was whether we do nothing or $500 or 1%, whatever, is how much can we reasonably afford? So that was my biggest concern. And I think I just saw a hand. Looks like Regent Stevens has a question or comment.
Wendell, I appreciate the chart that you prepared and that Paul sent, but is it possible to give a percentage raise plus a one-time incentive or whatever what you want to call it, a bonus type of thing, this and that, meaning that the 1% raise would be reoccurring, but the bonus thing, or how it's called, would not be? Thank you.
I would defer on the recurring item until we had more information. I would be remiss to tell you that I think, we're going to have a lot of dollars that will be non-recurring because the federal money is going to be able to replace a lot of the expenses we have. But whether that turns into any type of recurring, certainly we will have a bit more, as you heard, on the $4 million or so plus that we'll get. Part of that will go to offset the KRS change, but we will have some colleges that have that. Whether that all colleges could afford that or not, I wouldn't want to say at this time. We'll have to see how enrollment's going to look, things of that nature, before on a recurring basis. On a non-recurring basis, I know the PLT is very supportive of it, and that I believe we can find the resources, if the board is of the mind that would approve it, to provide a non-recurring award of substantial amount. I'm saying anywhere from $1,000 up to $2,000, somewhere in between there. I think we could do that, and or the percentage raise.
Yeah, I think the big unknown right now is fall and spring of 22, and if we're still looking at 10 to 14% enrollment decline, we're gonna really start feeling the hurt.
And one of the things that will help us the most, and we're still waiting for this clarification from the Department of Education, the lost revenue. If we're able to charge that stimulus money, basically to debit them and credit our revenues for that, that doesn't mean an expense. So we won't have an expense. That'll be just lost revenue. So that would be significant non-recurring one-time money that we could do a lot with, that would give us great flexibility that we've not seen in years. But we're waiting for that interpretation. My understanding is that there's a strong belief among people like myself that further guidance may come down as early as next week.
Okay. And I see another hand. I think it's Regent Herdink.
Yes, thank you. Has there been any models generated a more targeted bonus type system, maybe pulling people that make less than $70,000 or something like that? Has that been looked into in any way to see what kind of numbers are generated?
We have. We haven't necessarily gone to significant update, but we have done that with regard to what's mentioned up under the employee compensation, looking at the market rate, flat rate, those that for longevity, as well as those that below market. If you scroll up just a bit, please. On up a little bit more. Right in there, stop right there. This past year ago, we did a presentation on compensation classification. And we do have those types of information by colleges. If we brought people up to the market rate, obviously we could do some portion of that less, what I'm saying? That's at 100% market rate, $15.7 million. That's what it would have taken a year ago from there. I mean, person could do 25%, 50%, 75, whatever the number happened to be, and or to also do something under a flat rate combination. So yes, we do have models that we can plug in information with regard to that.
Thank you. Wendell, this is Karen. Can you remind me, did we take any action on that? I remember going through that study. I thought it was excellent. But did we, I know we did the bonus award, but did we take any other action?
No, we did not, because it was much like we're having a conversation today, trying to get a feel for things. And then within a week, I think the pandemic was declared, and excuse my French, all hell broke loose.
Yeah, okay, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah, it was actually the next day.
Wow. Well, I want to make sure I keep it up. We got another comment here. Regent Wells.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, and I understand with COVID and everything, but we have to at some point get back to a point where we can start giving some people some recurring raises in this system. I mean, there's been almost nothing over the last 6 to 7 years, and it's, I mean, a lot of people are really discouraged out there. So we have to try to work out, do something to try to help these people. And I guess I have another question. Do we have certain schools that are in much better shape to be able to give a recurring raise than other schools are in this system?
Yes, that's true. I mean, you have some colleges that will receive some performance funding money, others won't. Large part of that's going to be historical. I mean, but we can work with all the colleges in some form or fashion to help find dollars. Now, I'm not going to say that we could provide a recurring salary increase. We would have to certainly get very detailed and very pointed in regard to that.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to make sure we stay on schedule here. Are there any other comments for the good of the cause? Okay, hearing none and not seeing any hands. We'll look forward to further information on this at our next meeting. So
thank you.
All right, so I'd like to move forward to the next agenda item, which is the Office of Audit Services report. And again, I'll call on President Zarapata.
I think it's administrative services.
Actually, yeah, we're on administrative right now.
Okay, sorry about that. I have my papers flipped over. Administrative services, thank you.
But I'm still calling on the same guy, so
right.
All right, very quickly to try to keep us on schedule. You should have a couple attachments. I don't know if you want to bring those up or not. I can kind of go through them. You heard Brad Shelley, and you don't have to if you don't wish to. I mean, that's fine. You heard Brad Shelley with Crow. Financially, we're in good shape. A lot of this coronavirus money has significantly helped our cash, as you saw, even at June 30, 2020, even though not all of that was reflected. We've got additional dollars. Our state appropriations are on target. If you look at our statement of just compared to our budget, tuition in dollars, now tuition in dollars were down about 82% compared to a year ago. Our non-credit tuition, workforce training, if you will, is down quite a bit more. Our investment income is actually up for the first part of the year because at that point, we've got more dollars and things, even though the rates have gone to almost zero. Governmental relations and items along that line, grants and contracts, obviously, they're kind of holding steady. There's some things that are not reflected in here, such as the second stimulus, the CRISA and the coronavirus, the American Rescue Relief that will be reflected because this is as of 12/31. Our restricted funds are up and will be even up higher, as I say, along that line. Our budget reserves, we've recognized those with regard to what we budget. And you may recall, we actually went all in, so to speak, for any types of dollars we had on our non-recurring to make sure that not knowing we were going to get these stimulus funds and things at that point in order to be able to bridge the year, should our tuition be down, should we get a state appropriation cut and those items. So that's those are on target. Instruction, obviously, you heard Mr. Shelley talk about several of these things. Our expenses are down. And one of the reasons is that, the colleges have been very frugal with regard to expenses. A lot of the things are, as you said, remote. We've spent monies with regard to other items, but we've been able to get reimbursed. So that's moved it off of our general fund expenses, if you will, unrestricted dollars to the restricted pieces of that. So overall, looking at a year ago, December 31 to a year ago, December 2020 versus 19, our expenses are revenues in excess of our expenses are up almost somewhere around $40 million. At that, and they're getting stronger. If you look at our balance sheet on attachment B real quickly, you'll notice that our cash is up. Well, the reason for our cash is up, as we just mentioned, is some things we're getting reimbursed and some stuff for it, and that pushes the dollars back in our unrestricted cash. Our loans and things of that nature, gifts receivable, all of those are kind of down. Some of that has largely to do with shifting of CARES money, things of that nature. Restricted funds and cash, that's down because our Bill Smart projects are done. We're closing those out. So you'll see that kind of restricted cash being used to pay for those. Our long-term investments are up. That has to do strongly with the market. I mean, the market seems to be hitting a new record every day. Now, whether that stays that way or not, but with our long-term investments, also with our endowment, those dollars are up. Post-employment benefits, you see some changes there. Those have adjustments you heard Mr. Shelley also talk about. Largely, we are benefiting from some of the changes to the assumptions, the recalculation of KE and KTRS. So, along that line, looking at the liabilities, those are pretty much on the same thing. We've had some changes with regard to the non-recurring portion of that reflects the Bill Smart payments. You may recall we have 3 different separate issues along that on the debt service, one of those being a note. I think Regent Allen, you'd asked once before about moving from the LIBOR to the SOFR. I want to say our is a few basis points. I mean, it's right now. I mean, they're almost giving us the money on this note compared to, and that's, I mean, be honest with you, I think team and also the Office of Financial Management in that sense, but not because we would have had to do that probably at 3.25. I mean, at this point, we're able to pay that down annually and get a review on that. You may recall we paid almost $14 million the first year. And at that time, we were about 1 1/4, 1.5%. So we're well below that now. So that's, while the markets are where they are, that's working to our favor significantly.
So Wendell, should I assume from that comment that you were very happy with the Fed's statement yesterday to leave rates?
I am, as far as I'm personally concerned. Now, there may be people in this audience with regard to their investments that might be in other forms of such as CDs that may not be.
Right.
If they're income dependent, but if they're looking at other forms of capital securities, they should be very happy.
That's right.
All being said, at December 31, looking at our net position, we're almost up $75 to $80 million from 782 over the 671 we were last year. So that is a quick update with regard to the financials. Let me flip back here on a few other things. I got a lot of papers out myself. On supplier diversity, I'll walk you through it real quickly. Obviously, our expenses are down because of COVID for the year. And if you look at, compared to what we spent, all classifications, we're up in some things, but the big issue with regard to diversity spend, not a lot of diverse suppliers are in the PPE types of things of that nature. Not making excuses, they're just very hard to find. And back in March, April, and June, I'm saying it was hard to find PPE in general. Now, every place you walk in's got a mask and got hand sanitizer, but at that time, there wasn't any. Overall, we're down comparison to fiscal year 21, comparison to fiscal year 22, somewhere down almost $773,000, down about 30% overall. And our total expenses were down about 20% along that line. All classifications, we're down. Woman-owned businesses now, we are up in that area, and that's a good thing. So we are still trying to push, and we talk about our supplier diversity. We're involved with a number of things. I won't go through all of those that the staff are regularly involved with. Most of that has been like we are today, remote meetings and things of that nature, and trying to get the word out and attending various webinars and types of web conferences and those things. We continue to try to get our name out there, get the college's name out there, doing things which related to minority business, underrepresented population, women-owned businesses, and like most things, not making excuses, but it's been a pretty good struggle this year in regard to that. All right, scroll on down a little bit. All right, I want to give an employee update and leave update. You may recall in December that we went through our policies and procedures with Jackie Cecil and myself. There are lots of questions. So I'm going to call, and I think you should have documents. I'm going to call all, also to participate in this presentation would be Jackie Cecil, Chancellor Williams with regard to the faculty types of leave, and then also General Counsel Duncan. She can kind of wrap us up with regard to our policies, procedures that are there. One of the things that I want to call, and I don't know, do Hannah or Cindy, do you have the military leave? Or hang on a second, let me try to bring it up myself. I talked with Regent Stevens, and let me see if I can find.
Wendell, it's up on the screen right now.
All right, do you have the latest one?
Yes. I believe so, yes.
Oh, okay, good. All right, let me get back to where everybody is. One of the things that Regent Stevens and I talked about since the original went out was try to do no harm to the military veteran. And so we looked at the type of leave that we're given, because we went back and did a query along that line, and Mr. Cecil can verify this, but I think we only had 6 participants in National Guard, National Reserves, all of those participating over the past year. So you're really talking about small dollars. So when we looked at it, looking for active duty training, because we understand that active duty training can be up to 3 weeks, we want to modify, unless the committee has any differences or the board has any differences, we're going to change the working days for training up to 15 days. We would continue to pay the KCTCS salary, whatever military salary that the individual veteran would draw, they would draw. We would treat it much like is done with KCTCS, the sense of jury duty. On the 16th day of training, then that individual could use his or her vacation day if they need to, or other types of leave, or choose to do no salary. With regard to active duty emergency or active duty extended period, we would cover up to the first 30 days. And then the employee would be able to either use their vacation and or other types of leave, or go into non-pay status. But we would cover up to 30 days without any penalty, so that they would make the same salary they're making today. We did check and query, and Mr. Cecil can speak to this too, with what the other universities were doing. Northern Kentucky was doing a bit more favorable for the veteran than we were. Everyone else was similar to what we're doing, but given the small numbers that we have, you know, less than 10 people, 6 people, and the amount of money that it would be, we believe the right thing to do is to help the veteran and not injure them in any way. So unless the committee and or board feels differently, we are going to amend these administrative policies to reflect up to 15 days and up to 30 days would be at full pay, and any additional they get from the military would be theirs for their service and recognition for service to the country. So I don't know if Regent Stevens wants to say anything along that line, or.
There is a hand up. Looks like Regent Stevens.
Yes, sir. I'd like to thank Wendell. And I'm, as most of the members know on the board, I'm very passionate about veterans and their service to this country. And especially since we have such a small amount. And then this past year, with all the disasters that we have had, with the National Guard being called out, from the COVID things in Louisville to Eastern Kentucky throughout I just feel as it sends a strong message to our veterans that we're in 100% supportive of you, and we want to do everything we can to help you, and we want to thank you for serving our country. Thank you.
So unless we hear otherwise, we're going to make that move, make that effective.
Well said, sir. Are there any other comments or questions on this topic?
If not, I will move to.
Well, 1 second. What I think I heard Regent Finan.
Yeah, just a question. Does that need to go to board approval, or do you just automatically make that change?
That's an administrative policy. We can make this change.
Okay.
We're just looking for your all's feedback, because we brought some of these and we think it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
I'm going to call upon Mr. Cecil to talk a little bit about, because there was questions with regard to maternity and paternity policy with regard to that. And then he can talk about paid time off, and then we'll turn it over to Chancellor Williams.
Thank you, Vice President Followell. The maternity and paternity policy is not something that KCTCS has. However, we do direct employees to use the Family and Medical Leave Act. So that would pertain to employees who've worked for KCTCS for a minimum of 12 months and within the last 7 years have worked for KCTCS at least 1,250 hours during the 12 calendar months immediately preceding the request for FML. So the provisions of that particular act allows the request to come for the care of the employee's son or daughter during the first 12 months following the birth of the employee's child. The second provision is to care for a child during the first 12 months following a placement of a child with the employee for adoption or foster care. Those two particular pieces of the FMLA cover the maternity and paternity issue that I think that was concerning. There are additional reasons for FMLA, but those two are the ones that were related to this particular question. Also, you should know that FML is an unpaid leave, but we require employees to substitute their accrued paid vacation and sick leave for FML. That ensures that they stay in a paid status, and it would run concurrently with their FML. And if the amount of accrued vacation and sick time leave does not cover the entire length of the FML, then the remainder would be unpaid. Now, one thing you need to know is faculty do not accrue sick leave, but they can request up to 30 working days of temporary disability or sick leave to care for a child by birth or adoption. And those requests are approved by the college president and CEO. If they need more time, they can also request an additional 30 days or additional time beyond the 30 days. Are there any questions about FML?
Yes, Jackie, I have a question. What about their benefits, their insurance? I'd hate to see that someone that did not have enough. I understand about the unpaid, but I would certainly hate to see someone that this leave lose their benefits, especially their health insurance during this time. So what is the status on that, or what it would be the status? Thank you.
Sure. If the employee if they're in a paid status, obviously any of their benefits are still going to continue to be withheld. So if they go into an unpaid status, they still have the option of picking up the cost of that particular insurance that they may have. It could be their health insurance, it could be dental, or any other type of insurance, but they do not lose it if they want to pick that up. So, does that answer your question?
Well, in reference to the state, does not the institution or the state contribute for the full-time employee of the state health insurance? What I'm saying is that basically if they're a full-time employee, the institution or the state pays for that health insurance. Is that correct?
If they're a full-time employee, depending on the type of plan they have, they may have a portion that the employee may have a portion that they have to pay. The other portion is paid by the employer.
Okay, and then, but basically they would be given an opportunity that if they need to pay some more, that they would. I just don't want people. Health insurance is very important to people, and I don't want the people that are employees because of emergency leave or for family leave or something with the intention of them to come back to lose their health insurance is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Correct. They would definitely be able to keep their insurance if they are on FML.
Okay. And it looks like Regent Herdink has a question also.
Yeah, do we have any way to figure out, excuse me, what the cost would be to have a paid benefit for this? Like, just an idea of what it would cost the system?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I mean, if it's not FMLA, if it was a paid benefit, paid time off, is there any figures how much that would cost the system?
I do not have any figures at this time, no.
Thank you.
And Regent Heritage, okay, got it. Your hand just went down. If there aren't any other comments, we've got another action item on our agenda I'd like to get to. Are there any other comments on this?
Do you real quickly, don't know if you want Chancellor Williams to speak to anything with regard to this, or does the information we've sent give you enough?
I would defer to the other regents. Do you feel like you have enough information? Well, I say, if you don't feel you have enough information, speak up now.
I think what you've presented really addresses the concerns that I heard from the other meetings in the other regions, especially James Lee's concern about the veterans and many people's concerns about FML.
We're good if you're good.
All right, thank you, Dr. Henson. Oh, there's a hand up. Regent Stevens.
Well, sometimes when discussion's made is that then more questions come out, and I apologize for that. Is Jackie, I really, and I don't want to take a lot of time, I don't understand about or Wendell, either one, the health insurance, the ability of how much the institution pays or the state pays or so. So without a lot to do is, can you send me a brief thing is of what that is? Because I come from because I'm old, but I come from a different system is that basically in the public schools that the state itself funded, you had state health insurance is what I'm saying. So could you all send me, and maybe very briefly, and maybe before the next meeting is, after I look at it with Jackie, you and Wendell, is that I may want you all to share it with the other board members. Thank you.
We can do that. I think there may be some misunderstanding. We do provide for our regular full-time employees, we provide health insurance without question. I think maybe the misunderstanding was if a person goes on FMLA, they run out of leave time or whatever else they use, so they would be in an unpaid status. And basically, the FMLA guarantees them to get their job back. But let's say they're gone for an extended period, 6 months or something. They only had 5 months of time. Then at that point, it would be up to the individual to pick up kind of like a COBRA policy, if you will, in order for them to continue to have insurance. We wouldn't, once they run out, we don't provide insurance indefinitely if the person's no longer working. I think
the one thing I didn't hear get brought up that I know gets used a lot across the system is the sick leave sharing request.
Right.
And that's a benefit that's offered where it's anonymous, but a note will come out from HR that someone's in need for additional sick leave, and you could donate your sick leave to another person.
Yeah, we can get you those. We'll get them to Dr. Zarapata, and he can share with the board.
Thank you, Wendell. Thank you, Paul.
Sure.
All right, thank you. So I want to move on to the Office of Audit Services, because we do have a decision to make here. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Zarapata.
Yes, and I'll call on Wendell.
All right, this is a very short report. I've worked with Dr. Kimbrough on some things to make this pretty short. Long story short, all the colleges there's one thing I want to comment about the special review on Henderson Community College. I'll come back to that. The audits with regard to Hopkinsville, the System Office Journal, the review of payroll, overpayments, all of those. There's none of those. There's nothing in those. Follow-up audits, we're basically just following up to ensure that what the recommendations were with Ashland, Somerset, West Kentucky, all of that is fine. In all of those items, there might have been one or two things. Mostly we've taken care of a lot of that with our processes that are being done with their HR 97s to make that automated, where there may have been a signature or something where an employee, such as a faculty member, may have gone ahead and started with regard to a class making, and then the processing of the documents to follow. So long story short, those things have been addressed. One of the things that we did have that occurred that the Office of Audit Services reviewed last summer and finished in November, we did have some mishandling of cash and not following our policies and procedures with regard to that. That has been addressed. That business officer is no longer with Henderson Community College, and there's been a number of changes there and put in place to address that. The total amount was less than $4,400 over a period of several months. Long story short, I will assure the board that that situation has been addressed. It's there. I won't, because I know you've got a lot of things that we were going to try to get done by 3, and we've not made that. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions with regard to any of this information.
And Wendell, were you going to talk about the RFP, or were you getting there, or am I ahead of you?
I know the board has had some, let's phrase it like this. I know the board has had some discussion with regard to where the Office of Audit Services should report. That includes directly to the board with a dotted line to the president. And in our discussions in the Finance Committee meeting, we can certainly do that. We also been discussions with regard to possibly the board wishing to do an RFP to outsource audit services to have a truly independent operation, such as what was with Crow, so that there isn't any question, such as maybe with the Henderson situation where things weren't uncovered on a timely basis. As I've mentioned before, and Dr. Zarapata has, we're open to whatever the board would like to do with regard to that. We will implement it to the best of our ability. If the board wishes to do an outsource, we will certainly be glad to work to develop an RFP to have the Finance Committee and board look at that.
And so the other regions are aware. So I had some discussions with Mr. Followell and Dr. Zarapata about, when I saw the audit materials, about the reporting structure of the internal audit department, for lack of a better term. So I was in support of us having a external auditor that reports directly to the board with dotted line to Dr. Zarapata, who are truly independent. Just based on my experience, that seems to be a best practice. It's what I've been associated with for most of my career. So that was my recommendation. So what we're considering is drafting a RFP for which either this committee or an audit committee or a working committee would oversee to solicit proposals from external audit firms to become our internal auditor, if you will. So are there questions, comments about that? Do people feel strongly one way or the other around it? And I see Regent Finan.
Yeah. Chair Allen, I think that's a great suggestion. I think it brings new approaches and neutrality into the KCTCS system. And I think issuing an RFP for, a limited contract time, I don't know what you're thinking in terms of length of term with the outside audit firm, but the ability, and I know it takes a lot to get a group like that up to speed and used to the system. So we'd certainly take that into consideration. But I think change is good, especially in a large institution, and I would be very supportive of that effort.
Thank you, Regent Finan. Any other comments, questions? I
Yes,
see
sir.
Dr. Henson.
I just echo what Karen said. I think that this is the right time, as this organization comes of age, I think this is the appropriate time to look for an outside neutral third party.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Henson. And then I think I see Regent Stevens' hand.
Yes, David, I agree with you 100% on what Karen and Gail has said. And if we need to put this in form of a motion or proposal for the full board approval, I certainly would encourage that, and maybe to have something back by the June meeting. Thank you.
Well, you read my mind, sir. That was going to be my next item, was to ask for a motion. But first, let Well, let me do a motion and then we'll see if there's any other discussion. So the motion before the committee is that we recommend to the full board that we end the current structure of internal audited services and enter and develop a RFP to hire an outside independent audit firm to perform the internal audit function of KCTCS. So do we have a motion?
Yes, we do, sir.
All right, Regent Stevens, and a second.
Second, Karen Finan.
Thank you, Regent Finan. And before we vote, is there any other discussion on the matter or questions? Okay, hearing none, I would again call on parliamentarian Ms. Pamela Duncan to do a roll call vote, please.
All right, if you could turn your cameras on, if you're capable, if you have that capability right now. Damon Allen.
Damon Allen, yes.
Regent Karen Finan.
Karen Finan, yes.
Regent Joe Herdink.
Joe Herdink, yes.
Regent Karen McFadden.
Karen McFadden, yes.
Regent James Lee Stevens.
James Lee Stevens, yes.
Regent Mark Wells.
Mark Wells, yes.
And Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Duncan. So I think if I'm following my notes correctly, the second to last item here is the institutional advancement report. And I think President Zarapata, you're going to take that as well.
I'd like to call on Ben Moeller to give his update.
Thank you. So let's look. So what's the first? I think the pages are out of order, so I'll just go in order of whatever you show me. Oh, there we go. So the first page is just a cover page to give a summary of what is entailed in this report. So go ahead and go to the next section, please. Keep going. Keep going. Next page, please. Oh, you might have to go back to the.
Ben, I think your presentation was actually above that summary report there.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it looks like.
Start with the grants one, please, Anna. Thank you. All right, excellent. So I'll be very brief on grants because I think Wendell more than covered it. I'll just provide a little more context. So grants to KCTCS in fiscal 2021 have reached historic all-time highs. The most notable activity is represented by within the federal category of governmental on page 2, or I guess 53 in this. So if you go to page 53, you'll see that the federal column is the most significant growth right there. And the reason for that is directly a result of COVID-related grants. And I would say the most significant increase in federal grants was a direct result to a COVID grant that was called Higher Education Emergency Relief Funds 2, HERF 2. And if you go to the pages 4 and 5, or I guess 56 and 57, you can see the 7-year trend lines that will, go to the next page if you could. I think that's the easiest one to see. You can see the trend lines across KCTCS totals from 15 to current that we really exploded here this last year. If we take out the CARES funds in 20 and take out the HERF 2 funds in 21, we're actually seeing about a 5%, or I'm sorry, 5 million decrease year over year over the last 2 years in grants. So although the numbers have gone up, if you take out that federal category of COVID-related grants, that we're actually seeing a little bit of a decline. If you go back up, Hannah, I'm sorry for making you jump around a bit, to page 55, there are lists of notable grants cited for colleges: Big Sandy, Bluegrass, Hazard, and West Kentucky. I won't belabor those, but you'll see that those are listed there in a little more detail. So those are ones I think you might have interest in, specifically if you are representing that region or have interest in that region. So that concludes the grant portion. I made that really, really brief because I know we're over time already. Any questions before we go to the next section? All right, hearing none, let's go to the advancement report. Oh, that's the, you can skip that one. That's the cover sheet. Nope. Nope. We can do that one. That's fine. I mean, end on the dashboard. That's fine. So I say the first thing I want to clarify is that this is the first year that we've done a calendar year comparison. So you'll see that the first 3 pages of the report, pages 62 through 64, show giving for calendar 2020. The second 3 pages, pages 65 through 67, show calendar giving for calendar year 2019. So this is the first year we've done a calendar comparison. Typically, we've been doing just a year, or I guess a calendar year or fiscal year to date summary. And so I wanted to start to show a comparison of this calendar year versus last calendar year, so you can start to see some continuity in the data and be able to do some comparisons. As you can see, the giving in calendar year 2020 has been on the rise across most of KCTCS, despite challenges presented by the pandemic. As the report shows on page 72 and 73, which I think is pages 11 and 12 in the PDF numbering. Yeah, 11 and 12. There we go, 11 and 12. So the giving has been up overall. So what you'll see here is that we show fiscal 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. And you scroll down a little bit more, Hannah, you'll see a little star, an asterisk next to 2021. And the reason for that is because we're showing for that calendar year, we're showing just the 6-year total for the fiscal year. So what we're seeing is that we actually have increased giving over the last fiscal year. That we are actually currently about $12 million above where we were for all of fiscal 2020. And that's only 6 months into the fiscal year. And a lot of that, I think, can be attributed to, we saw a significant gift that came to West Kentucky of $15 million. Even if you back that out, if you take that out of the equation, we expect to easily surpass performance compared to last year when we reached the end of June 2020. So overall, seeing really, really great returns in terms of donors investing in the mission and the future of our students. The other gifts that are also comprised within that, if you could turn to pages 68 and 70, which is going to be back. It's going to be pages 7 and 9. Sorry, Hannah. And the reason why it's out of order is we're following the same format that has been historically, and so it's a little bit disjointed. But when we do a new format, we'll hopefully fix it so it'll flow a little better. You'll see that there are 3 colleges that experienced gifts that are in excess of $1 million. So West Kentucky, the $15 million gift that we talked about from Mackenzie Scott through the National Philanthropic Trust. We also have a $1.8 million gift of property to Madisonville in support of their aviation program. That's a program that was recently approved by the Regents. And then we also have the third one that's over $1 million was Somerset was a recipient of a gift of real estate from SPEDA. So I'd like to thank our regent that represents SPEDA for helping become an advocate to help really push and promote that the Lyman program there at Somerset. And you'll see a little more detail about that. There are other notable gifts there that are below $1 million. Not to say that they're any more important, but just wanted to highlight the top 3. And that concludes the philanthropic report. And if there's questions, I'm happy to entertain those, and then we can go to the dashboard. So we're pulling up the dashboard. Any questions on the philanthropic? The dashboard, I think, is called Leadership Investment Dashboard. Right there, yep. So as you can see from this dashboard, giving across KCTCS, the volunteer board participation has lagged compared to last year. The Regents are currently at 64% participation, so you might have to scroll a bit more there, please. which is a little bit behind last year, the fiscal year total, which was 71%. So I think one participant shy of where the regions were last year. I'm also pleased to share that the KCTCS Foundation Board of Trustees was the first board to reach the 100% participation mark. This fiscal year, they're the first to reach the 100% mark since we began tracking this metric 2 years ago. Very proud of their work on that. And questions on that one? All right, hearing none. The last thing I want to update on is there's not a spreadsheet or anything to summarize this, but I did want to give an update from September when the Regents passed a new policy for recognized foundations, policy 7.4. The KCTCS Foundation is poised to approve an MOU with KCTCS that is in compliance with the new policy, and they'll do that at their May meeting. I don't see that there's a likelihood of them not approving that MOU. A template for that MOU has also been supplied to the other colleges with recognized foundations, and those colleges understand that the process for them to complete that MOU for recognized foundation status under the revised Regent Policy 7.4 will need to be completed by the end of September. However, if they do not, then they will have until the end of calendar 2021 to come into compliance with the new Regent policy. Otherwise, they will forfeit their recognized status. So we're very much on track with that. I'm very pleased that this body has been engaged in that effort, and appreciate your support. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ben. Back to you, Chair Allen.
All right, any questions for Ben?
I would just like to compliment Ben on the way he has raised the visibility of engagement through time service and actual philanthropic giving. I mean, he's really raised our awareness. And now I think as Regents and other people in our communities, we need to share that culture of engagement. You know, it would be hard for me as a faculty or staff member to see that the people on the board don't support it. And so I think sometimes there's a cultural issue that Ben's working really hard to change that culture, that we engage. But when I see one college with no giving from the board, there's work to be done. And Ben, you've done a great job, and I hope we can continue toward that 100% for our own Regents participation.
Thank you.
Well said, Dr. Henson. And Ben, thank you also. I appreciate your work in this effort as well. And just so you know, I'm in the office. Our Starbucks is gone, Ben. It's temporarily closed.
We'll find another spot. When we can get back together, we'll find another spot and we'll connect for sure.
That's right. So, well, with that said, there's no more items of business. So I want to remind the committee that our next meeting is scheduled for June 10th. Hopefully, at the system office, but if not, we'll do it virtually via Teams again. With that said, I'd like to call for a motion and a second to adjourn our meeting today. So may I have a motion?
So moved. This is Karen.
Thank you, Karen. And a second, please. Everybody wants to hang out a little longer.
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Henson. And all Regents in favor of adjournment, please raise your hand on the Teams application. And Ms. Duncan, if you could confirm for us, please.
All members wish to adjourn. They have voted yes.
All right. Well, thank you. And thank you, everybody. It was good seeing you all, and I'll see you in the morning.
Thank you, Damon.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
the KCTCS Board of Regents Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee meeting to order, please. The time is currently, I'm showing 3:46 p.m. The press was notified of the meeting on March the 8th, 2021. And moving forward, I would like to ask Ms. Pam Duncan, our KCTCS Vice President of Legal Services, to please serve as parliamentarian. Before we begin the meeting, Ms. Duncan has a few helpful reminders for this virtual meeting today. Pam, would you please proceed?
Thank you, Chair Girdler. Remember that if you are a regent who is a member of this committee, when you vote, you need to have your camera on. Try to keep your microphones muted whenever possible. When you are not speaking, raise your hand to be identified by Chair Girdler. We will not always take roll call votes. In fact, when we are looking at quorum, we will just have you raise your little team's hand. So if you can do that, I can look at the participants to see if they're there. When we do a roll call vote, if you will please state your name after I state your name, and then vote yes, no, or abstain. So we can go ahead and take a look at whether we have a quorum to proceed. So all members of this committee, if you could please engage your cameras if you have that capability right now, and raise your hand so that I can determine that there is a quorum present.
I'm not certain that Regent Damaris has joined us yet.
I'm seeing Chair Girdler, Regent Thompson, Regent Fletcher, Regent Foltz. Is Regent Simon here?
I don't see him.
Regent Martin? And Regent or Chair Henson is the ex officio member. We have 4 members. That is the quorum for this committee. We can proceed or we can wait for other members if we believe that they will be here.
Is Amy on right now? I was going to see if somebody might be able to reach out to Lisa possibly.
I'll reach Lisa. I'll reach out to Lisa, and I'll reach out to Barry and to Simon, all 3.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now, with there being a quorum present, unless there's any objections, given the lengthy agenda and a few of the more formalities on the first end of it, it'd be good to go ahead and get started if that's okay with the members of the committee.
That's fine by me.
Yeah.
Chair Girdler, I'm getting a feedback. I'm hearing like the recording in the background on someone's. Is that just my audio coming through? Is anyone else hearing that?
I'm not getting a feedback right now, Dr. Fultz.
Okay, then I'm going to rejoin because I'm hearing everything you say on delay also. I'm hearing it and then I'm hearing it on delay.
I apologize. We'll wait on you, Angela.
Like right now, I'm hearing myself say I'm getting a feedback. So, okay, I'm going to go out and come back in.
The joys of Teams and Zoom, and I can't wait to see everybody in person.
I really hope we can be together in June. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely. It's much more enjoyable.
We have good food too. So. We can all see that big map in the office that connects us with CPE and all the universities. That's an awesome graphic. Yes, thank you, Paul. We need good food.
I will have to say, Dr. Zarapata, Mr. Paul, gives out some great gifts as food, or food as gifts.
Yes.
Those peanuts, I think I'm still wishing I had some more of those.
Yeah, they're a little bit addicting.
The chocolate covered or just the regular?
I like them both. You know, they make There's another one that's like a super spicy one that's chocolate covered. It's amazing.
Paul, do you believe we should put this in the minutes?
No.
Angela, are you back on with us?
Yeah, everything's fine now.
Wonderful. Well, without further ado, there being a quorum present, I would like to get business started here.
Chris, everyone is on but Simon.
Okay, wonderful. Lisa has joined us.
Joining in 5 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Amy. Well, we've saved the best for last, as usual. Thank you all so much for being a part of this. I want to thank the regents and the staff for just taking a long day committing to this information gathering and the oversight of so many different endeavors. I want to thank the presenters that are with us today for their patience, allowing the previous meetings to get wrapped up. And I also want to thank Pam Duncan again for her great work in her new role. Pam, you're doing a wonderful job. With that, the minutes have been distributed to you in the agenda materials. Are there any corrections that anyone sees from the past meeting? And if there are no corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed. Not seeing any there, seeing no objections, no comments, no questions. Any additions or changes to the agenda? If anybody would like to change anything for the agenda, please speak up or forever hold your peace. Seeing none, we do have an action item coming up in front of us. For what we will see here, as usual, is a recommendation, a presentation, potentially a motion and a second, discussion, Q&A, and then a vote if appropriate. We do have an action item here to kick off the committee meeting, and that's the ratification of a new credit certificate and embedded diplomas. And I would like to call on Dr. Chris Williams to please provide additional information about the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. This committee has ratified the approval of embedded certificates and credit programs and already approved programs of study for some time. Some of these approvals are from changes in the curriculum of existing certificates to meet new industry requires. Others are new additions to a college inventory based on recognized relevancy to students and employers. During the December 2020 KCTCS Board of Regents meeting, a revision to Board Regents Policy 4.11 on program approval was adopted. That allowed the board to ratify the addition of embedded diplomas as well as new credit certificates. This updated policy allows colleges currently offering a program at the degree level, at the Associate and Applied Science degree level, to add an embedded diploma through ratification by the KCTCS Board of Regents. You'll find the certificate and diploma listing in your materials on page 37. You'll be ratifying 17 embedded certificates and 3 embedded diplomas. As was requested by this committee, the diplomas include additional information on the value of the credential to the student and the region. Chair Girdler, I'm recommending that the committee vote to ratify these certificates and diplomas and asking that you also provide feedback on whether the narrative for the diplomas meets the committee's expectations.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, for the presentation there. Does anyone have any questions? And if not, I'll be happy to entertain a motion that we recommend to the full board to ratify the approval of this new credit certificate and embedded diploma program, please.
This is Regent Faulds, so moved. And I would also like to say that the justification for the diplomas was perfect. Spot on what I think the committee wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Fultz, for the motion. Do we have a second?
Regent Damaris, I second.
Thank you, Regent Damaris. Thank you for joining us. Are there any questions or further discussion? Seeing none, I would like to ask our parliamentarian Pam Duncan to please conduct a roll call vote.
All right, if all regents who are members of the committee will turn on their cameras, I will begin. Chair Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Foltz.
Aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Regent Damaris, yes.
Regent Wendy Fletcher.
Regent Fletcher, yes.
Regent Simon is not present. Regent Barry Martin, not present. Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Thompson, yes.
And Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, yes.
Of the members present, it is a unanimous decision that this motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. On to our next action item here, and this is the KCTCS Colleges Candidates for Credentials. We've discussed some of this in the past, and I would like to call upon Dr. Gloria McCall, our Vice President, to please provide some additional information about the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. The KCTCS Board of Regents will approve the awarding of candidates for degrees and diplomas and ratify certificates for credentials from October 3rd to January the 8th, 2021. This list shows today 8,871 credential requests, of which 6,182 are unduplicated. In the category of certificates, there were 5,444, of which 2,804 were unduplicated. In the category of diplomas, there were 509, of which 467 were unduplicated. Associate in Arts, 856, of which 856 were unduplicated. Associate in Science, 561, of which 561 were unduplicated. Associate in Applied Science, there were 1,497, of which 1,491 were unduplicated. And finally, in the area of Associate in Fine Arts, there were 2 in Visual Arts from Owensboro Community and Technical College, and 1 in Visual Arts from West Kentucky Community and Technical College. Chair Girdler, that ends my reporting of the candidates for credentials.
Thank you very much, Dr. McCall. Wonderful numbers to see coming out right now. Does anyone have any questions for Dr. McCall prior to us entertaining a motion? Seeing no questions, no suggestions or concerns, which is many times a good thing. I would like to call for a motion in a second. The motion being that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend to the full Board of Regents approve the awarding of these colleges candidates for degrees and diplomas to be awarded to the candidates upon certification that the requirements have been satisfactorily completed. Do we hear a motion on that, please?
So moved.
I'm sorry, who was that motion?
Regent Thompson.
Thank you, Regent Thompson. My apologies for not catching that. Do we have a second?
Regent Fletcher, I'll second.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. Are there any questions, further discussion? Not seeing any. Would like to call for a vote, please. Ms. Duncan?
This will be roll call as well. If you could turn on your cameras. Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Foltz.
Aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Regent Damaris, yes.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Regent Fletcher, yes.
It looks like Regent Martin is here. Regent Martin.
Present and accounted for, finally.
And do you have a vote on awarding credentials?
Yes, I vote yes.
All right. And Regent Thompson?
Regent Thompson, yes.
And Chair Gail Henson?
Gail Henson, yes.
Of the members present, it is unanimous yes, and the motion passes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. Thank you all for the vote there. We are going to move on to quite a few various new program proposals, many that are very exciting to see coming out of our various institutions. I want to thank Regent Martin for joining us. Barry, hoping that the flooding has subsided over in Hazard. Thank you for coming into the meeting today. Before we go into this first new program proposal, this is the Associate in Applied Science and Surgical Technology for Ashland Community and Technical College. As you all may remember at our last meeting, we had some really productive, very good in-depth discussion on this. I want to thank Dr. Ferguson and his staff for the time that they spent discussing this issue with us. I want to thank our regents for the great and detailed discussion excuse me, that took place, in particular Regent Fletcher, given her expertise that she brings to this particular field. And with that, Dr. Williams, I would like to ask you to please present this item.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. The Council on Post-Secondary Education has given the Board of Regents the authority to approve new programs of study. These can be an existing program that's already taking place in another institution or a brand new program. Today, we appreciate the opportunity for Ashland Community and Technical College to follow up on degree level accreditation and other questions from committee members at from the December 3rd meeting. The college has prepared additional materials, and that addendum to their initial proposal begins on page 56 of your board materials. Please allow me to introduce the following folks from ACTC to present the program approval process application. College President and CEO, Dr. Larry Ferguson, Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Todd Brand, and Surgical Tech Program Coordinator, Ms. Heather Cantrell. I turn the screen over to you, Dr. Ferguson.
Thank you, Chancellor, and good afternoon, Chair Girdler and the committee regents. We again thank you and appreciate the opportunity to come back before you to answer the questions that rose in our meeting on December 3rd. And we put a lot of thoughtful investigation and time and consideration in responding to your questions. And they really centered around 4 different categories. One was the diploma versus the degree, employer support, certification, and accreditation. And as the Chancellor indicated, there is an addendum to our proposal where we address those matters. I know you receive a lot of materials. You may or may not have had the chance to go through all of that. And with that being said, I've actually asked our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Todd Brand, to go through the report from our findings in response to your questions. And also, of course, as the Chancellor indicated with me, is our Surg Tech Coordinator and alumni that I'm proud to say, Heather Cantrell, who is here with us to answer any questions that you might have. With that being said, I will put my mask back on and turn it over to Dr. Brown.
Good afternoon. Do want to say thank you to the Board of Regents for allowing us to represent this program today and for allowing us to gather these additional materials. Hopefully what we have will adequately answer the questions that were put before this body last time, and there was absolutely some great discussion, and I've learned more about surgical tech programs than I ever thought I could learn in the last couple of months. So it has been a good, positive learning process. If I could just take you through each section of our materials that we've submitted and go through each one of those. And please stop me if anyone has questions, feel free to, and we'll be happy to address those as those come, or if you want to wait till the end, that's fine as well. Our first issue that Dr. Ferguson mentioned was the diploma versus the degree. One of the questions that we were asked that we could not honestly answer in December is what were our plans for the diploma if the new degree is implemented. And I've got to say kudos to Regent Fletcher, because she was absolutely right in her concern for the students in the Commonwealth when we're talking about time to completion and also cost of credentials. It's absolutely something that needs to be at the forefront of what we look at. And so I commend her on bringing that issue up. With regards to that, right now there are 11 colleges in KCTCS that offer the associate degree, and ACTC is the only one who does not. And out of that number, 4 currently offer the diploma. Our intent is to be in line with those other 4 colleges and offer both tracks. so that gives students the most, it gives them the most number of options as they come in. I actually contacted the accreditor ARCS-TSA and asked them about this. I said, once we make this change, if we implement the degree program, are you going to turn around and tell us that we have to do away with this? And they did not say that. So I did double check this. And so our plan is to offer both tracks if we're allowed to implement this degree program. As far as local employer support goes, I will say I'll take the blame for that, but we did not include letters from employers. We didn't include a lot of documentation with that. I will take the blame for that. I'm a new CAO. I come from the great state of Mississippi. And so I kind of thought this was a slam dunk. So I'll say that was the novice in me. And so we have gathered some of that information. Our president, Dr. Larry Ferguson, as soon as that meeting was over, really on December 7th, sent an email out to several entities inquiring into this. We wanted to see what kind of support that we would have. And so we've included in our documentation, both in the addendum, and we actually included emails and one letter that we got back in response to this. The first was sent to St. Clair's. We got a response back from them. And we got a response back from St. Mary's, we got a response back from King's Daughters, and we got a response back from Cable Huntington. They were all a little bit different in what they said. But what we found is that some employers require the CST certification, the Certified Surgical Technologist, and some don't. So there was a little bit of a mix of both of those. With regard to St. Clair said that they do not require that applicants for a surgical tech position possess licensure. However, applicants with a higher level of education could be considered better prepared. King's Daughters, on the other hand, said, yes, this is the certification that we require. And St. Mary's kind of had an in-between answer. They said, we hire both certified and uncertified surgical technologists. But if we hire an uncertified tech, within a year, they have to get the certification. So there was a little bit of variance with what the employers were wanting. With Cable Huntington, our coordinator, Heather Cantrell, reached out to them, and they actually sent her the position description from their website, and we included a copy of it. And in it, they actually require graduation from an approved surgical tech program and also the certification. So again, a little bit of variance there. But that's what we found when we contacted those employers. And so there's email documentation of all of this in our appendix, and also a formal letter from St. Clair's. Our final piece of support, I guess, came from the KCTCS Surgical Technology Curriculum Committee. They sent a letter which we also included, and they pointed out a couple of things that I think are germane to this conversation. One is that all KCTCS surgical technology programs are currently accredited by KHEP through ARCS-TSA, and that is our current accreditor, and they're the one who has mandated that member institutions offer the associate degree. And that was the second thing that they pointed out in their letter, was that is required. And then the third thing that they pointed out was that the CST, the Certified Surgical Technologist exam, approved by the NBS-TSA, which is the National Board of Surgical Technology and Surgical Assisting, is used for the annual reporting to that group, and it is the preferred statewide credentialing organization. So I think that everything that we're asking for is in line with what other schools are already doing, and that we simply want to be added to that group. However, that being said, one of the points that was brought up, which was very interesting to me because it was one that we also didn't know the answer to, is there another accrediting body that we could use if we decided, or a choice was made, not to be accredited by ARCS-TSA? And the answer to that was yes, there is another accrediting body. They are called ABHES, the Accrediting Bureau of Health Education Schools. As we did research on this and contacted them, they are primarily used for private schools. But upon further examination, we found it was kind of a moot point because they too are requiring member institutions to implement the associate's degree. So in essence, if you're going to be an accredited school, regardless of what accrediting body you go with, you're going to have to offer the associate degree. So just to summarize, I guess where we are, and then I think we could open this up for questions if there's anything we need to clarify. ACTC is the only school in KCTCS that doesn't offer the associate degree in surgical technology. Our current accreditor, ARCS-TSA, has mandated that we offer this degree. Additionally, we do plan to offer both the associate degree and the diploma so that we keep dual tracks open, so that we keep the options open for our students so that they don't have that additional burden placed upon them with additional classes and also the cost. And finally, that we feel that obtaining the degree gives the students the best opportunity, although it could be argued otherwise, because we do have employers that require the certification. So we feel like if a student does go through and gets the associate degree, they'll have the best opportunity to both obtain and maintain gainful employment in the future.
Dr. Brand, thank you for reaching out and finding the questions or the answers to those questions. That's very helpful information. I do know that we have several regents with questions right now. I believe Regent Thompson had a question at first, then we have a few more after that. Regent Thompson? Regent Thompson, you're on mute.
Sorry. So I appreciate that, the answering of those questions and that presentation. I do have a question talking about that you were going to offer both the diploma and the degree. Initially, in the first part, it does say that you're going to offer both, but then a couple of times in the presentation, like on page 6 and 18, it says that the diploma will be replaced. So I was just kind of asking clarification about that, if I misunderstood something. But there are a couple of places it says that this program replaces the diploma program in surgical technology. So it's a little bit of.
It did say that in our initial presentation.
That was in the initial proposal that we submitted back in December.
But our addendum should effectively nullify that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Regent Thompson. I believe Regent Fultz had a question next.
My question was just a clarification. The hospital St. Clair is in Moorhead. I think it was listed in Huntington. Are you talking about the hospital in Moorhead?
We're confused where it's listed in Huntington, but we were referencing the hospital in Moorhead.
No,
it's on page 53.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure it was the same hospital.
It's their 53. It's not our 53.
Yes, ma'am. Our numbers are different than yours. I can't see your page 53. But in essence, no, to clarify, we are talking about St. Clair in Moorhead. And the reason why, actually, St. Clair Medical Center actually falls within really the service area of a different college, but we have a lot of students who have gone to work there. Matter of fact, our last graduating class, they took 3 of our students out of that cohort. So that's why we reached out to them.
Thank you, Dr. Ferguson. Regent Fletcher.
So just a couple of comments, and I appreciate the extra legwork that you all did to come back with this addendum, but I'm very much a trust but verify kind of gal. And, I had all these questions, and then I really was just kicking myself the last meeting for not already knowing the answers. And so I did a little bit of homework as well. And so I reached out. Now, I didn't contact anybody at St. Mary's because I don't have a contact there necessarily, but I did reach out to St. Clair and to King's Daughters. And interestingly enough, as I read over these letters of support, I didn't really read them as letters of support at all, actually. And my understanding from the folks at St. Clair was that they don't really require the certification at all, that they do ask that someone have been, that someone attend that program, but they don't even require them to be certified to be hired. And then at King's Daughters, I got the same sort of a response. And I found it interesting that there's a little bit of a disconnect between the letter of support you obtained and the human resources recruiter who hires the surgical techs, who says that the only requirement that they have is that someone actually have completed the program. And then they said, as a caveat, if you get certified, then they do bump up your pay a little bit. But they certainly were not advocating or advertising in either of these for having an associate's degree. So, of course, that wasn't good enough for me. I wanted to know, I'm a primary source verification person as well. And so I also contacted the Association of Surgical Techs looking for a resolution to this question. I've talked to MBS TSA and KHEP and the ARCS STSA folks. And my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because again, this is not my day-to-day work, but this is not currently a standard. This is currently a guideline, or what they called at KHEP a suggestion, not a requirement. And they don't know when this suggestion will be approved by all of the bodies concerned, but that when it is approved eventually, that there will be a public comment period before this goes into effect. Now, my understanding from the ARC folks is that they do have a board meeting that starts tomorrow and goes through the weekend. But they aren't even taking up this guideline in their board meeting this week. They meet every other month, and they don't see it on their agenda until late summer, maybe early fall, they said. And of course, all of these bodies that I talked to told me that they've pushed this timeline for this proposed standard, this guideline. They've pushed it out to late summer, maybe early fall. Now, one of the things you all told us the last time was that if we don't get this certification by August, that there would be an opportunity to apply for an extension. And I did find out a little bit more about that. So if we, for some reason, find that we need more information, or we pass on this right now, or we come back to this later, they're saying it'll be 2 years before, even if it does become a standard, which they're not sure that it will. Right now, they're waiting on the American College of Surgeons to come back and say whether or not they feel like this is necessary. But it looks like we're going to have a little bit of time on this. I really don't like the argument that everybody else is doing it and so should we. I actually would support or be in favor of not adding it if it is available at all those other places, and with all the online learning opportunities that we have now. Why couldn't our students who are completing the certificate at ACTC and are able to go into the workforce with that certificate and even sit for their boards? Because MBS TSA says that the only requirement they have to sit for your boards is to have attended an accredited program, and right now we are accredited and would be for at least 2 more years. So they don't care if students have an associate's or not, and these hospitals are not. They don't care if the students have even the certificate. Well, not the certificate. It's not a licensure, a board certification. They don't even care if the folks coming out of these programs actually pass their boards. They've all said we'll train them on the job. We just want them to have some experience in the classroom and some, observation hours and some experience at the table, basically. So, again, I feel like there's a little bit of confusion between mandatory, required, standards, guidelines. To me, this is where the words get really important. One of our goals, and Dr. Williams, thank you for sending that email this morning to remind us, one of our goals is to consolidate where we can and to get students through the pipeline and out into the workforce in a more timely fashion and in a more cost-effective manner. And I don't see this particular program meeting that goal. I really see it increasing cost to the students and increasing time to the students for no difference in their outcome. So again, I want to trust but verify, and I don't have any reason not to trust what you've given us, but I think that I felt a little under the gun or a little under pressure to vote for this the last time without more information. And now that I have more information, I'm not sure that this is absolutely necessary. Thank you, Chair Girdler.
Thank you, Regent Fletcher. Again, we definitely greatly value your expertise in this. Before moving on to the next question, Dr. Ferguson, Dr. Brand, Ms. Cantrell, do you all have anything to offer to that? Anything to say?
We appreciate the additional inquiries into the information we provided. We can have those individuals attest, or even, we could have requested them to even speak to the committee, the ones that we requested the information from. But we're at the mercy of our workforce partners and what they tell us. And I can't speak to the discrepancy between an HR hiring person and, the chief nursing officer at King's Daughters Medical Center, where we got that response. The one thing I would say is that we are a system. So when students are looking at programs, we are, again, the only college, and we're not asking just to be added to the degree program because we're the only one that's left, but 11 of our peer colleges within the KCTCS system, this committee has already approved for them to move towards an AAS degree. And we would have never requested this at all if we didn't feel that we were under pressure from our accrediting body to actually offer the degree. And I don't have the statement in front of me, but the word I thought they had used, and these two colleagues can correct me, was mandated. And whether they voted on it, we know they've had some issues in regards to COVID. That's even clear on some of the things on their website on what's happening. And I know that Heather Cantrell, our coordinator, has talked to, what is the gentleman's name at the accrediting body?
Ron Cruzel, Executive Director of Argus DSA.
And he is willing to speak to any of the regents as well, regards to this situation. But that's just where we are. We just want to do the best thing for our students. And when we found that we were able, we did not believe that we were, because of the information we received from our accrediting body, to keep the diploma, then it seemed like that it was a safe option for us to have both options for the student. They could stop at the diploma, and as Regent Fletcher articulated, they can still possibly for up to 2 years, we would still be an accredited program, and they could still set for the certification. So they still have that option. They don't have to go, at least at this time, until this is settled by the accrediting body, for the degree. But for those who do want the degree or think that that will better enhance their employment opportunities, we would have that like the rest of our peers that have this program across the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Dr. Ferguson. Regent Fletcher?
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more comment. I think that this might be a great opportunity for us as a system to get in on that public comment and maybe to make a statement about if the degree does not make a difference in being able to sit for the board or be able to be hired or be employed, maybe this is a time where we need to say to the accrediting bodies or to these organizations that are pressing the accrediting bodies for this, maybe it's time for a timeout to say, if this isn't really making a difference in bettering the lives of these people for this particular program, is it necessary? It could just be a little bit of a money grab by some of these organizations. And I'm not saying that more education is ever a problem. And I do appreciate that you all are going to now keep the diploma. That makes me a whole lot happier. Again, my goal is just to help people get through the system and to help them to graduate and be able to provide for themselves and their families in a more timely manner. And, if I'm hearing that somebody with a certificate can sit for that board certification and make $20 or $21 an hour, and that is no different for someone with an AAS, then I'm all for, get out, make money, come back to school when you can. Again, ultimately all of that is, is being taken out of either their time and their energy going forward or out of, dollars while they're in. So again, I appreciate all your work and please don't take offense to me asking these questions. I just really want what's best and timely for our students.
No, thank you, Regent Fletcher. Definitely a healthy discussion. No offense taken, I hope, by anyone. Definitely, this is very productive. Regent Damaris.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. A couple of things I wanted to mention, and of course, I defer to Regent Fletcher's expertise in this field. I'm not a medical person, so I definitely defer to her expertise and understanding of not only certifications and the actual profession, but kind of how things work with accrediting bodies. A couple of things I did, and you all know that I'm a finance person, so I go straight to the numbers. I looked at this and I went back through some previous materials that Dr. Williams had presented to us because I remember asking her to clarify for me, what is the difference between a diploma and an associate's degree. And I recall that the materials and the verbal answer she gave me were pretty much a summary of about 15 hours of additional general education coursework. So essentially in most of these technical programs, and I imagine this one is the same, the certificate gives you the same technical courses that the associate would give you. The difference being there's about maybe 12, maybe 15 extra credits in the associate's degree to round out your education and give you that general education component. If I take the number 15 and I multiply it by our current tuition rate of $179 per credit hour for in-state, and then add the $8 per hour mandatory per credit requirement for Build Smart, I come up with about $2,805 for these extra 15 credits for an in-state student. If I then look at where this college is located, which is kind of right there on the border of other states, and I apply that same math to the out-of-state contiguous, which is at $358 per credit hour, the numbers round out to about $5,490. And so what struck me, and I'm just doing some math here, is if I'm a student who can get a job in this field with a certificate, and that's all I want to do is be a surgical tech, why would I spend somewhere between $2,800 and $5,500 more to get gen ed courses? Now, I do understand the value of education, and I understand the value of an associate's degree, but for some of our folks, you know, $3,000 to $5,000 is a lot of money. So I wanted to bring that up as a consideration. The other thing that I noted, and Regent Fletcher mentioned this as well, in reading our materials, when this description of the ARC STSA was discussed, there were 4 different words used. That ARC STSA was providing guidance, that ARC STSA was requiring this change, that ARC STSA was requesting this change, and that ARC STSA was mandating this change. So again, I am not a medical expert. I cannot rely on any professional background that I have as Regent Fletcher can. But when I'm reading documentation that gives me 4 different descriptions as to whether I should consider doing this, I'm a little confused. Is it a mandate or is it not a mandate? Is it guidance or is it a request? I feel comfortable that I know for sure this accrediting body is absolutely requiring this by August of 2021. And so those things give me pause, and that's what I wanted to contribute to this discussion. I am concerned for students spending more money than maybe they need to, and I am concerned that the documentation that's presented to me in both the original packet and in this one is using different descriptors for the requirement or non-requirement or mandate for actually making this change. So it just gives me a little bit of concern, and I wanted to bring that to everyone's attention.
Thank you, Regent Damaris. Definitely very productive and insightful information to have for our review. Dr. Ferguson, do you or Dr. Brand have anything to offer before we go on to some other questions?
I appreciate Regent Damaris's analysis. Just to clarify, for the diploma that we currently offer, the student is going to expend on student credit hours 49 to 57 credit hours, depending on how they choose their electives. And for the degree, it is 62 to 66. So in this particular instance, it is not necessarily 15 additional credit hours. I too have those concerns for students, the ones that want to quickly get to work. I mean, my background actually was workforce development before I moved over into the academic side. And so that is a concern for me. But since we do have the ability, which they've allowed us to do, which we worked clear on back in December to have the diploma, we leave that decision with the student. So if they choose to get the diploma and we are still accredited and they can set for their national exam, then they can choose that path. And for those that want something else, if they do want the associate's degree, either for other job opportunities or whatever that might bring them, then they could choose that path as well. But the option would still be there, like it is at 4 other institutions within KCTCS. So I think that gives the purchasing power, at least back to the student. And until it's decided by the accrediting body exactly where they're going to go. If they do make it a mandate or a requirement, I know our language is things that we have stolen from their materials and from their website. And so I can't speak to some of the disparities in how they presented that.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Or I'm sorry, Dr. Ferguson, I'm looking at Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, I know you've got your hand up. Something to offer or a question?
Only a summation as the regents are finished before we vote on this, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. I believe Chair Henson has her hand up as well. Gail, do you have any questions? You're muted, Gail.
Just briefly. I've been involved in doing accreditations for 35 years, and accreditation is a sign of excellence. And so having an accreditation that 11 other institutions have, to me, would be an attractive marketing. I know in Louisville, 1 out of 6 jobs is related to healthcare. So our programs at JCTC that are accredited, whether it's physical therapy tech or whatever, that those are symbols to employers, 1 out of 6 employers in Louisville, that you've got quality students. I am too concerned about cost, as Lisa says, but as we know from other discussions with FAFSA and Pell, our students, have a lot of support. So rarely do they pay anywhere near close to what the sticker price is. Like the college where I teach advertises one price and it's really 1/3 of the price. So with all the financial aid, I think we can find support through hospitals helping students with tuition. So I think we can take cost out. Is this a duplication that we can say we don't need another program? I think Ashland deserves this. I think the faculty have put so much time in this. It's a great opportunity for the hospitals and healthcare to say, yes, we have this. So I think it's a great idea for us to have this program. And the accreditation that they have affiliated with, that's such a quality indicator. So, and I think Chris might have something to say, Dr. Williams, that can probably look at the big picture of this too.
Thank you, Chair Henson, for offering that. Dr. Williams, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I appreciate Chair Henson's confidence in my summing up here. I would like to first step back one step and say that it's the Regents' not so much purview as really mission to question these programs and to really help us present to you the best application for any program possible. And so each time we have a board meeting and we have these kinds of questions or we have a change in our policies, we step back and we meet with the chief academic officers and we conference in the presidents and we have discussions around, as we review each program, each credential we bring forward, are we bringing forward the best of what we can do for our students in our region? And so I really do appreciate the questions and the information. Each regent brings different expertise. So there's a cybersecurity or a computer program coming up soon, and perhaps Regent Damaris will have a different point of view on that one, for example, where Regent Fletcher has such a strong healthcare background. So I want you to understand that we learn from this process as well, and so we do appreciate it. That said, I want to add that I don't believe Ashland was quite as prepared as they could have been the first time. We've all learned from that. They've come back with additional information, and I appreciate that the students will now have, if you approve this AAS degree, 2 options, the diploma and the AAS. The diploma gives them the value of going right into the workplace if they don't have an opportunity to go in without the original knowledge. And the AAS gives them some added value To Regent Damaris's point, it costs more, but it costs less for them to get those additional general education courses within KCTCS than it would, for example, at a university where they want to try and turn this diploma into a bachelor's degree later on. And so having the AAS gives them a transfer pathway and includes those courses under the current program applicability standards of financial aid. So I think the Regents have to weigh the value of the two opportunities. To Regent Damaris's point about language, I think many of us directly in field understand the language better than we may do from afar. So to Dr. Ferguson's point, a lot of it does come from websites or publications. And we'll all try to do a better job in the future of keeping our eyes on things and trying to look at them through your eyes as much as we can before we present the materials to you. So I want to thank you for your real attention to this program today. And still, I recommend that the Board of Regents approve an Associate in Applied Science and Surgical Technology for Ashland Community Technical College to be implemented in fall 2021.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, and obviously your experience and your oversight of these programs is definitely greatly appreciated. I would say to the committee, we passed on this back in December. I definitely want the will of the committee to be heard. We can put this for an up or down vote. It can die for lack of a motion. But I do believe we need to take action on it in some form or fashion and allow us as a committee and a board to move forward and allow Ashland and their dedicated staff to move one direction or the other. So with that being said, I believe I see Regent Thompson with a question.
I don't have a question. I appreciate all the comments that have been said. I think I would be much more concerned from my perspective if it were just going to be the AAS. I like the opportunity of the diploma. And I think that I agree with the fact that it's up to the student. It's up to the student what they do and how far they go and what they do with either whether they want a diploma or they want to continue to an AAS. So I just wanted to provide that comment that, I think that it is our duty to provide them the opportunities to make that choice. So that's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Regent Thompson. With that, Dr. Williams has brought this recommendation to the floor. Regent Martin, did you have a question? I apologize.
I was just going to ask, do you need a motion to accept it?
Yes, sir. A motion on the floor would, if that is your desire, Regent Martin, to do, we can put that motion on the floor. So we have a motion by Regent Martin to approve this to be implemented in the fall of 2021. Is there a second out there?
Second.
We have a second by Chair Henson. And just let the record reflect that the motion is that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend that the Board of Regents approve an Associate in Applied Science and Surgical Technology for Ashland Community and Technical College to be implemented in the fall of 2021. We have a motion by Regent Martin, a second by Chair Henson. Seeing no further discussion, Parliamentarian Pam Duncan, would you care to conduct a roll call vote, please?
Yes, if all committee members will please have their cameras on. We will begin with Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Foltz.
Aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
I'd like to vote with comment.
Absolutely.
I am going to vote aye, and I will tell you why. Because the diploma is not being removed. I agree with Tammy's description of giving the student the choice to have the diploma or the associates. I also agree that Dr. Williams pointed that out, and I think that's a very prudent decision. I also thank you, Dr. Williams, for recognizing that you do have regents who pay attention to things at a very, very precise level. I'm not a medical surgeon, but I am a word surgeon, and I'm going to call you out on 4 different descriptions. So I need to know if something's mandated or it's not. So let's just be clear in the future. But thank you for recognizing that right off the bat and making commentary on it. I truly appreciate your professionalism. So I will vote aye.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
I'd like to vote with a comment.
Yes.
I'm going to vote aye today. And I do want to point out that in having had these conversations with these multiple accrediting agencies, I do not fault our friends at Ashland for this as much as I fault these professional organizations for being very unclear about the differences between, or being, I will say, opaque about the differences between a guideline versus a standard, and making it feel and read on their websites as though this is a mandate or a standard when it actually at this point is not, and failing to put a timeline to it or to update their websites so that there could be better clarification. I do want to thank the folks at Ashland for their due diligence and for working hard to come back to appease this committee with the information. I will always side on the side of the students being able to save money and get out into the workforce in a more rapid manner, but I do appreciate keeping the diploma and assuring that these folks can still sit for their certification and get to work quickly with the option to return. So again, well done by everyone, and thank you for your due diligence, Dr. Williams and all. Thank you.
Regent Simon is not present. Regent Barry Martin.
I vote aye.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Tammy Thompson, aye.
And Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, aye.
Of the members present, the vote is unanimous and the motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. And I want to commend and applaud the committee once again for the very healthy and productive discussion. This is what these type of meetings are meant to be, and I want to thank each and every one of you for that. Dr. Ferguson, Dr. Brand, Ms. Cantrell, congratulations. Thank you all for your diligence and your work, and we look forward to continuing to learn more about your program's progress as you move forward.
Chair Girdler, we'd like to thank you as well and to thank the committee. And I really think that these types of robust conversations really make us better as a college and as a system. So I do appreciate greatly the inquiry and the questions that were posed. But thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have an associate in applied science and computer technology for Bluegrass Community and Technical College. And I would like to call upon Dr. Chris Williams to please present this item.
Thank you, Chair Grodra. I'd like to introduce the following from BCTC to present the Computer Engineering Technology AAS College President and CEO, Dr. Kofi Akapo, Provost, Dr. Greg Feeney, Academic Dean, Ms. Melanie Williamson, and Academic Dean, Dr. Rebecca Sims. And Dr. Akapo, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. Thank you, Dr. Williamson and Williams, and thank you, Regents. The proposed degree program before you is very consistent with the mission of KCTCS and BCTC, and it fully supports the statewide post-secondary education strategic agenda. We have the full support of Toyota behind this, but I have Dean Williamson with me to provide you with some brief updates, background on this, and allow you to ask any question you may have of us. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a quick summary of the degree. The computer engineering technology degree was initiated by Toyota with a specific need that wasn't being met for their employees. And from that, an advisory board from local industries such as Tempur Sealy, Lexmark, Innova, Premier, all came together and made some strong recommendations on the curriculum on what they need and what will fit their needs for employment. So based on that, not only did they have specific needs that they asked that we include in the degree itself when looking at it and creating it, they also asked that we create multiple exit points, which is why you will see that there are 5 embedded certificates within the degree. And then the students will also, they're completely ready to go out into the field, but then also to transfer to UK to complete that last 2 years of the BS degree at UK. So in this degree, you'll see that BCTC will teach the first 2 years for all students. UK will teach only the last 2 years of the degree. So it's really a nice collaborative degree that we have created. These are brand new for both institutions, and they were really meant to fit our local needs. And I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you for the presentation. And Chair Girdler, I would turn it over to you for any questions from the board.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, Dr. Acapo, Ms. Williamson. Like you said, great collaborative effort. Anytime we can see this type of collaboration between institutions, it's a wonderful thing. I believe Regent Damaris has a question.
First a comment and then a question. First comment is fantastic. This is what we want to see. I wish, and I know people are busy, but I wish that we had someone from Toyota at this meeting right now who could passionately speak to us directly about why they approached you and why they wanted this program to be put together. I mean, I just, this is one I'm gonna sing from the rafters about, because this is the kind of stuff I want to see KCTCS colleges doing. Particularly impressed that you guys took the initiative to not only work with them directly, but to integrate the UK component. Wonderful, wonderful, just exemplary. So I commend you all for doing this and jumping right on it. I had a quick question. There's a mention in here that since this is the first in the state for this AAS degree, there was a mention about a CPE review process. So I'm just curious, and maybe Dr. Williams can answer what that is and how long that takes. I'm also curious, and I know Toyota was the one that mentioned this to you, but it seems to me that adding computer technology and electrical engineering can apply to many more industries beyond automotive. And so what are your thoughts on perhaps once it passes any mandatory review, propagating this out to the other colleges?
So thank you for the question. The CPE review changes on an annual basis. They were asking for many years that each year we review some specific programs. For example, one year it might be computer technology and advanced manufacturing, and the next year healthcare, and it was a 5-year cycle. Over the last since 2018, we actually had 2 years where CPE put our program, their review of our program reviews, let me say it that way, on hold. And last year they instituted a new practice where they just ask for a summary of what the colleges do. Because each of our colleges are individually accredited, they have their own ways of reviewing their programs, and they submit a summary to us. So I would have to ask the college to speak to that. This program, because of its partnership with UK, may or may not be duplicable at all the other colleges, but they do share curriculum. So they can use this program if it's appropriate for their region. Excuse me.
And I can speak that the University of Kentucky is very interested if other colleges, KCTCS colleges, would like to come on board. They are interested in obviously expanding their pool, as well as our largest partner that's locally is Toyota. And with what their demand is, they're interested in that scope being as broad as possible as well.
That's great information. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't echo Regent Damaris strongly enough. A wonderful, wonderful project. Regent Thompson, did you have a question?
I do not have a question, just a comment. I too want to agree totally with Regent Damaris. A direct response to workforce and what they're wanting and needing is, as we learned again today, that's one of our primary missions, is that connection with workforce. And the partnership with UK shows up, all of you know I'm a big proponent of the support letters, and they all are very supportive of that partnership and of the process of this program. And to the point that was just said, West Kentucky has the UK College of Engineering, which partners with the University of Kentucky on campus for chemical and mechanical engineering. And so this may be something in the future that maybe West Kentucky, as you had said, could expand on. And so I appreciate that comment as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Thompson. Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any on the board right now. I'd like to call for a motion in a second, and that motion would be that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend that the Board of Regents approve an Associate in Applied Science and Computer Engineering Technology for Bluegrass Community and Technical College to be implemented in the fall of 2021. Do we have a motion?
So moved. Regent Fletcher.
Have a motion by Regent Fletcher. Do we have a second?
Enthusiastically seconded by Regent Damaris.
Regent Damaris. Thank you, ma'am. We have a motion in a second. I'd like to call for a roll call vote. Parliamentarian Pam Duncan, please.
All right, cameras on, please. Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Foltz.
Aye.
Regent Damaris.
Regent Damaris, aye.
Regent Fletcher.
Regent Fletcher, aye.
Regent Martin.
Aye.
Regent Thompson.
Regent Thompson, aye.
And Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, aye.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Acapo, Provost Feeney, Deans Williamson and Sims. Thank you all so much for your hard work and dedication to this, and congratulations.
You're welcome.
Next item on the agenda, we have an Associate in Applied Science and Paralegal Technology for Gateway Community and Technical College. And as usual, I would like to call on Dr. Chris Williams to please present this item, please.
Thank you so much. We're excited to bring forward an Associate in Applied Science and Paralegal Technology. Presenting today are College President and CEO Dr. Fernando Figueroa, Provost Dr. Terry Von Hondorf, Dean of Business, IT, and Professional Studies, Dr. Amy Carino, Assistant Professor and Program Coordinator for Paralegal Technology, Dr. Carol Risk, and Director of Budget and Fiscal Operations, Dr. Paul Santillo. And Dr. Figueroa, the screen is yours.
Very good. Well, good afternoon, Board of Regents. As you know, we are here to support our request to start the Paralegal Technology Program at Gateway commencing in fall of 2021. This program meets a well-documented workforce need in our region and is perfectly aligned with our mission, vision, and values. In each of our decisions at Gateway, we use our big three commitments to guide us, and that is to improve access to education and training. We work to create engaging and relevant curriculum, which has been much of the discussion today, to our region's workforce needs and good careers. And we also work to remove barriers to a better life. Our presentation today will cover the following points for consideration: how we determine the need for the program, first of all, then program positioning to promote quality and student success. Thirdly, the fiscal plan for starting and maintaining the program, and then summary and questions. Now I'd like to introduce our team. As the Chancellor did, Dr. Van Hendorf, our Provost, Dr. Carino, our Dean over the area that we're asking for, Dr. Carol Risk, which will be our Program Coordinator in Paralegal, and Mr. Paul Tantillo to talk about the fiscal side of the equation. But we'll start off with Dr. Amy Carino, and please get us started.
Thank you, Dr. Figueroa. My name is Amy Carino, and I would like to share with you the data that we discovered for our region that led us to the submission of this proposal. So to ensure that Gateway offers programs that are relevant to our area workforce needs, and that our students will graduate with credentials that lead to employment with a sustainable living wage. We commissioned a study from SHP Consulting Firm and the Center for Economic Analysis and Development at Northern Kentucky University. The study projected job demand and post-secondary credential supply for our local area for the next 5 years. Paralegal was identified as meeting both the above criteria. ONET data supports this as well. To solidify these findings, Gateway held a stakeholder forum that included attorneys, paralegals, along with the president of the Kentucky Paralegal Association and the vice president and the president of the Northern Kentucky Paralegal Association, excuse me. The forum was followed by a broader based survey that we sent out to a group of employees that included nonprofit, legal professions, large firms, small firms, so a whole host of individuals received this survey. The forum and the survey results support the data from SHP and Northern Kentucky University Center for Economic Analysis and Development. Letters of support for the paralegal program were submitted by 14 employers that utilize paralegals in our area, and letters were received from small, large, public, and private entities. We then presented our findings to our board of directors, which endorsed us moving forward with the program proposal. Gateway requires all programs to submit an annual program review and collect student learning outcomes. These processes are in place and are effective in assessing the strengths and weaknesses of the programs. Decisions regarding program improvement and viability are always data-driven at Gateway. With that, I would like to introduce Dr. Carol Risk, who will be presenting on program quality and student success.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Carino. My name is Carol Risk. I am a practicing attorney and the paralegal technology coordinator and the full-time instructor. So as a lawyer that was once a paralegal and now an employer that has hired paralegals and who continues to use paralegals in my own law practice, I know firsthand the value of a paralegal with training and education. Continuing to practice part-time and routinely appearing in front of our local judges, both in Kentucky and Ohio, and working with other legal professionals allows me to have an established connections. Like I said, in both Kentucky and Ohio in the legal system, they're going to be a great asset and a value to our program and students. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics predicts that employment for paralegals and legal assistants will increase by 12% between 2018 to 2020. This is significantly higher than the average projected job growth of 5% of all U.S. occupations. Currently, the largest employer of paralegals in Kentucky is the court clerk's offices. Just in Kenton County, Campbell County, and Boone counties alone, they employ almost 100 paralegals combined. Further, this very employer gives new hires or existing employees a raise if they obtain their degree or obtain a certificate. My own experience when I worked in a small firm, they paid for me to obtain a paralegal certificate. And not only that, upon completion, I obtained a raise and additional job duties. A quick search in the Cincinnati area for paralegal employment opportunities, I found several that a paralegal degree is actually required in the stated job posting. Others, although they were silent as to a degree or a certificate requirement, they did require experience. The certificate and degree program will give them experience that will allow them to get their foot in the door and not just be summarily dismissed. I have spoken with several local legal professionals, including lawyers, judges, and government offices that have expressed both a need and a desire to have educated and qualified paralegals to draw from. Those include Judge Christopher Mailing. He is the Kenton County Family Court Judge, 2nd Division. Attorney John Middleton, who he is an attorney, but he's actually the elected Kenton County Court Clerk. So he's one of the very people that I was discussing before that would hire, and then if they obtain their certificate or degree, would give those raises to their employers. Attorney Justin Lawrence, he is the owner of Lawrence and Associates. And I've also spoken with attorneys within the Kentucky Department of Public Advocacy and others. The Certificate and Associates program are a great tool for legal practitioners to have their staff and new hires possibly take advantage of to, one, cut down the cost of training and obtaining on-the-job experience. When time is money, and that's the legal profession, this certificate and degree program can be a cost savings for law firms and corporations. This approach is one avenue that we would like to market the program by making it attractive to existing law firms. We also want to make recruiters, specifically paralegal recruiters in the Northern Kentucky, Cincinnati area, aware of the program to steer possible prospective people coming to them looking for employment to help them become more marketable in their job searches as a paralegal. This program is actually also complementary to other programs that already exist at Gateway, such as the social services and the criminal justice programs. It would be a great feeder program within the school and allow Gateway graduates to enter their field of study with a firm grasp on their area and tangential areas that are actually related to their fields. The skills acquired in the paralegal program would be transferable skills and could and would be utilized in other areas, such as if they decided to then go towards that social service and criminal justice occupations. And Gateway students that obtain the certificate or the associates in applied science can even continue their education if they so chose beyond that point by utilizing the Gateway to NKU. This would allow students to further their education and obtain a bachelor's in law at Northern Kentucky University, NKU, and with credits from our curriculum. I would like to now take a moment to introduce Mr. Paul Tontello, who will review the financial plan for the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Risk. Good afternoon, members of the board. As you've seen in our submission packet, Gateway team has developed a solid 5-year financial plan for the proposed new program. We've made very reasonable and very data-based assumptions for both tuition revenue as well as program costs over the period. We've confirmed that college funding is in place if needed to cover any gaps that may arise during the startup period. And we have confirmed that there are no significant upfront capital requirements for this new program. At this time, I'll pause and see if the board members have any questions regarding anything we've said so far or any of the specific financial data that we provided in Appendix A.
I want to thank you all for a strong proposal. Dr. Fernando, do you have more you'd want to add?
Just that this is, again, part of what we feel is the work of Gateway in assessing the region using our data and working with our community and business partners to establish programs of value.
Dr. Figueroa, my apologies. Thank you. I'm losing my pronouns. Chair Girdler, would you like to move to questions for the group?
Dr. Williams, if it wouldn't confuse everybody, we can just call each other Chris back and forth. That may work easier for everyone.
That'd be easier, yes.
Dr. Figueroa, I want to commend you and your team. Very thorough and detailed presentation. Thank you for the thoroughness there. I believe that Regent Damaris has a question or a comment.
I do, a comment and a question. First, I need to commend my friend in the back door for me here in Northern Kentucky, Dr. Figueroa, for bringing forth an excellent proposal with a very, very talented team of folks here to speak to us, so thank you. Particularly liked the fact that all of the analysis that went into this was data-driven. We know that data-driven decisions are often objective, and they're often the best way to go in terms of making the correct decision for the benefit of the folks that you're serving. I did hear that there were 14 employers that endorsed this program. Very happy to hear that as well. And I also recognized and appreciate the comment of the use of this associate's degree should someone want to continue in the legal profession. The gateway to NKU is a seamless transition. 100% of credits are going straight to NKU for the bachelor's degree. So my only question would be that you can do the gateway to NKU and get your bachelor's degree, but have you guys taken it to the next level in terms of talking with the Chase Law School, and how do they feel about this new program that you're introducing for both a certificate and associates?
Terry, have we had a chance to talk to the Chase Law School?
I'm going to defer to Amy because I believe she's had those conversations.
Okay.
Yes, I have had those conversations, and there was a meeting set up based upon the result of this meeting to talk with someone at Chase Law School about their excitement with this program. So they're very, very interested and very happy to see that Gateway is pursuing it.
And if I may interject, I actually have a personal story that I can relate this to. I was a paralegal that obtained a paralegal certificate, and then worked in the paralegal field and went on to law school. The information I learned in getting that certificate was so crucial for me in my time at law school, where everyone else was having a very difficult time in that first year, grasping terminology, understanding concepts, understanding legal research. These were things that I knew. So from my own very personal experience, I can tell you that this is going to be something that could be very beneficial to somebody that chose to go on to pursue that degree, their Juris Doctorate.
And having also graduated from Chase College of Law, I did not have that paralegal background and the terminology. So I wish now that I would have. It would have made my first year of law school much easier.
So, Regent Damaris, the short answer is I think we're in good conversations and looking at the value and excitement for our region.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Dr. Figueroa and your entire team. Fantastic job. Thank you.
Regent Thompson.
Thank you. Yes, a very extensive proposal. And I just some comments and a couple of questions. Dr. Risk's comment, the extensive technical requirements for this program really stood out to me. The in-depth things that they will learn in this program is really great. And I think that is also a testament to the requirements that I saw of you, Dr. Risk, and your highly excellent, program coordinating of this program, and your background and your credentials. So one thing that I did see that I was wanting to kind of ask you about, one was that I read that this is the first in Kentucky, and that it's going to be offered in the evening. So I thought that was something that was different than some of the other ones that we have talked about in the past, and that you're not seeking accreditation right now. So just to kind of touch base on those two things.
Yes, I think this being an evening program is absolutely crucial, especially if we're going to market to existing employers utilizing it to train their students. Or I'm sorry, not their students, but their employees, getting some on-the-job training in the evenings.
I think that's very beneficial, and I think that's, you know, something that we need to do more of for people who are working in the, you know, even more than we do for working, is so they can work and then also continue their education. And then just about the accreditation, when you think that you might be wanting to look into that, and if that is something that's needed.
Well, there is such thing as the American Bar Association has a paralegal accreditation. I think our plan is to approach our board of directors with that. And if they feel like that's something that we should go ahead and pursue, I think we will in fact do that if needed.
And if I just could add something, we will also take the advice of our advisory council on that as well, to see if that is something that they would like for us to pursue. And in reference to your statement about us being the only one in Kentucky to have a paralegal program, Madisonville Community and Technical College currently offers this program as well. And we have been working in conjunction with them and bringing forth this proposal. And so just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you so much on a wonderful proposal.
Wonderful commentary. Thank you all. Chair Henson, I believe you have a question.
Thank you. Again, I think programs like this are so important to have. I look at a similar program at a for-profit institution here in Louisville that would cost the students $50,000 that they will have a difficult time recouping. And when I see, you know, a presentation like this, I think this is what we should be doing to make college accessible to and get people into the workforce. So well done.
Thank you, Chair Henson. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any right now. We would like to call for a motion. Let the record reflect that the motion will be that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend to the Board of Regents that approval be made on an associate in applied science and paralegal technology for Gateway Community and Technical College to be implemented in the fall of 2021. Having no further questions, or who was that? I'm sorry, Chair Henson?
Yeah.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second, Tammy Thompson.
Thank you, Regent Thompson, for the second. Parliamentarian Pam Duncan, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes. Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Dr. Angela Foltz.
Aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Aye.
Regent Wendy Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Barry Martin.
Aye.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Thompson, aye.
And Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Congratulations, Dr. Figueroa. You and your team made a great presentation, very thorough, very detailed. Congratulations. Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Moving on to our last item of approval in this particular section, we have an Associate's in Applied Science in Emergency Medical Services. This is for paramedics for Southeast Kentucky Community and Technical College. And prior to turning this over to Dr. Williams, I just want to say a few things about my friend, Dr. Vic Adams, down at Southeast. In a prior life, I used to work with Vic in a lot of different various endeavors in the Bell County, Harlan County area. And I just wanted to share with the committee just how in tune and in touch Vic is with his community and his region, and how passionate he is about his work at Southeast, and really just what a great guy he is. So Vic, we're looking forward to hearing from you. And Dr. Williams, I'll turn it over to you, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. Adams brought several of his folks with him today, so please allow me to introduce College President and CEO Dr. Vic Adams, Interim Chief Academic Officer Mr. Kevin Lambert, Dean of Healthcare and Technical Programming Ms. Erin Resort, Program Coordinator for Emergency Medical Services Paramedic Mr. Dustin Bolden, and Faculty for Emergency Medical Services Paramedic Mr. Steve Robinson. And Dr. Adams, you are up.
All right, thank you, Chair Girdler, for those kind words, and the feeling is certainly mutual. And I want to thank you and the committee for allowing us a few minutes here to present our proposal for the associate degree in paramedic. We started offering a certificate program in 2017 for paramedic based on burning glass data and EMSI data from the WEO boards and basically our needs analysis with our local industry in the healthcare field. As Eastern Kentucky began to sort of get into the modern era, most of the ambulance services here were just basic life support, which only requires a basic EMT or as the certified person to provide medical care. Now, as we see a lot of those ambulance services go to ALS, we chose to begin a paramedic program, which is advanced life support, and it requires at least one paramedic on the truck at any one time. So we began offering our paramedic program as a certificate, and we had some of the industry. As you can see, we've got about 12 letters of support for our program here. And in a minute, if we need to get more specific into those letters of support, but they're basically hospitals, various ambulance services and such. So we chose based on their request and based on the request of our students. The basic paramedic certificate is a really good certificate, but if they have career admirations of going on and transferring in and getting a bachelor's degree in paramedic or emergency management, and even a paramedic associate will plug in at EKU in their criminal justice program. So those programs will allow a student to go on and advance their career based on what their career goals are. So it is an option for them. It is not required that they go on and do that. But we've also worked really hard, and I have to commend the team that's here, CAO Lambert and Dean Razor and instructor Steve Robinson. They have been able to work and condense this associate degree and fast track it till the student will be able to obtain an associate degree in paramedic in 1 year. So we've really worked hard to fast track that. It's going to be a really aggressive track to do. In addition to the career opportunities, we also are finding that students can come in and get that associate degree in paramedic if they've not been accepted into our nursing program. And we'll be able to have several of the prerequisites for the nursing program prepared and complete. So they may work as a paramedic and then choose to come back and apply again for a nursing program. If vacancies exist and they are, they qualify for the program. So it's serving a couple of different purposes, and it's all based initially on employee requests and student requests for further options to further their career. So having said that, I want to try to be brief. I know it's been a long day for everybody. So if we have any questions, I feel free to ask, and we'll all try to respond.
Chair Girdler, I do recommend approval of this program, and hope the committee will consider that. And with that, I'll turn it over to you for questions or however you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Regent Damaris, I believe you have a question or comment.
I do. Dr. Adams, I want to commend you for your excellent presentation of this particular item, as every question I wrote down you answered as you were speaking, which is awesome. But one of the things I want to point out is from a personal perspective, my youngest daughter is currently serving active military duty in the U.S. Army as a military police officer, but also holds a certificate from Gateway College, Technical and Community College, as an EMT. and was an excellent program there. And I called her today because she had a little bit of time, and I said to her, why would somebody want an AAS in paramedic when the state doesn't require that you have an associate's degree? I just asked her the question. And her answer was spot on to exactly what you described. While it is not required to become a paramedic to have an associate's degree, it certainly is a pathway. And she specifically mentioned the pathway to the nursing program. And she also mentioned a pathway to leadership potential positions relative to the paramedic EMS profession. So I think you guys are doing this the right way. I think you're thinking strategically. And if it means anything with the endorsement of my 23-year-old daughter, who basically thinks the way you do, you guys are doing the right thing. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments.
Thank you, Regent Damaris, and thank your daughter for her service to our country. Very grateful for that. Chair Henson. Chair Henson, you're muted.
I think this is a good example to me of where offering this pathway for people gives them another option. We've had so much trouble finding seats in our nursing programs, and the Council on Post-Secondary Education rejected proposals to expand nursing programs. Was it 2 years ago? They rejected that and adding seats. So because our programs, are tied into their plan, and that was surprising to me that they rejected it. This is a really important option to have for our students. So I just wanted to say we are connected to CPE. We were rejected by CPE for adding slots in our nurses. For people who take this degree, they may decide to go to nursing school later on, or they may decide to become physician assistants or other types of things. But this opens another door for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Henson. Great commentary there. Regent Thompson, did you have a question or comment?
It's just a comment. Dr. Adams, you mentioned this, I'm sure, and I just want to kind of reiterate that the prior learning credit for that you're allowing, I think is a great thing. That gives them a quicker pathway to degree because you're offering credit for prior experience. Is that correct? What you said? I think that's such a great thing. I think that's a great thing, and gives them more opportunity to advance their education. But one thing that stood out to me, I just want to say, from one of the support letters was from one of the fire departments, and I just want to read it because I thought that it is also a testament to what you're offering at the certificate level. And it says, currently 90% of our employees received EMS certification from Southeast. Expansion would have superior effect and advanced knowledge for training closer to home. So, the fact that one of them is saying that 90% of their employees were hired based on what they learned in the certificate program from Southeast, I think is a testament to what you're doing. And then growing this program is what they're looking for.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair Henson, too, for your comments.
Thank you, Regent Thompson. Dr. Williams, did you have a question?
I just need to correct a misperception. I apologize. I don't like to state something differently to a regent, but I need to point out that it's the Kentucky Board of Nursing that has control over the seats that we offer. We go before that board when we're ready to expand programs. And Dr. Henson, I believe where the confusion lies is that 2 years ago, we made a special budgetary request through the Council on Post-Secondary Education to expand our nursing programs, and that was not approved through the budget process. But I apologize if those have gotten conflated in some way. So CPE is all for us expanding our nursing seats if we have capacity and Board of Nursing approval. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I actually was under that impression as well, so I appreciate the clarification. Are there any further questions or comments for Dr. Adams and his staff? Not seeing any. Would like to please call this, or I'm sorry, I'd like to call for a motion in a second, and I would like the record to reflect that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend that the Board of Regents approve an associate in applied science and emergency medical services paramedic for Southeast Kentucky Community and Technical College to be implemented in the fall of 2021. That will be the motion on the table. If anyone would like to so move.
Regent Fault, so moved.
Thank you, Regent Fultz, for the motion. Do we have a second?
Regent Damaris, second.
Thank you, Regent Damaris. We have a motion on the floor that is seconded. Parliamentarian Pam Duncan, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Chair Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Angela Fultz.
Aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Aye.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Barry Martin.
Aye.
Regent Tammy Thompson.
Regent Thompson, aye.
And Board Chair Gail Henson.
Gail Henson, aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Duncan. Congratulations, Dr. Adams. You and your staff keep up the wonderful work. You all have faced some headwinds for the last several years, and just want to commend you for continuing to move forward in such a positive way.
Thank you, and I want to thank the board again for your all service to KCTCS and the students that we serve. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. And committee, we have two more action items on the agenda. We'll move on to our fourth action item of the day. This is an exception request for total program credit hour limits for Associate in Applied Science and Computer Engineering Technology for Bluegrass Community and Technical College. And I would like to call upon Dr. Chris Williams, please.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. Board of Regents Policy 4.12 states that an approved program with a curriculum of 60 to 68 credit hours does not require KCTCS Board of Regents action, but an exception to the total credit hour limit may be made if the program has external degree requirements which must be met. That can include specialized accreditation requirements or the results of a detailed industry validation of a specialized curriculum, and these do have to be submitted to the board. Today, BCTC asked you all for program approval. They're also bringing forward an exception request on that program. And with that, I'll ask Dr. Acapo and Provost Dr. Greg Feeney to take the screen.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. Thank you, Dr. Williams, and thank you, Regent. I would defer that to Dean Williamson to provide any background information to you all.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, we had a strong advisory board of local industry, and they made these recommendations, and they were strong recommendations for the courses that are in the curriculum. And that is how we came to the number of credit hours. We will be seeking the ABET accreditation, and that is part of that to confirm that we need those skills behind it. But it was the industry that really guided us in the need for this credit hour.
So you are requesting 68 to 72 credit hours, and with that, I recommend the program exception for approval, Chair Girdler.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, Dr. Acapo, and your staff. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any questions or comments on this. Let the record reflect that the motion on the floor, if made, will be that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend that the Board of Regents approve an exception request for total credit hour limit of 68 to 72 credit hours for the Associate in Applied Science and Computer Engineering Technology for Bluegrass Community and Technical College to be implemented in the fall of 2021. Do we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Regent, so moved.
I'm sorry, each cut the other out there. It didn't come through clearly. Do we have a motion by Chair Henson?
You do.
Okay, and
And a second, Damaris.
Thank you so much, Regent Damaris. Thank you all. We have a motion and a second. Parliamentarian Pam Duncan, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Angela Foltz.
Aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Aye.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Barry Martin. Regent Tammy Thompson.
Aye.
Board Chair Gail Henson.
Aye.
So let the record reflect that Barry Martin and Regent Simon were not present, but of those members present, the vote was unanimous and the motion passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to say one thing. It's so nice to see Dr. Feeney. He chaired the program that I taught in Spain. And I know we're all hoping to travel again sometime. So whether you're proposing programs for Toyota and BCTC are teaching in Spain, I hope we'll all get to travel again. So nice to see you, Greg.
It's great to see you. Thank you.
Actually, Chair, we're working on that.
Oh, good.
Thank you all so much. Congratulations. You're welcome to hang around with us a little bit longer. But again, congratulations on the great program y'all are instituting.
Thank you.
Committee Chair Girdler.
Yes, please.
I don't want to interrupt the flow, but I just want to let you know I've got 3% of battery on my iPad. And so if I drop out on video, I will come into the meeting on my phone, which has more battery.
Thank you for the heads up, and I do apologize for the time frame we're working under right now.
No worries. Paul says we're getting new tech, and boy, do I need it, because the battery on this thing is dying.
It's coming.
Thank you, Paul.
Paul is Mr. Tech. We have one other item on the agenda, and that is an action item. I'm sorry, we have one other action item on the agenda right now with a few others following. But this is a policy revision for KCTCS Board of Regent Policy 4.12, Policy on Collaborative Program Development. And I would like to call on Dr. Chris Williams to present the next agenda item, please.
Thank you so much, Chair Girdler. This is a recommendation to make a small change to your Board of Regents Policy 4.12 on behalf of the KCTCS faculty, and also take the opportunity to codify a practice we already do. And I'm going to own that practice, so we'll, as we get there, I'll explain what's going on. During the 2019-20 year, the KCTCS Communications Curriculum Committee, which includes communication faculty from all 16 colleges, met to discuss limitations for students transferring into communication majors at four-year institutions. As part of that discussion, it was recommended that allowing some additional oral communication courses to fulfill a specific block, Block 2 of the Associate in Arts degree, which is the block that allows for transfer or interest electives, could provide more flexibility for transfer students. As we discussed when we presented this as an information item in December, oral communication is also a work effectiveness skill that's valued by business. So we went through the whole shared governance approach to our curriculum, and it was voted on to bring this request to you as part of our opportunity to strengthen transfer and communication skills for our students. So I'm bringing this forward in that way. It's a change again that we discussed in December. But during the review for this change, actually in a curriculum committee with our cultural studies faculty, it was noted that a long-time graduation requirement for the AAS degree is not showing in the policy language. The statement's noted in red on the change document and reads, please note that all students completing a degree designed for transfer, the Associate in Arts, Science, or Fine Arts, must complete a course that has been granted cultural studies status. This new language was not in the first read of the policy, but it's now being added because it does reflect long-held practice, and those cultural competencies are incredibly important to our students and to our faculty. By adding it, the language is not a substantive change to the first read of the policy, but is instead a necessary addition to ensure that operations and policy are aligned. We do ask that you vote in both of these changes to this policy. If you'd rather have the second change, the cultural studies, as going through the information process this time to be voted on in June, certainly understand. And again, we went back 8 years. I don't know when it got dropped out of policy or if it never got in there, but it's been missed under my watch. And so we do want to correct that. And with that, Chair Girdler, we do recommend that you change these small statements, but important statements in Board of Regents Policy 4.12.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, for that report. I couldn't agree more that details matter. Nobody worries about the little details until somebody misses the little details. So thank you so much for the time you've put into this. I believe Chair Henson, you have a question?
Yes, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I have hired a lot of people who teach at JCTC when I was chair of the communication department for the past 30 years. And some of their courses that would fit in both the cultural studies, but also be very important for transfer, like interpersonal communication, business professional communication. So I think that this is a good boon to those students, but they're also important classes because as we all know, cultural competency and sensitivity to diversity and all the ways it manifests itself are covered in both of those classes that I know of, as well as intercultural communication. So I think this is a really fine move and applaud you for it.
Thank you, Chair Henson. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, let the record reflect that the motion on the floor, if made, will be that the Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee recommend that the KCTCS Board of Regents approve the proposed revision of KCTCS Board of Regents 4.12 policy on collaborative program development. Those are in your attachments there. Do we have a motion on the floor for that?
Regent Foltz, so moved.
Thank you, Regent Foltz. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Chair Henson. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? Not seeing any. Parliamentarian Pam Duncan, would you please conduct a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Committee Chair Chris Girdler.
Aye.
Vice Chair Dr. Angela Foltz.
Aye.
Regent Lisa Damaris.
Aye.
Regent Dr. Wendy Fletcher.
Aye.
Regent Barry Martin, has he returned? Regent Tammy Thompson. Is Regent Tammy Thompson here? I see her.
Sorry, aye.
And Board Chair Gail Henson.
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The motion passes.
Chair Girdler, I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
My apologies. I'm sorry, those are our two we have two more items on the agenda. We have no more action items, but we have a couple of updates coming up, and I would like to call upon Dr. Chris Williams to provide the update on program suspensions.
Thank you, Chair Girdler. Before I do that, I want to say I also have an academic report that covers 2 items. This has been a very long day. I'm happy to put that to a side because there is a full written report in your materials if you'd rather do that. I would like to report on the program suspensions because it's important that the board understand that you just approved 4 programs, some of which may have embedded credentials, but we also take a very proactive approach to our program suspensions. So if a program is no longer needed or it's not able to be resourced appropriately with either faculty or equipment or some other support that's needed, then we do close that program. But really, we suspend it first. We suspend a program for 5 years. That gives us time to teach out any students in the program, so they're not harmed by the suspension of the program. During that 5 years, the program can be reopened. Our accrediting board, the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, also allows for this same process. So for example, when I was at Henderson, we ended up having to suspend the dental hygiene and dental assisting programs, and we were able to give the students a 5-year teach out as part of that. So I just wanted to give you the numbers. It's in your book, and we have added information over the last 2 years that explains each program suspension. But so far this year, this academic year, the suspensions include 1 associate in applied science degree, 2 diplomas, and 12 certificates. I'm happy to go into further detail on any of these if you would like. This is an information item and requires no action. So, Chair Girdler, I appreciate being able to speak to that, and I leave it at your discretion about any other reporting.
Thank you so much, Dr. Williams. Wonderful information there presented. And I will leave it at the pleasure of the board as well. If there's any comments or questions, and Dr. Williams, we don't want you to feel rushed at all. We're very interested in the academic services report. If there's anything there you would like to highlight, we'd be more than willing to entertain that.
Well, I appreciate that. It's on 2 topics, and if you'd allow me just to give the Align update. I think Align is a huge program for our colleges this year. And Hannah, if you don't mind to pull up the PowerPoint presentation, the first slide. The Align project is one we brought to you in December. We had our 2 faculty fellows who are leading the charge provide you an overview. This is the opportunity for all of KCTCS, our faculty in general education, in technical programs, and in our workforce solutions area, our student services, our business supports, and our technology supports, to think about how we're doing business currently and are there better ways to do it. If we could use a competency-based lens and ensuring the skills of the students in a very flexible manner, providing ease of access, could we do that? And so this is a little roadmap of our progress. Right now, we just are finishing up the data collection. We've done visioning for the project about what it might look like. We're evaluating our current state. What are we doing right? What are we maybe have opportunity to improve? And collecting data on that through a number of surveys and other vehicles. And then we're also looking ahead. What do models at other institutions look like? What might our model look like? How can we take this new focus and new lens and really think about ways to strengthen what we're doing? And we're doing that with advisory board input. In fact, our Regent Kara McFadden is one of our student representatives on our advisory council, which includes employers, external agencies such as the Pritchard Committee, the Louisville Coding Group, several different employers, including Kevin Smith, who also serves as the chair for the Kentucky Workforce Innovation Board, and then several of our KCTCS leaders, many of whom you met today. So really want to thank that advisory board. They meet again in April, and each time they bring us new ways to think about how are we sharing our programs with employers and also getting feedback from employers that informs the curriculum that we teach and the ways that we teach it. So really did want to bring you up to date on that. This project is a planning grant. There's going to be a set of recommendations out of this over 100 faculty and staff that are moving forward, but there is no, goal at the end except to really review what we're doing and have the opportunity to imagine the future. There's no door sitting over here that we're trying to get faculty and staff to. Instead, this is a real journey for all of us. It is funded by a generous grant from the Ascendium Education Group with support from the KCTCS Foundation. And that set of recommendations, once it's complete, will go through our shared governance process. And ultimately, our college presidents and the KCTCS president will decide whether to implement some, all, or none of the recommendations that come out of the work. But however that works, we will be better for having done the work and really looked at ourselves through this lens. So that's the quick update on the Align project, and I would welcome any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I think the Align project is a wonderful thing for KCTCS and really any institution that's looking to learn and grow and better itself. Are there any comments or questions?
Of course, I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, as we think about the workforce of this coming upon us, and the pandemic has showed us that we can do things differently and that we have to do things differently. And I think with artificial intelligence, augmented reality, you know, changes in our demographics, you know, the more we can be agile, which we already are, and creative like this, we can address the three pillars of our mission, which is, you know, the transferability, workforce, and remediation. And so I think that a project like this addresses all three of our stated goals. Who knows what's going to happen, but the jobs that will be there in 10 years are probably not even in our minds today. So.
Thank you, Chair Henson. Any other questions or comments for Dr. Williams? Dr. Williams, again, thank you very much. Quick announcement to make that the next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents Academic Affairs and Curriculum Committee will be held on June the 10th, 2021. Fingers are crossed that it will be at the KCTCS office in Versailles. With that, I'd like to call for a motion for adjournment.
So moved. Regent Fultz.
Regent Fultz made the motion. Regent Thompson with a second. Any objections to that by anyone?
No one was as fast as James when he says it.
I know, I was waiting for him to say it.
Yeah.
Well, all regents in favor of adjournment, please raise your team hands or your literal hand up. Parliamentarian Pam Duncan will report if we have enough votes to end this meeting.
We have enough votes to end the meeting and go home.
Thank you all so much. Look forward to seeing everyone again in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.